Chapter 484. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The order on Earth had basically returned to normal. Due to the deliberate control of public opinion by the Great Xia Alliance, the storm of the disappearance of the second moon had completely subsided. At first, everyone was very alarmed that a moon was missing from the sky. However, as time passed, many people realized that it did not matter if it was missing. It did not have any special effect. At most, they would talk about it during their leisure time. In this incident, although Jiang Xi played a leading role, he did not choose to appear in front of the public. Therefore, there were still very few people who knew that he had returned. Jiang Xi was like a hermit, cultivating in seclusion every day. On this day, as usual, he was deducing Dao techniques at home. Suddenly, a notification from the experience panel sounded in his mind. Deduction successful. You have comprehended sword intent. Experience points plus 200 million. The pleasant notification made Jiang Xi ecstatic. He finally succeeded. He had comprehended the sword Dao during his first year in the ancient Dao source realm. Calculating the time, it had been more than 130 years since then. This speed could only be considered normal for a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. However, with the help of the EXP panel, this speed was too slow. Logically speaking, he should have broken through in at most 10 years. Jiang Xi was very clear about the reason for all this. It was because he was walking on too many paths at the same time. Sword Dao, Departing Fire, Gale, and Vajra for Dao techniques. Dao techniques reinforced and restrained each other and would interfere with each other. This was a principle that all cultivators of Dao techniques understood. The difficulty of advancing on 4 paths at the same time was at least 100 times that of advancing on a single Dao technique. This was also the main reason why Jiang Xi had not comprehended any new Dao techniques. Back then, the 5-colored palm that he had obtained in the Battle Pattern Continent was left behind by the legendary 5 Elements Battle Emperor, Dao Lord, of the Battle Pattern Continent. It contained all the 5 Elements Dao techniques. He had already comprehended the Fire Elemental Dao technique, Departing Fire, and the Metal Elemental Dao technique, Vajra. He could use the 5-colored palm to continue comprehending the remaining 3 5 Elements Dao techniques. However, he did not do so. If he walked on 3 more paths, the difficulty of advancing would probably increase by 1,000 times. Perhaps he would have to wait another 1,000 years for a breakthrough in sword intent. After 1,000 years, the genius disciples in the same batch as him would probably have already left him in the dust. The difficulty of the 4 paths I'm on now is just right. The increase in strength is also very obvious. Jiang Xi knew how to choose. These 4 Taoist techniques played an important role in his ability to possess combat strength comparable to that of a late-stage Dao integration stage cultivator. Whether it was the Dao fusion art that he created himself, the Dao pattern art, or the Dao seal art that he created later on, it was all because of the enhancement from the 4 Dao arts that he was able to unleash such great power. Now, I've made a breakthrough in Sword Principle. When Gale, Departing Fire, and Vajra all make breakthroughs, my strength will undergo an earth-shaking change. The 3 secret techniques, Dao Fusion Technique, Dao Pattern Technique, and Dao Seal Technique, all emphasize balance. All 4 Taoist techniques had to be at the same level in order to reach a higher level. Therefore, the breakthrough in Sword Dao was only a prelude. He opened the experience panel to check some of the changes. Dao Technique, Sword Intent, none 11 billion, Amplitude, 2,000 times, Sword Intent, 1 billion experience points is still acceptable. When the realm of Sword Intent increases, the amplitude of my spiritual power will also increase greatly. Jiang Xi speculated that after the realm of Sword Intent reached perfection, his spiritual power amplitude would reach 20,000 times. The Dao Fusion art could increase his spiritual power amplitude by another 4 times. However, due to the imbalance in the realms of the 4 Taoist techniques, the Dao Fusion art could not be used for the time being. However, 20,000 times of spiritual power amplitude was already more than 2 times higher than the 8,000 times of spiritual power amplitude when he used the Tao fusion art previously. In a numerical sense, it was more than 2 times higher. In terms of actual combat strength, it was more than 2 times higher. I should be able to reach the level of Lone Star. I'm definitely still very far from the first tribulation transcender level. Jiang Xi thought to himself previously, during the Cloud Summit competition, Lone Star had crushed everyone and killed him with just 3 slashes. Even so, Lone Star's combat strength had not reached the first tribulation transcender level. Otherwise, he would not have died in the Hell level mission. Currently, my greatest trump card is still the Heavenly Building. In the past 6 months, Shang have been devouring the immortal energy of the tribulation transcender monsters' corpses, striving to refine the first seal of the Heavenly Building. However, the progress was very slow. After all, it was an origin treasure. It's hard to meet a tribulation transcender opponent now, so there's no need for the Heavenly Building. In the following time, Jiang Xi began to focus on deducing the paths of Gale, Fire, and Vajra. His clone was in charge of refining the spiritual fruits and increasing the level of his sword intent. It was worth mentioning that half a year ago, after being reminded by Old Man Qing Shi, he left the Heavenly Building. His avatar left the solar system and hid in a remote life planet in the Milky Way. This was his last life-saving method. 3 months later, pale blue star region, in a desolate galaxy. Waves appeared in the dark starry sky, like the surface of water. A supreme-grade spirit artifact green flying ship shuttled out, and then shuttled into the source space again. In the starry sky, tens of thousands of kilometers away, 3 black flying ships appeared and did the same. This was an interstellar chase. In the green flying ship in front, 2 female cultivators anxiously controlled the flying ship, constantly shuttling back and forth. One of them was petite, while the other was like a big sister next door, gentle and dignified. Although anxious, she still maintained her calm. Big sister one, what should we do? It'll take us another day and a half to reach the nearest life planet. The petite female cultivator couldn't help but ask, when Yoshin was silent. According to the difference in speed between the 2 sides, the 3 black flying ships behind them would catch up with them in about half a day. Death tribulation. In fact, she was already very lucky to be able to survive until now. 3 days ago, she led the Mountain Sea Star Trade's patrol team to a random life planet to inspect the business of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, but she didn't expect to be ambushed on that planet. Those people didn't kill them at first, just took away their communication beads and flying ships and put them under house arrest. This also gave her a chance. She took advantage of the opportunity to escape with the supreme-grade spirit artifact she had hidden. That was how the interstellar chase came to be. Lil P said before that the Mountain Sea Star Trade only took 200 years to reach this scale. Extensive development will definitely lead to all kinds of problems, but the problem this time is too big. When Yoshin's heart was full of bitterness. I hope Lil P can discover this problem in time. No, if I die this time, she will definitely discover this problem. When Yoshin's eyes became resolute, Jiang Dudu had her life slip. If she died and the life slip shattered, it would attract Jiang Dudu's attention even if there was no message. At this time, in the starry sky behind them, another flying ship emitting immortal aura appeared. An immortal artifact flying ship. At the same time, a powerful spiritual sense pressure directly imprisoned Wen Yoshin. Doubt integration. Wen Yoshin's expression changed drastically. Chapter 485. The headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade was located in Amlin City on planet Donyuan in the Milky Way system. 200 years ago, Jiang Xi had become a core disciple of the Third Sky of the Purple Heaven sect through the 9 regions genius battle. As a reward, the Tsangyin sect, which ruled the entire Kanglan Star region, transferred the ownership of the Milky Way system to Jiang Xi. From then on, the entire Milky Way system, which had more than 40,000 planets with life, became Jiang Xi's private territory. Since it was her own territory, Jiang Daodu made the decision to move the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade to planet Donyuan, the core planet of the Milky Way system. One day, When Jiang Xi received the news that Wen Yoxin and the patrol team had gone missing, he realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately rushed to planet Danyuan from Earth. Wen Yoxin was the second most important person in the Mountain Sea Star trade. Her disappearance had a great impact on the Mountain Sea Star trade and could easily cause unrest. Besides, Jiang Daodu had been taken away by the old man with Bluestone. In this way, the Mountain Sea Star trade was almost leaderless. With only Wen Feng and Shen Wanzi left, it was difficult to control the entire Mountain Sea Star trade. After all, the scale of the Mountain Sea Star trade was now very large, especially after Jiang Xi became a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. The Mountain Sea Star trade had embarked on a rapid development path. In the entire Kanglan Star region, the Mountain Sea Star trade was ranked second in terms of interstellar trade after the Canyon sect's Canyon Star trade. According to the overall value, the Mountain Sea Star trade was worth more than 100 million premium spirit crystals. In terms of points, it was 1 million points. For so many years, every time Jiang Xi leveled up, his doppelganger had to refine a large number of spiritual fruits to increase the experience points on the experience points panel. These spiritual fruits did not appear out of thin air. They were all purchased with the funds provided by the Mountain Sea Star trade. It could be said that without the financial support of the Mountain Sea Star trade, the speed of his strength improvement would be at least 40% slower. Moreover, for Jiang Xi, the Mountain Sea Star trade was not only an important asset, but also his and Jiang Daodu's hard work. Jiang Daodu had devoted a lot of effort and energy to the development of the Mountain Sea Star trade for more than 200 years. Hence, Jiang Xi would not allow anything to happen to Mountain Sea Star. Anyone who dared to touch the Mountain Sea Star trade would be cutting off his flesh and drinking his blood. Of course, as Wen Yoxin's senior granduncle, he had to fulfill the responsibility and obligation of an elder to bring Wen Yoxin back safely. Through the First Moon's interstellar teleportation array, they were directly transported to planet Danyuan. After arriving at the Mountain Sea Star trade headquarters, Wen Feng and Shen Wanzi were already waiting. The two of them were unable to contact Jing Dudu, so they could only contact Jiang Xi, Marshal Granduncle. Wen Feng's face was filled with worry. Jiang Ge, Shen Wanzi let out a sigh of relief because he had found his pillar of support. Tell me the details. Jiang Xi didn't waste any time. Yes, Sister has been patrolling the business of the Mountain and Sea Star trade in the various life planets in recent years. In order to ensure the suddenness and accuracy of the patrol, she randomly chose a star system every time. 3 days ago, she went out with a patrol team like before. Not long after, all of them disappeared. Wen Feng's expression was very ugly. I've asked the relatives of all the patrolmen and found that some of their life slips have shattered, Shen Wanzi added. Where's Yoxin's life slip? Jiang Xi asked. Sister is still alive. This is the location of her last message. Wen Feng took out his astrolabe and summoned a star map phantom, marking the approximate area. Shuazhou star system. After Jiang Xi saw the location, he immediately took out his communication pearl and sent a message to immortal Lu Chuan, who was guarding the supervision department for him. As the elder of the supervision department of the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Branch, he was in charge of supervising the various affairs of the Purple Heaven sect in the Blue Planet. With the connections and power of the supervision department, he could quickly gather information on what had happened in the Shuazhou star system in the past few days. A moment later, Lu Chuan took a teleportation array and personally rushed to planet Danyuan. When Wen Feng and Shen Wanzi found out that Lu Chuan was a third tribulation transcender, they were shocked. This was the first time they had seen an immortal. Then, they saw Lu Chuan respectfully bow to Jiang Xi. The two of them looked at each other and saw hope. Sir, all the members of the supervision department in the Shuazhou star system have been dispersed. With our surveillance network, we will be able to gather accurate information in half a day at most. Lu Chuan said respectfully he was originally a subordinate of the military minister, Chun Hu, but because he had offended a sixth tribulation transcender of the Purple Heaven sect, he had been suppressed. After Jiang Ci returned to the Blue Planet and became the elder of the Supervision Department of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Branch, he had helped him solve this problem. Although Chun, whose request also played a part in it, Jiang Ci had recognized his worth and recognized his worth. This was something that could be confirmed. As a third tribulation transcender, Lu Chuan did not forget Jiang Ci's kindness. Not only did he help Jiang Ci take care of the entire Supervision Department's affairs, but he also helped him. This time, when he received Jiang Ci's message, he immediately rushed over. This also showed his attitude. Half a day, it's about time. Jiang Ci nodded slightly and waited for the news calmly. He was unlike when Feng and Shen Wanxi, whose anxiety was written all over their faces. Half a day later, Lu Chuan received a message and said, "Sir, it has been confirmed that when Yoxin once appeared on planet Kolu of the Shuaizhou star system." Jiang Ci stood up and said to Wenfeng and Shen Wanxi, "I will personally make a trip to planet Kolu. You guys guard the Mountain Sea star trade well." Wenfeng could not help but say, "Uncle Granduncle, you must save my sister. Jiangge, I will wait for your good news." Shen Wanxi said, "Don't worry." Jiang Ci smiled. Then, he and Lu Chuan left planet Dongyuan through the interstellar teleportation array. Shuaizhou star system, planet Kolu, in the hall of the Supervision Department's manor. Jiang Ci sat at the top of the hall. Lu Chuan stood beside him like a guard. Below him was the person in charge of the monitoring station, a nascent soul cultivator. He said, "Sirs, just now, we received feedback from our network on planet Kolu. 3 days ago, when Yoxin and the other 10 people from the Mountain Sea Star Trade did come to planet Kolu, but they quickly left on a flying ship. Is there anything unusual about the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch here?" Jiang Ci asked in a deep voice. The person in charge hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's nothing unusual. It's the same as before." It's abnormal if there's nothing unusual." Jiang Ci sneered and said, "Send someone to capture all the staff of the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch." The person in charge hurriedly took his leave and led his subordinates to capture the staff. Lu Chuan watched from the side and nodded slightly because there was nothing wrong with Jiang Ci's judgment. The second in command of the Mountain Sea Star Trade had disappeared not long after leaving planet Kolu. However, the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch did not panic at all. Everything was normal. On the surface, this was professionalism and worthy of praise. The truth was that they might be hiding something. It was suspicious. Chapter 486. Soon, the thousands of staff members of the Mountain Sea Planet branch were forcefully brought in front of Jiang Ci. The person in charge of the branch was a golden-haired young man who looked very tough. His cultivation was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. There were also 7 cultivators at the middle and early stage of the nascent soul realm. The remaining 1,000 or so staff members were all at the golden core realm. Although planet Kelu was not the core planet of the Shuaizhou star system, its overall development level was not much worse. Therefore, the Mountain Sea Star Trade had set up a relatively large branch here. Jiang Ci looked at everyone expressionlessly. Basically, everyone was a little flustered because just now a group of fully armed soldiers had rushed into their office and brought them here. They did not know what had happened, nor did they know Jiang Ci. Only the golden-haired young man at the late stage of the nascent soul realm was slightly calm. He knew Jiang Ci's identity. "Subordinate greets Lord Jiang Ci." He bowed respectfully. His blonde hair was very elegant, and it was obvious that he was a very good person. The person in charge took the lead, and the staff members below also hurriedly bowed. However, it was very messy and not orderly. Jiang Ci did not care and did not say anything. He directly said to Lu Chuan, "Don't waste time. Use your bewitching technique and interrogate everyone." As soon as these words came out, some people were confused, some people's expressions changed slightly, and some people became even more flustered. They began to discuss in low voices. Lu Chuan's face was stern as he spread out his spiritual sense. Among the 1,000 or so people with different expressions, the highest cultivation level was only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. How could they resist the bewitching technique of a three-tribulation transcender? Immediately, the hall fell silent, and everyone fell into a daze. The following interrogation was very simple. 2 questions. Do you know Yoshin? Do you know her whereabouts? Under the bewitching state, no one lied. Either you know her or you don't. Either you know her or you don't. Only one person's answer was different. The golden-haired young man said with a dull expression, when Yoshin was brought to planet Kalu by White Feather Star Trade. How do you know? Jiangxi asked, because I'm from White Feather Star Trade. I was sent to Mountain Sea Star Trade as a spy. Upon hearing this, Jiangxi sneered. It was just as he had expected. Is there a planet called Cairo in the Shuazhou Galaxy? He asked Chu Kuan, the person in charge of the station. There are more than 30,000 life-bearing planets in the Shuazhou star system. I know all of them by heart. There is no Cairo star. Chu Kuan shook his head. He thought for a moment before saying, it might be a barren planet that hasn't been registered in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Then have you heard of White Feather Star Trade? Jiangxi asked again. Chu Kuan pondered for a long time before replying. No, it should be an unknown interstellar trading group. Jiangxi nodded and said to Lu Chuan, remove their bewitching spell. Lu Chuan followed his instructions. More than 1,000 people instantly came to their senses, but many of them were still in a daze. However, the golden-haired young man's expression changed drastically. He still remembered what he had said when he was in a trance. Spare my life, my lord. I was also forced. The golden-haired young man knelt on the ground with a pale face. Jiangxi did not say a word. He only stretched out his hand and beckoned. Spiritual power surged. The late-stage nascent soul realm golden-haired young man uncontrollably arrived in front of Jiangxi. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. He could only beg for mercy. He no longer had his previous carefree appearance. However, how could Jiangxi spare such a traitor? He really wanted to know who was so bold as to poach him and touch his business. He pressed his palm on the golden-haired young man's head. Soul search. It was the most efficient interrogation method. After 3 to 4 breaths, the golden-haired young man lost his breath. The 1,000 people all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. They were afraid that Jiangxi would also search their souls. Jiangxi did not continue searching their souls. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned a wisp of sword light. Swoosh, 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 before the remaining 7 nascent soul cultivators of the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch could react. The sword light pierced through their heads and killed them. Because of the soul search just now, he learned that these 7 people were also spies of the White Feather Star Trade. Jiangxi was so angry that he almost laughed. What was the origin of this White Feather Star Trade? Didn't they know that the Mountain Sea Star Trade was his business? At the same time, Jiangxi's heart was filled with anger. It was not only because the White Feather Star Trade was so unscrupulous in poaching his people. There was another important reason. He learned through the soul search that the White Feather Star Trade was an illegal interstellar trading group that specialized in selling the gold core and nascent soul of cultivators. This was an industry that was even crueler than the slave trade. The slaves could still survive. The business of selling gold core and nascent soul first needed to cultivate the cultivator to this cultivation level, then kill them and take away their gold core or nascent soul, or directly kill those cultivators in the gold core stage and nascent soul stage, take their gold core and nascent soul, preserve them with a special method, and sell them to those in need. This was an extremely profitable black industry, especially when they hunted gold core stage and nascent soul stage cultivators with outstanding talent. Their gold core and nascent soul stage cultivators were even more expensive. There were countless humans in the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance. There was no lack of young cultivators who were born noble, rich, and powerful, but had poor talent. Under such circumstances, they could spend a lot of money to buy the gold core and nascent soul of those cultivators with outstanding talent. Then, through a secret technique, they could refine the gold core and nascent soul that they bought into their own. While changing their talent, they could also directly become a nascent soul stage cultivator. This kind of person deserves to die, and this kind of power deserves to die, too. Jiang Xi did not want to be a saint. He did not have the time to care. There were many tall cultivators, and he was not a tall cultivator. The problem now was that this so-called white feather star trade actually dared to use the channels of the mountain sea star trade to do this kind of black business. The golden-haired youth and his group were undercover and controlled the entire mountain sea star trade branch of the Kalu planet. Their goal was to use the channels of the mountain sea star trade to buy and sell the gold core and nascent soul of cultivators for the white feather star trade. Jiang Xi could not tolerate this. Beside him, when Lu Chuan also learned about this, his expression changed. Selling the gold core and nascent soul of cultivators. Sir, this is a trade activity prohibited by the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. Moreover, this happens to be the responsibility of the Ministry of Supervision. Jiang Xi was expressionless. He first waved his hand to set up a barrier that isolated spiritual sense. Then, he asked in a deep voice, "Is it related to the Ministry of Commerce?" "I'm not sure. Should we mobilize the Ministry of Supervision's army?" Lu Chuan's tone was uncertain. "The two of us are enough." Jiang Xi shook his head. The Ministry of Supervision also had an army of about 10,000 nascent soul cultivators. However, he did not believe these people now. If the white feather star trade was really related to the Ministry of Commerce, as long as he mobilized the Ministry of Supervision's army, it would definitely attract the attention of the Ministry of Commerce. There were not many factions that dared to have designs on the mountain sea star trade in the Blue Star region. The Ministry of Commerce of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Star region was in charge of all the Purple Heaven Sect's commercial activities in the Blue Star region. It just so happened that it had the capital to do so. Of course, this was only Jiang Xi's speculation. He could not be completely sure that it was the doing of the Ministry of Commerce. "Erase these people's memories," Jiang Xi said again. Lu Chuan nodded. He understood Jiang Xi's intention. It was to prevent the news from being leaked. Chapter 487. Planet Callow was the headquarters of White Feather Star Trade. This was indeed a desolate planet that had never been registered in the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. There were no interstellar teleportation arrays either, so they could only go there via flying ship. Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan arrived at Planet Callow's outer space. "Your Excellency, use my flying ship." Lu Chuan waved his hand and took out a black flying ship that emitted an immortal aura. An immortal artifact flying ship. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. "You must be joking, Your Excellency. It's only an inferior grade immortal artifact. With Your Excellency's status, it's very easy for you to buy such a flying ship," Lu Chuan said with a smile. "How fast can it reach?" Jiang Xi asked. "It can reach up to 10 times the speed of light," Lu Chuan said as he formed a seal to activate the flying ship. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. He usually used interstellar teleportation arrays to travel and rarely used flying ships, so he had never thought of upgrading them. The flying ship he was using was still a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Its maximum speed was 3 times the speed of light. Compared to Lu Chuan's immortal artifact flying ship, there was a difference. It was very difficult to increase speed. Although there was only a difference of 3 times the speed of light and 10 times the speed of light, when it came to interstellar travel, the difference was like heaven and earth. This was because when an object's speed reached the speed of light, it would enter the source space. The distance ratio between the source space and the primal universe was 1/3600. In other words, flying 1 light-year in the source space was equivalent to crossing 3,600 light-years in the primal universe. Based on a year's time, flying 3 light-years in the source space at 3 times the speed of light was 10,800 light-years in the primal universe. Flying 10 light-years in the source space at 10 times the speed of light was 36,000 light-years in the primal universe. Therefore, the difference between these two speeds wasn't as simple as 10 minus 3, which was equivalent to 7 light-years. Instead, it was a difference of 25,200 light-years. I should get one if I have the time. After all, Not every planet has an interstellar teleportation array. Whether it's traveling or escaping, speed is very important. Jiang Xi temporarily remembered this thought with this thought in mind. Lu Chuan activated the flying ship and entered the source space. The distance between planet Callow and planet Callow was more than 30 light years. Traveling through the source space at 10 times the speed of light would only take a little more than 7 hours. At this time, Jiang Xi didn't waste any time. He cultivated in the cultivation cabin of the flying boat. 3 months ago, his sword principle had broken through to the sword intent level. As the clone continued to refine the Fey fruits, the level of the sword intent experience had also increased to the 10th level of perfection recently. Dao technique, sword intent, 10 levels, 1 billion, 1 billion. Amplitude, 20,000 times sword intent. A spirit power amplitude of 20,000 times. A body that's 10 times stronger than a supreme grade spirit tool, and a spirit sense that's as strong as a mid-stage Dao integration cultivator. In summary, my combat prowess should be at the level of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a scorching light. Then, he continued to deduce the Gale, Ignis, and Vajradas. While he was cultivating, Lu Chuan had been guarding outside the cultivation cabin. He was a loyal guard, as expected of a core disciple at the fourth firmament. He doesn't give up on any opportunity to cultivate. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly. Since he was able to become a third tribulation transcender, he was naturally considered a genius when compared to the vast majority of cultivators. However, compared to Jiang Xi, he was far inferior. The black flying ship that was enveloped by the array formation constantly shuttled through the source space that was filled with 7 colored streams of light at 10 times the speed of light. More than 7 hours later, Lu Chuan's gaze flickered as he formed a seal with both hands. The flying ship immediately slowed down and left the source space. Jiang Xi also sensed the changes in speed and space. He ended his cultivation and walked out of the cultivation cabin. The boundless starry sky in front of him was barren. There were not many stars in sight. However, when he spread out his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a distant star in the starry sky. 40,000 kilometers away, there was a lonely planet orbiting a star that was about to decay. Your Excellency's spiritual sense is actually so strong. Lu Chuan sensed the strength of Jiang Xi's spiritual sense and was filled with surprise. He originally wanted to remind him, but he didn't expect Jiang Xi to also discover the planet. This is indeed a hidden place. Even the most experienced starry sky wanderer would easily overlook this part of the starry sky, Riverward said. They have 1 late-stage Dao integration cultivator and 2 early-stage Dao integration cultivators. With such strength, unless they encounter an immortal, anyone who comes will die. Lu Chuan shook his head. The spiritual sense of a third tribulation transcender was even clearer than that of Jiang Xi. As for interstellar hunters, their cultivation levels were generally not high. It was very rare to see early-stage Dao integration cultivators, so they would definitely die if they came. Let's go and save her first before dealing with this bunch of trash. Jiang Xi sneered. His actual combat strength was invincible at the Dao integration realm. He alone was enough to crush the entire white feather planet. Even if there were any accidents, Lu Chuan could resolve them with a slap. When they had used their spiritual senses to investigate just now, they had already confirmed Wen Yoxin's location. She was hiding in a prison in a palace on planet Callow. Then, the flying ship carried out another short teleportation, traversing 40,000 kilometers. Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan silently descended on planet Callow. There were natives on this desolate planet. Ever since planet Callow was occupied by White Feather Planet 30,000 years ago, the natives had become captive slaves. The natives followed the rules set by White Feather Planet to reproduce, cultivate, and eliminate. Among them, the outstanding natives would grow into golden core and nascent soul cultivators. For 30,000 years, under the control of White Feather Planet's public opinion, the natives did not know of the hidden scam. They simply thought that the growth path that white feather planet had set for them was an opportunity to step into the starry sky. Little did they know that from the moment they were chosen, they had become goods. They were destined to have their golden cores or nascent souls taken away and live a sad life. At this moment, on a 10,000-meter tall mountain in the Sishan tribe, I've finally cultivated to the perfected golden core stage. The next step is to break through to the nascent soul stage. At that time, I can join the White Feather Palace, walk out of this planet, and become a powerhouse of the universe. Maka jumped down from the mountain peak excitedly and flew into the air. He was a genius of the Sishan tribe. He had only cultivated for 80 years and reached the perfected golden core stage. The goal that White Feather Palace had set for him was to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. After returning to the tribe, Maka was surprised to find that the tribe leader was waiting for him at home. Accompanying the tribe leader was an enchanting female cultivator in white armor. When Maka saw the female cultivator's figure and appearance, he immediately blushed. Their tribe did not have such a beautiful woman. Even his sister, who did not speak, could not compare to this female cultivator. Maka, this is Lord Lien of White Feather Palace. The old tribe leader introduced with a smile. Greetings, Lord Lien. Maka bowed with a red face. Maka, congratulations. After our White Feather Palace's comprehensive inspection, we believe that you are now qualified to join the White Feather Palace in advance. Are you willing? Lord Lien smiled. Yes, I'm willing. Maka did not even think and immediately agreed. Stepping into the starry sky had always been his dream. Good. Go and say goodbye to your family. Lord Lien nodded. There was nothing unusual about this series of procedures. Before joining the White Feather Palace, it was normal for the natives to say goodbye to their family. This was because the White Feather Palace believed that spontaneous cultivation with a goal was faster than forced cultivation. They had to do their best to ensure that there were no accidents at all during the collection of goods. If there were any accidents, this scam could be seen through. If the natives knew that they were just a group of captive slaves, they would definitely resist. At that time, there would be another wave of massacre. These slaves were all wealth. It would be a pity to kill them in advance. Chapter 488. Maka left home with a face full of joy. He boarded Lord Lien's ferry boat and flew towards Bayou Palace. But he felt uneasy. When he said goodbye to his family, his sister, who usually did not speak, did not say anything this time. She only drew a symbol on his palm when they hugged. This was their secret when they were young. The symbol represented caution. Why did my sister remind me to be careful? Is there danger in joining Bayou Palace? Maka became alert, but he hid it well and did not show it. In Maka's heart, his sister was definitely an intelligent person. Her cultivation talent was even higher than his. Later on, there was an accident that destroyed his sister's spirit root. Her cultivation was forever stuck at the late stage of spirit nurture. Even the Lord of Bayou Palace could not cure his sister's spirit root, and from then on his sister did not speak anymore. It was as if she had become mute. It's better to be careful, Maka secretly reminded himself. He maintained a happy expression on his face. The ferry boat flew all the way. He followed Lord Lien and arrived above an ocean. This is the legendary Bayou Palace and Bayou Sea. Maka opened his eyes wide in shock. In front of him was a vast ocean. The ocean water rolled up layers of white waves. In the sky above the Bayou Sea, there was a huge palace floating. It was 100 times bigger than their Sishan tribe. This was the sacred place of Kalo Star, Bayou Palace. How spectacular! Maka's throat moved. He was stunned. This was the world of his dreams. At this moment, the yearning and desire in his heart rose to the highest level. After entering Bayou Palace, Lord Lien arranged for Maka to stay in a side hall on the 3rd floor. You can stay here for now. Once we gather 100 people, I will send you off. Lord Lien said and left. Maka noticed that this enchanting Lord Lien's attitude suddenly became cold. The indifference in his eyes was as if he was looking at a corpse. If one did not observe carefully, one would not be able to tell. But because of his sister's warning, he had already noticed all of this. There really is a problem. Maka felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The yearning, desire, and excitement in his heart instantly disappeared at this moment. He heard a noise. He then noticed that there were already more than 30 people in this side hall. They were all in the perfected Golden Core realm. Looking at their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the other tribes of Kalos Star. Everyone was enthusiastically chatting with each other, imagining the day when they would step into the starry skies and become a legend in the universe. Maka did not express his thoughts. He joined the discussion with a smile on his face, but the string in his heart was still tense. What should we do? There's no way I can escape. His thoughts raced as he grew more and more desperate. It wasn't just that Lord Lien's cultivation was unfathomable. He observed carefully and found that the lowest cultivation level of the white-armored warriors walking in the hall was at the Golden Core stage. Most of them were at the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, there were 2 nascent soul stage cultivators standing guard outside the side hall. He was only at the full foundation of the Golden Core stage. It was impossible for him to break out of this place. Just as Maka was starting to panic and fall into despair, Lord Lotus arrived at the 6th floor of the Bayou Palace. On this floor lived an amiable, white-haired old man. He was the 3rd elder of White Feather Star Trade. 3rd elder, Maka from the Sishan tribe has been brought here. Lord Lien bowed respectfully. He didn't notice anything unusual, did he? 3rd elder nodded. No. Lord Lien shook his head and smiled. So what if he noticed something? He's about to die. All Yen, you're wrong about that. 3rd elder's expression was serious. Lord Lien was stunned. He didn't understand. Among the 300-plus barren planets that our White Feather Star Trade has taken over, Maka's cultivation talent is the best. If it wasn't for a direct descendant of an ancient family who insisted on buying his golden core, we wouldn't have killed the goose that lays the golden egg. We could have waited for him to reach the nascent soul stage before selling it. 3rd elder explained. Is the buyer very important? Lord Lien asked. Very important. It's an immortal family. That's why we have to pay special attention to Maka's condition. We can't let him resist before he dies. 3rd elder, said Lord Lien, then realized that if Slave 1 resisted before he died, the quality of the golden core or nascent soul stage would be lowered. When the buyer fused with it, the success rate would be lowered. Since the person who wanted Maka's talent had such an important background, they had to be careful. If something went wrong, the White Feather Star Trade couldn't afford to offend them. Go to the prison and take a look at the goods that were brought back yesterday. The female cultivator in the lead has comprehended the leaf fire domain. Her nascent soul can be sold for a high price. 3rd elder said. Yes. Lord Lien bowed and left. At this moment, 3rd elder's expression changed. Not good. Someone broke into the prison. The prison's array formation was activated. Boom! The huge white feather palace shook violently. White armor guards, gather! A loud shout came from the 9th floor of the White Feather Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 100,000 white armor cultivators flew out of the White Feather Palace. Outside the side hall on the 3rd floor, the white-armored warrior guarding the door also left. Maka knew that this was his last chance. He didn't care about the shock of the other tribes and rushed out of the palace. Boom! But he was stopped by the array. Before he could try again, he was shocked by the scene outside the palace. Above the White Feather Palace, there were 2 figures that looked like gods and demons. They stood in the air, emitting a powerful aura that made people's faces change color. Oh my God, who are they? They actually dare to go against the White Feather Palace? The other tribes were shocked. They must be very strong. They're like the gods and demons in the legends. Someone praised. I think they're overestimating themselves. The White Feather Palace has protected the Kalos Star for tens of thousands of years. They're extremely powerful. Just the 2 of them want to challenge them? They're simply sending themselves to death. Someone spoke up for the White Feather Palace. Maka didn't say a word. Hearing everyone's discussion, he only felt that it was very sad. He had to admit that the White Feather Palace's scam was too good. It had almost fooled everyone. Of course, there were definitely people who discovered the White Feather Palace's true colors. Some people resisted and died. Therefore, no news was spread. Some people remained silent, just like his sister who didn't speak. Maka was in despair. Although he didn't know what was hidden under the White Feather Palace's scam, he knew that in this situation, it seemed like he could only wait for death. His only hope now was that the two of them could defeat the powerful White Feather Palace. But just like what everyone had said earlier, this was completely overestimating one's capabilities. Chapter 489. Savage Life Planet Kalos Star. The huge Bayou Palace floated above the White Sea. At this moment, the two sides were facing each other in the sky. On one side were two godlike figures. Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan exuded powerful auras. On the other side was the army of the Bayou Palace. There were 3 Dao integration cultivators, including 1 at the late stage and 2 at the early stage. In addition, there were 100,000 white armor guards. The weakest among them was at the Golden Core stage. The late-stage Dao integration cultivator in the lead was the Bayou Palace's first elder, Yin Shi. He was also the leader of Bayou Star Trade. Yin Shi, who looked like a young man, was wearing white armor and looked rather handsome. However, his current expression was not good. He was a little terrified, and his anger had disappeared without a trace. How can there be an immortal? Bayou Star Trade has always been careful and has never offended a large faction. How can it attract the attention of an immortal? The first person Yin Shi noticed was the 3 Tribulation Transcender, Lu Chuan. This situation made him in a dilemma. This was because even if the 100,000 white armor guards of Bayou Palace attacked together, they would not be a match for this immortal. In front of an immortal, they were like ants. They were not enough to kill. Yin Shi quickly made a judgment of the situation and decided to lower his head. He bowed respectfully. Yin Shi greets the exalted immortal. As soon as he said that, the expressions of everyone in Bayou Palace changed. It was actually a legendary immortal. The 100,000 white armor guards also bowed respectfully and shouted, "Greetings, exalted immortal." The huge commotion spread throughout the entire White Sea. In the side hall on the 3rd floor of Bayou Palace, Maka's eyes widened. He really saw hope. We're saved. But in the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. The high and mighty immortal took a step back and was half a step behind the black-haired youth. He said, "If you want to bow, bow to my lord. This is Elder Jiang Xi of the Purple Heaven Sect's Azure Branch." There was a brief silence in the sky above Bayou Palace. The expression on the handsome face of Yin Shi, the leader of Bayou Star Trade, changed drastically. Jiang Xi. He took a closer look and finally recognized him. Of course, Yin Shi also knew about Jiang Xi because in the past 100 years, White Feather Star Trade had been using the Mountain Sea Star Trade to buy and sell golden cores and nascent souls. The Mountain Sea Star Trade was Jiang Xi's property, which was known to all the major forces in the Kanglan Star region. In the 9 regions genius competition 200 years ago, Jiang Xi's image had spread across the entire Blue Star region. However, after 200 years, Jiang Xi's image and temperament had changed a lot. That was why he didn't recognize Jiang Xi immediately. Now that she recognized him, Yin Shi didn't dare to be negligent. She bowed respectfully again. "Greetings, Lord Jiang Xi." At the same time, he was trying to guess the purpose of Jiang Xi's visit. Could it be that he's here to condemn me? However, Jiang Xi was high and mighty. He was one of the few people with the highest status in the entire Blue Star region. There was no need for him to denounce him for such a trivial matter, right? The Mountain Sea Star Trade was a big business. He had only used the channels of the Mountain Sea Star Trade to sell some golden core and nascent soul cultivators. From this, it could be seen that in Yin Shi's eyes, golden core and nascent soul cultivators were just ants. They could be traded and weren't worth paying attention to. In the face of Yin Shi's respectful greeting, Riverward ignored her. He just looked at Yin Shi expressionlessly. In his eyes, Yin Shi was already a dead man. However, he didn't attack immediately. The reason was simple. The White Feather Palace wasn't simple. When he was saving people, just now, he discovered that the array formation of the White Feather Palace was actually an immortal array formation. Furthermore, With Lu Chuan's strength as a third tribulation transcender, he couldn't break this array formation even with his full strength. Even the White Feather Palace had been specially refined. Under the attack, just now, it only shook violently and wasn't damaged at all. According to Lu Chuan's judgment, the expert who refined the White Feather Palace and set up the immortal array formation was at least a sixth tribulation transcender. This meant that there was an unknown immortal behind the White Feather Palace. Of course, even if it was a sixth tribulation transcender, Jiang Ci wasn't afraid. It wasn't like he didn't have a backer. The main thing was that his main mission here was to save people. He had to save Wen Yoxin first before dealing with this group of trash in front of him. The key to opening the array formation now lay with Yin Qi. Yin Qi, do you know your crime? Jiang Ci asked coldly. I know my crime. Yin Qi didn't dare to refute. Where is the crime? Jiang Ci asked. I shouldn't have sold the golden cores and nascent souls of cultivators. I committed a heinous crime, Yin Qi said honestly. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to show it. That's all. Jiang Ci sneered. Yin Qi was puzzled. It seems like you still don't know what mistake you've made. It's true that selling the golden cores and nascent souls of cultivators is a capital offense. However, you missed out on one thing. You touched my people and my business. This is also a capital offense. Jiang Ci shouted coldly. Lord Jiang Ci, I only borrow the Mountain Sea Star Trade Channel. I didn't dare to touch your people. Yin Qi shook his head and denied it. He knew very well that the White Feather Star Trade was definitely finished this time. His life might not be guaranteed. Unless his master intervened, only then would he be able to save his life. The prerequisite was that he couldn't bear too many crimes and grudges. According to the laws of the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court, selling golden cores and nascent souls was indeed a capital offense. However, there was still room for negotiation. Borrowing the Mountain Sea Star Trade Channel seemed to have offended Jiang Ci and formed a grudge. However, on the other hand, this was also a good thing, because as long as his master intervened, Jiang Ci would give him face and not pursue the matter too much. Perhaps the two sides could even use this opportunity to establish a relationship. However, if he touched Jiang Ci's people, he would have offended Jiang Ci greatly. That would be even more troublesome. You didn't touch my people? Jiang Ci sneered. Open your prison. Yin Qi's heart thumped as he realized that something was wrong. Then, he recalled how Jiang Ci had forcefully broken into the White Feather Palace's prison. His heart instantly sank. How could this be? He had repeatedly emphasized not to clash with the Mountain Sea Star Trade's people. Could it be that someone had disobeyed this order and captured the Mountain Sea Star Trade's people? Old Third, Yin Qi shouted. The White Feather Star Trade's third elder trembled and flew over from behind. The originally amiable third elder's face was now pale. What's going on? Yin Qi asked. Yesterday, a Mountain Sea Star Trade's patrol team discovered that we had tampered with the Kalu Star. Those people's cultivations were at most mid-stage nascent soul. I thought they weren't important people. The early-stage Tao integration third elder knew that he had caused a great disaster. Yin Qi's expression changed. It seemed that they had really captured an important person of the Mountain Sea Star Trade. He thought that since Jiang Ci and that immortal couldn't break the White Feather Palace's immortal Tao formation, perhaps this was his bargaining chip to survive? After a quick consideration, Yin Qi made up his mind and said, Lord Jiang Ci, this is a complete misunderstanding. If Lord Jiang Ci agrees to spare my life, I will immediately open the prison. Chapter 490. Are you threatening me? Jiang Ci raised his eyebrows. I wouldn't dare. Please live. Yin Qi went all out. He was betting that the people in the prison were very important to Jiang Ci. Otherwise, Jiang Ci would have taken action long ago. Spare you. Jiang Ci laughed. He was both angry and amused. That's impossible, but I can give you a chance. If you defeat me, you can leave alive. Yin Qi's eyes lit up. That was enough. He looked at Lu Chuan again and said, This exalted immortal beside me can't kill me either. Lu Chuan won't attack, Jiang Ci said. Lord Jiang Si, please swear a heavenly Tao oath. Yin Qi gritted his teeth. You don't have a right to bargain. Either you die now, or you fight with me. Also, don't think too highly of yourself. I don't want to play tricks with you. Jiang Si shook his head. Yin Qi fell silent. Although Jiang Si's words were unpleasant, he had made a fact clear. A core disciple of the Purple Firmament sect at the Fourth Firmament indeed disdained to play tricks with him. Then, he formed a hand seal and opened the array formation barrier of the White Feather Palace. When Yoshin and a few surviving Mountain Sea Star Trade Patrol employees flew out of the prison, they were also paying attention to this confrontation. Uncle, granduncle, when Yoshin bowed excitedly. It's fine. Step aside. Jiang Si smiled and said to Lu Chuan, protect them. Lu Chuan nodded and retreated thousands of kilometers away with Wen Yoshin and the others. This third tribulation transcender was also very helpless. Who knew that such an accident would happen? An unknown illegal star trade group actually had an immortal Tao expert who was at least a sixth tribulation transcender behind them. Even he couldn't break the immortal Tao array formation setup. Before they rescued the person, he and Jiang Si were somewhat afraid of taking action. Otherwise, they would have taken action just now. Why would they bother dealing with Yin Qi? Everyone from the White Feather Palace also retreated thousands of kilometers. In the sky above the White Sea, only Jiang Si and Yin Qi were left facing each other. Sir Jiang Si, please excuse me. Yin Qi's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. A strange-looking crescent blade appeared in her hand. There were 5 rings on the blade. This was a battle of life and death. He had to win. He did not underestimate Jiang Si, just because Jiang Si was in the primordial soul stage. He knew very well that this young genius at the pinnacle of the universe definitely had the strength to fight beyond his level. Zong. Jiang Si also took out the Red Heaven Sword, and his sword intent spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers. This space seemed to have become a world of swords. Sword intent. Yin Qi was shocked. Lu Chuan, who was thousands of kilometers away, was even more shocked than Yin Qi. He could clearly sense that Jiang Si's sword intent had reached perfection. The strength of this Taoist technique had far surpassed that of a third tribulation transcender. He was also relieved. He was originally prepared to make a move at any time, but now it seemed that Jiang Si could handle it alone. Looks like I'll have to reveal this trump card. Yin Qi's expression was extremely grim. Wang. She gently waved the full moon scimitar in her hand, and late-stage Tao integration spiritual power surged. At the same time, she summoned a Taoist technique with her spiritual sense. The power of 5 Taoist runes spiraled out in a strange manner. With the help of the 5 rings on the full moon scimitar, they actually fused together, forming an even stronger power of Taoist runes. This power directly dispersed Jiang Si's sword intent. 5 elements Taoist technique. Jiang Si's expression changed. This Yin Qi had actually walked an additional path of Taoist techniques than him. Furthermore, it happened to be a 5 elements Taoist technique. It perfectly reinforced and restrained each other, turning into a new kind of power, the power of the 5 elements. In this way, Yin Qi's strength was not as simple as a late-stage Tao integration cultivator. She might even be invincible in the Tao integration realm. With your talent, you are definitely at the level of a core disciple of the 3 gates and 6 sects. Why didn't you enter the 3 gates and 6 sects to cultivate? Instead, you came to do this kind of shady business? Jiang Si did not understand. Because I obtained this by refining someone else's nascent soul. The original owner of this nascent soul was a true genius. He comprehended all 5 elements Taoist techniques at the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, he was just an aboriginal and did not even have the chance to enter the universe. Yin Qi said matter-of-factly realization dawned on Jiang Si. At the same time, the killing intent in his heart intensified. This was because he was also an aboriginal. If that's the case, you can die now. Jiang Si shouted coldly. He slashed out with his sword. A green lotus of sword Tao appeared. Spiritual power surged wildly and condensed into a soaring sword intent. It was as if it was going to break open the heavens. Yin Qi did not dare to be careless. Her full moon scimitar drew an arc in the air. Under the fusion of the five elements Taoist technique, the power of the five elements formed a huge rune diagram. Boom, boom, boom. The sword intent collided with the rune diagram, and a huge impact spread out. This space collapsed. Huge waves of 10,000 meters high rose from the White Sea, and the islands in the sea exploded one after another. Moving mountains and overturning seas. The huge commotion shocked everyone. Jiang Xi and Yin Qi were also sent flying by the impact. They lost control of their bodies. After this attack, the two sides were actually evenly matched. No, Yin Qi had the upper hand. Under the powerful impact, he was less affected than Jiang Xi. Lord Jiang Xi, it seems that I have won this battle. Yin Qi laughed loudly. He first got rid of the impact and slashed out with his scimitar. He knew that he could not kill Jiang Xi, so he deliberately held back 30% of his strength. However, he believed that even with 70% of the power of the five elements, he could defeat Jiang Xi. The next moment, he was stunned. Clang! The power of the five elements that could cause space to collapse landed on Jiang Xi, who was sent flying backward and actually produced a huge tremor. As for Jiang Xi's body, only a wound that was less than an inch deep was left. Impossible! Yin Qi roared angrily. He was in despair. Streams of force of the five elements were unleashed, filling the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like arrows, they all shot towards Jiang Xi. Although his Tao of the five elements were at the level of the Tao of heaven and earth, the power of the five elements formed after fusing the full moon scimitar. He had crossed a major realm and reached the level of the great Tao. Whoosh! Jiang Xi held the red heaven sword. Instead of retreating, he advanced and merged with the sword. Under the soaring sword intent, he broke through the power of the five elements one after another. With his tyrannical body, even if he was hit by the power of the five elements, he would not be hurt too much. This shameless fighting style made Yin Qi even more desperate. Impossible! I will not die here. Yin Qi's desire to live was very strong. The full moon scimitar once again released the power of the five elements. Clang! It still did not break through Jiang Xi's body defense. At this moment, Jiang Xi came in front of Yin Qi. Sorry, your Tao technique is indeed very strong. The power of the five elements after the fusion of the five elements is even comparable to the power of the perfected sword intent. It's a pity that my body can only be damaged by mortal weapons. Jiang Xi also chuckled and stabbed out with his sword. The sword intent flashed and disappeared in the air, piercing through Yin Qi's head. Of course, it was not so easy to kill a late-stage Tao integration realm cultivator. Jiang Xi still had many unanswered questions. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yin Qi, who was on the verge of death. Before Yin Qi's primordial spirit dissipated, he used the soul-searching technique. Don't even think about it. Yin Qi growled and wanted to struggle. With his late-stage Tao integration realm primordial spirit, he could indeed resist Jiang Xi's soul-searching. Jiang Xi slashed again. The supreme-grade immortal weapon, Red Heaven Sword, easily cut off more than half of Yin Qi's primordial spirit. Chapter 491. After the battle ended, no one from Bayou Palace dared to make a move. Even their most powerful leader had been killed. They had no hope. Lu Chuan brought Wen Yoxin and the others back to Jiang Xi's side. You killed a late-stage Tao integration cultivator. EXP plus 26,000. Jiang Xi's soul-searching ended quickly, and Yin Qi was completely dead. He sighed softly. What a pity for a genius. Cultivating 5 Tao techniques at the same time, and they happen to be all 5 elements Tao techniques. Moreover, they have all reached the Tao of heaven and earth level. Such talent is rarely seen in the entire Tao Alliance. It's indeed a pity, Lu Chuan sighed. You're wrong, Lu Chuan. Jiang Xi shook his head. I pity the person whose nascent soul was snatched away by Yin Qi. That's the true genius. Yin Qi deserves to die. Jiang Ci slammed his palm on Yin Qi's corpse. This late-stage Dao integration cultivator was instantly reduced to ashes. Even so, it was difficult to resolve the hatred in Jiang Ci's heart. Through the soul-searching, he learned that Yin Qi was originally a native of a desolate planet. On this desolate planet, due to their bloodline, the natives' talent was generally higher. With a little effort, they could cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Yin Qi's good friend was a top genius among the natives. He had comprehended all 5 elements at the nascent soul realm and cultivated to the Tao of heaven and earth level. Later on, their planet was discovered by the space hunters, and Yin Qi and his good friend stepped into the cosmos. However, his good friend did not know how to judge people. He did not know that Yin Qi had long been jealous of his talent. After Yin Qi joined Baiyu Star Trade, he plotted against his good friend and used a secret technique to refine his good friend's nascent soul. Although this secret technique could only take away more than half of the original owner's talent. Even with more than half of his good friend's talent, Yin Qi still became a genius cultivator. In the end, he reached the Tao integration realm and became the leader of Baiyu Star Trade. If it's a complete talent, he should be able to easily transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, right? Lu Chuan sighed after hearing Jiang Ci's story. It's not just transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. With such talent, he has the chance to transcend 9 tribulations in a row. Jiang Ci snorted coldly. This was a genius whose talent was comparable to Lu Yun of the Sword's Gate. It was a pity that he died before he could even mature. Lu Chuan was silent. He could understand the feeling of geniuses appreciating each other. There were definitely people who coveted Jiang Ci's talent, but Jiang Ci had a strong background to protect him. Even if someone was jealous, they wouldn't dare to make a move against Jiang Ci. My lord, what about the others? Lu Chuan scanned the people from the White Feather Palace. Of course I'll kill them all. You don't have to do it. I'll do it. Jiang Ci's tone was cold and full of killing intent. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of Baiyu Palace fell into extreme fear, as if doomsday had arrived. Sir, please spare my life. Someone pleaded. I've never killed anyone. I'm just working for White Feather Star Trade. Someone wanted to explain himself. You want to kill us all? Everyone, let's fight it out with him. I don't believe that he could defeat 100,000 of us, white armor guards. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of counterattacks and saber lights and sword shadows attacked Jiang Ci. In the face of this, Jiang Ci's expression did not change at all. His expression was cold. Buzz's sword intent suddenly spread out, turning into a world of swords. Countless sword lights filled this world. With a thought from Jiang Ci, sword lights wreaked havoc. Regardless of whether the 100,000 white armor guards and the upper echelons of Baiyu Palace begged for mercy, defended themselves, or resisted, none of them survived. The sword light shattered everything, and the white sea turned into a sea of blood. After killing 100,000 people, Jiang Ci did not feel any discomfort. His heart was as firm as steel. Because these people deserved to die. From Yin Qi's memories, he understood everything about White Feather Star Trade. This illegal trade organization that had existed for 30,000 years had always been in the business of selling golden cores and nascent souls. It was unknown how many geniuses had died. More than 300 savage planets under its banner had also become breeding grounds, and the natives had become slaves. Therefore, none of the people from Baiyu Palace were innocent. In this scene of slaughter, Jiang Ci was truly like a god fiend. His entire body was tainted with a murderous aura when Yoxin and the others were trembling in fear. However, as a 3-tribulation transcender, Lu Chuan did not feel any discomfort. Lu Chuan glanced at Baiyu Palace. The sword light just now had wreaked havoc, but did not cause any damage to Baiyu Palace. The immortal Tao array formation was extremely powerful. He asked Jiang Ci, Lord, there's an unknown immortal Tao expert behind Baiyu Palace. How should we deal with him? It's a little troublesome. Jiang Ci shook his head gently. Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly. If even someone of Jiang Ci's status found it troublesome, then his background must be very powerful. At this moment, Jiang Ci smiled and said, "However, it's not me who's in trouble. This matter needs to be reported to the sect. When the time comes, the ones in trouble will be the people from the sect. Furthermore, the mess left behind by Bayou Star Trade needs to be settled properly. There are so many savage planets that have to be registered with the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. It will take a lot of time to deal with them with just the strength of our supervision department. It's more suitable for the sect to deal with them." The more than 300 savage planets under Bayou Star Trade were scattered throughout the pale blue star zone. Some were even in other star zones. There were no interstellar teleportation arrays on the savage planets, so they could only be reached by flying ship. It was indeed very troublesome to deal with them. Only then did Lu Chuan relax. He had previously offended a 6th tribulation transcender and suffered. Therefore, he was also worried that he would offend an immortal Tao expert of this level because of this matter. Since Jiang Ci was willing to let the sect handle the aftermath, he didn't have to worry about this anymore. After that, Jiang Ci didn't stay on planet Callow any longer. Together with Lu Chuan, he left planet Callow with Wen Yoxin and the others. When Yin Shi released Wen Yoxin and the others, the array formation barrier she had opened was complete and covered the entire Bayou Palace. Since the prison was opened, the side hall on the 3rd floor was naturally opened as well. Maka and dozens of golden core cultivators from other tribes carefully stepped out of the side hall. They were all geniuses among the native races and believed that they had strong endurance. However, everything that happened today had fiercely impacted their worldview. Everyone stood in the corridor of Bayou Palace in a daze. Here, they could see the white sea that had turned into a sea of blood. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. I didn't expect that all of this was a scam. Someone smiled bitterly. Bayou Palace lied to us for 30,000 years. These demons actually wanted to kill us and take away our golden cores and nascent souls. Someone was furious. Evil has its retribution. They are all dead and have been punished. Someone clapped and praised. Maka looked at the empty sky and said with a deep gaze that Lord Jiang Ci is our savior and also the savior of planet Callow. He would never forget the scene of sword intent and sword chi rampaging through the sky. At the same time, his yearning and curiosity towards the universe became even stronger. First released, then changed. Chapter 492. The future development of Callow Star was no longer within Jiang Ci's scope of concern. He reported the situation of the more than 300 wild planets occupied by White Feather Star Trade to the Purple Heaven sect. When the time came, the sect would send people to deal with the follow-up issues. He believed that these wild planets would be properly settled down. Generally speaking, the crisis caused by Wen Yoxin's disappearance in the Mountain Sea Star Trade was also resolved with the destruction of White Feather Star Trade. Although some accidents occurred in the process of resolving the problem, it was not a big deal. However, the impact of this incident was not over yet. The low-grade Immortal Treasure flying ship shuttled through the source space, heading toward Kailu Star in the Shuangzhou star system. They were going to return to planet Dongyuan through the interstellar teleportation formation there. Jiang Ci sat cross-legged in the flying ship's cultivation cabin, carefully thinking about the information he had obtained from Yin Shi's memories. White Feather Star Trade, an illegal interstellar trade organization, had been secretly active in the Blue Star region, or rather in the Purple Heaven region, for 30,000 years. Yin Shi was only the current leader. Before him, there were other people in charge of White Feather Star Trade. Thinking about it carefully, it was very abnormal. Because the sale of golden cores and nascent souls of cultivators was a trade activity prohibited by the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance. For White Feather Star Trade to exist for 30,000 years without being discovered by the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance, no one would believe that it did not have a background. Soaring Rainbow Sect. Jiang Ci muttered in his heart. Soaring Rainbow Sect was the second-ranked Immortal Tao sect in the Blue Star region, second only to Blue Cloud sect. He had a grudge with Soaring Rainbow sect long ago. When Mountain Sea Star trade was first established, he had a conflict with the Soaring Rainbow sect. At that time, he almost killed the person in charge of Soaring Rainbow Star trade. Unexpectedly, the crisis of Mountain Sea Star trade this time also came from Soaring Rainbow sect. The actual founder of White Feather Star trade was Soaring Rainbow sect's ancestor, Immortal Yuan Ku, who was also Yin Qi's master. However, it was not Yuan Ku who acted as a protective umbrella for White Feather Star trade. Yuan Ku was just a fourth tribulation transcender. He did not have enough power to resist the pressure from the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance for White Feather Star trade. The real backer of White Feather Star trade was the immortal Tao powerhouse who laid down the formation barrier for White Feather Palace. An immortal path powerhouse that was at least a sixth tribulation transcender was more than enough to solve most of White Feather Star trade's troubles. After all, the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance was in charge of overseeing the 9 major stellar zones of the Tao Alliance. They wouldn't waste too much effort on a single interstellar trading group. Thinking of this, Riverward shook his head. This was because he couldn't find any information about this immortal Tao expert in Yin Qi's memories. This actual beneficiary of White Feather Star trade had hidden himself very deeply. Selling the gold cores and nascent souls of the cultivators was a very profitable business, but it was not honorable. Even if high-level immortal Tao experts were to intervene, they would still have to consider their own reputation and that of the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. Let the Purple Heaven sect fight with them. Jiang Ci smiled. In his current situation, he was simply not strong enough to face 6 Tribulation Transcender and above. Just like the last time in the Land of Reincarnation, he didn't have any room to resist in front of the 7th Tribulation Transcender Qiao Tuesday. He could only obediently surrender. Jiang Ci could clearly see that even if it was the Soaring Rainbow sect, it would still be very difficult for him to shake it. Even if his status was comparable to that of a 4th Tribulation Transcender, and he had real power in his hands. Compared to Soaring Rainbow sect, which had existed for millions of years, he was still lacking. This was the main reason why he chose to let the sect deal with the aftermath of White Feather Star trade. The distance between Kalo Star and Kalu Star was more than 30 light years. It would take more than 7 hours to travel through the source space at 10 times the speed of light. In the following time, Jiang Ci quickly entered a state of cultivation and continued to use the panel to deduce Taoist techniques. The flying boat kept shuttling through the source space that was suffused with rainbow-colored light. With a ratio of 1:3,600 between the source space and the original universe, they were getting closer and closer to Kalu Star. Very quickly, 7 hours passed. Jiang Ci received a message from his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. After connecting, the phantom image of the Wine Sword Immortal's message appeared in front of him. Disciple greets master. Jiang Ci smiled and respectfully bowed. There's a situation that you should pay attention to. The Wine Sword Immortal didn't have his usual unrestrained appearance. Instead, he was very serious. Oh, Jiang Ci stopped smiling. He didn't know what could make his master treat him so seriously. Just now, True Monarch Myriad Poison of the Tao sect asked me for your communication mark. He might contact you later. Pay attention to what you say and don't offend him. The Wine Sword Immortal said with a serious expression. True Monarch Myriad Poison? Jiang Ci froze for a moment. He didn't know this True Monarch. However, looking at his master's serious and even somewhat fearful expression, this True Monarch Myriad Poison shouldn't be a good person. True Monarch Myriad Poison is an ancient existence whose strength is not inferior to True Monarch 6 Virtuous. In terms of poison, he can be said to be number 1 in the human race. The Wine Sword Immortal explained. Master, such an ancient existence shouldn't have any enmity with me, right? Jiang Ci was frightened and somewhat nervous. If the number 1 poison expert of the human race wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to move his hair. He would die with just a thought. Don't worry, no matter what he wants from you. As long as you don't offend him, you don't have to worry about him harming your life. After all, You are a core disciple of the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. If he wants to touch you, he will definitely have to consider the consequences. The wine sword immortal comforted. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. His master's comfort obviously didn't ease the anxiety in his heart. He was sure that if such an ancient existence really killed him, nothing would happen to him. In short, if anything happens, contact me immediately. Before the wine-loving sword immortal ended the transmission, he reminded him solemnly again. He didn't show his helplessness in front of Jiang Xi. This Nine Tribulations sword immortal, whose fame once topped the 9 major star regions of the Tao Alliance, once again felt angry about his own incompetence. 50,000 years ago, he and his cultivation partner, Lotus Sword Immortal, joined forces to fight against a true monarch of the demon race. Although they severely injured the other party, his cultivation partner died because of it. That was the first time he felt so powerless after passing the tribulation and becoming an immortal in the face of the disparity in strength. He was helpless. This was the second time. Jiang Xi didn't know what the Wine Sword Immortal was thinking. He was thinking about how to deal with the true monarch of myriad poisons. Even when the flying ship left the source space and ended the shuttle, he still couldn't think of a good idea. Because in the face of absolute strength, any strategy was futile. After returning to the Kalu star, Jiang Xi didn't immediately take the interstellar transportation array to leave. He also didn't show his anxiety. Instead, he calmly waited for the message from the true monarch of myriad poisons at the Ministry of Supervision Station. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Xi specially searched for information about the true monarch of myriad poisons on the Eye of Heaven network. After understanding this ancient existence in detail, the pressure in his heart increased. For example, the true monarch of myriad poisons had once slaughtered in all directions in the demon race's territory. There were at least tens of thousands of life planets in a galaxy. This was a ruthless person. Chapter 493. After half a day, Jiang Xi's communication bead vibrated as he received a communication request. It was an unfamiliar communication mark. Jiang Xi knew that it was coming. At this juncture, Jiang Xi was no longer nervous. What was the use of being nervous? It could not bring him any positive influence. What should he do? If Myriad Poison True Lord really wanted to kill him, it was useless to be nervous. Besides, it was just a communication. Myriad Poison True Lord could not kill him through the Eye of Heaven. With a thought, he decisively accepted the communication. Phew! The communication phantom appeared. A kind-looking old Taoist appeared in front of Jiang Xi. The old Taoist had a harmless smile on his face, which made people feel good about him. He did not look like an expert who poisoned billions of creatures. Jiang Xi greets Lord True Lord. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. You are an elite of our human race. No need to be so polite in front of me. Myriad Poison True Lord smiled. Jiang Xi did not dare to relax at all. He squeezed out a smile on his face. Myriad Poison True Lord did not care. He smiled and said, I was recently on a whim to buy a life galaxy to play with and experience the life of the mortal world. After investigation, I found that the Milky Way galaxy under your hands meets my requirements. I am looking for you this time to buy your Milky Way galaxy. Name a price. Play. These two words came out of Myriad Poison True Lord's mouth. Wouldn't the entire Milky Way galaxy become a poison den? Jiang Xi had a bad feeling. He felt that this was not the real purpose of Myriad Poison True Lord. He pretended to hesitate and asked, Senior wants to use the life of the Milky Way galaxy to test the poison path. Haha, I am only cruel to the alien race. I will not harm the living beings of the human race. Myriad Poison True Lord laughed. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment and said, In that case, I dare not spoil Senior's mood. The Milky Way galaxy can be transferred to Senior. However, I have a request. No problem, say it. Myriad Poison True Lord was very patient. I can transfer all the other planets in the Milky Way galaxy to Senior for free. I only want to keep the sovereignty of my home planet. Jiang Xi said Myriad Poison's true lord raised his eyebrows, a hint of helplessness flashing through his green eyes. You're smart. To tell you the truth, the reason why I'm interested in the Milky Way galaxy is because of your home planet, Earth. I don't care about the other planets. True Lord of Myriad Poisons pointed out the word Earth. Jiangxi's heart tightened. Ever since he had applied to become the overlord of Earth in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, Earth had transformed from a desolate planet into his personal territory. However, he had never revealed the existence of Earth to the outside world. Moreover, even the Purple Heaven sect did not discover Earth back then. How did Myriad Poison Lord know of Earth's existence? Senior, my home planet is just an ordinary planet with life. Compared to many other planets with life in the Milky Way, it is insignificant. I wonder why Senior wants to buy Earth. Jiangxi asked, Little guy, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Do I need to give you a reason to buy something? Myriad Poison's true monarch said sinisterly. He suddenly revealed his true face. His kind face instantly became incomparably fierce. His head of white hair was like thousands of poisonous snakes, wriggling and slithering. That pair of oily green eyes emitted a frightening poisonous light. Although they were separated by a transmission phantom, Jiangxi still felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. A bone-piercing chill spread from the soles of his feet to his brain. It was as if death was about to descend. At this moment, the lotus platform of Jiangxi's primordial spirit in his mind trembled slightly. It emitted a golden spiritual light and dispelled the chill. He clenched his teeth and said, Senior, Earth is this junior's home. That is the place where I was born and raised. I can't just hand over my home to someone else. Therefore, forgive me for not being able to comply. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Myriad Poison's true monarch sneered. Of course I am, Jiangxi said resolutely and decisively. However, I'm more afraid of becoming someone without a home. This junior believes that in life, one must have something to hold on to. Protecting my home, protecting my race. This is what I insist on in my heart. After he finished speaking, Jiangxi respectfully bowed and waited for Myriad Poison's true monarch's reply. Myriad Poison's true monarch suddenly laughed strangely. As an ancient existence, he had experienced too many things. His fierce name was left behind by all the races in the universe. No one had ever dared to directly reject him like Jiangxi did. You have a lot of guts. However, you must know that with my methods, killing you is easier than breathing. Moreover, I don't need to bear any responsibility. Myriad Poison's true monarch said. Jiangxi maintained his silence and silently resisted. Earth definitely couldn't fall into the hands of Myriad Poison's true monarch. Just like what he said just now, that was his home, his race. With Myriad Poison's true monarch's methods, no matter what secrets Earth had, it was very likely that it would become hell on Earth. Therefore, Jiangxi threw caution to the wind. If Myriad Poison's true monarch insisted on buying Earth, then he was destined to offend this powerful existence. However, as long as he was still alive, Myriad Poison's true monarch wouldn't be able to forcefully take over Earth. The planet Overlord decree was made by the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance and the 3 gates and 6 sects. Even if Myriad Poison's true monarch was the #1 poison expert of the human race, he wouldn't dare to go against this decree. What he was considering now was how to survive after offending Myriad Poison's true monarch. First of all, he would immediately return to Earth and put Earth, the moon, and the sun into the Heaven Connecting Pavilion. The space inside the Heaven Connecting Pavilion already contained more than 1,000 corpses of tribulation transcender monsters. When these corpses were put together, they had a diameter of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Therefore, the Heaven Connecting Pavilion could easily store several planets. In any case, the humans of Earth had never come into contact with the Universe Tao Alliance and didn't know about the existence of other races. It didn't matter if he changed space. Then, he would return to the headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect and enter seclusion in the immortal cave of the 4th heaven. When he became a Tao monarch, that was when he would come out, wasn't it just being ruthless to himself? Myriad Poison's true monarch was a member of the Tao Alliance. He couldn't run to the Purple Heaven sect to kill people. Although the Tao Alliance was detached from worldly affairs, the Purple Heaven sect wasn't to be trifled with. Of course, the worst-case scenario was that even the Purple Heaven sect couldn't protect him. If that was really the case, then he would directly wander around. The universe was vast and boundless, and there was bound to be a place for him to hide. He could casually find a desolate star system, and even if Myriad Poison's true monarch searched, he wouldn't be able to find him. With the experience points panel, as long as he had enough time. So what if he was a Tao monarch? After figuring this out, Jiang Xi was no longer afraid of Myriad Poison's true monarch. However, on the surface, he still maintained a respectful posture and remained silent. Myriad Poison's true monarch's green eyes stared at Jiang Xi. Suddenly, he regained his kind face and laughed. Ha ha, as expected of a young elite of the human race, neither servile nor overbearing. This old Taoist admires you very much. How about this? There should be a lot of immortal caves on Earth, right? You can leave one for me. Although he didn't understand how Myriad Poison's true monarch knew so much about Earth, this result made Jiang Xi really relieved. He immediately agreed. No problem. I will definitely leave one immortal cave for Senior. Send first, change later. Chapter 494. When Myriad Poison's true monarch's voice transmission image disappeared, he immediately turned around. Jiang Xi felt weak all over, as if he had been sucked dry. Was he nervous? He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. He finally understood that what he had said in the past was all nonsense. Just now, he had truly experienced the arrival of death. The pressure that true monarch Myriad Poison brought to him was stronger than all the life and death crises he had experienced before. However, it was still a good result. The only question now was, how did true monarch Myriad Poison know about the existence of Earth? And he knew so much. Jiang Xi fell into deep thought. Could it be that the Eye of Heaven revealed the existence of Earth? When he registered as the Lord of Earth, the Eye of Heaven had to leave a mark in the sky where Earth was located. Therefore, the Eye of Heaven must know about the existence of Earth. But the Eye of Heaven was just a magic treasure. Magic treasure? Jiang Xi thought of the Sky Tower. Even the Sky Tower had an intelligent artifact spirit like Nick Hang. What about the Eye of Heaven? Pale blue planet. Asteroid belt. This huge celestial body at the junction of the Milky Way and the pale blue planet was an irregular three-dimensional sphere that covered the sky with a diameter of thousands of light years. It was filled with all kinds of cosmic dust, star debris, nebulas, and meteorites. The complex environment made the asteroid belt a famous, dangerous place in the pale blue planet, known as the graveyard of space hunters. For countless years, the number of space hunters who had successfully entered the depths of the asteroid belt was very few. The closest planet to the asteroid belt was the dust-fall star in the Milky Way. Because of its location, this planet was quite famous in the space hunter circle in the pale blue planet. On this day, 5 hours before Jiang Xi and true monarch Myriad Mountain sent a message. A group of immortal Tao powerhouses was teleported from planet Donyuan to the dustfall star. Then, without stopping, they drove the supreme-grade immortal artifact flying ship straight to the asteroid belt. Although the asteroid belt's environment was complex and dangerous, it was not too difficult for immortal Tao powerhouses, TSK. This unknown, dangerous place in the universe has such a spectacular scene. Immortal Qiao, too, stood on the deck of the flying ship and looked at the asteroid belt that was slowly moving. Even with his strength as a seventh tribulation transcender, he couldn't see through the shattered stars. It was simply made up of cosmic dust, star fragments, nebulas, meteorites, and so on. However, it was as if it had a life of its own. The 8 immortal Tao experts behind Qiao, too, laughed as well. An old fifth tribulation transcender said, "What's even more surprising is that there's a planet with life hidden in the depths of this asteroid belt." When Sir brought us to look for Jiangxi's hometown, we couldn't find it even after searching all over the Milky Way. I didn't expect it to be hidden here. No matter what, I'll definitely be the first to arrive on Earth among the many perfected cultivators and make great contributions to my father. Xiao Sha laughed proudly. His bald head was sparkling under the starlight. This means that my lord is the one truly chosen by the heavens. Just by casually placing a piece, you can reap great rewards. The subordinates of the other perfected cultivators might not have reached the Milky Way galaxy yet. We have already arrived near Earth and seized the initiative, said a female immortal dressed in colorful clothes with a smile. Seize the initiative? Xiao Tu's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of obstacles and directly locked onto Earth in the depths of the asteroid belt. Half a year ago, Jiangxi was rampant in front of him and left unscathed. In addition, Jiangxi was the disciple of his old enemy, the Wine Sword Immortal. He couldn't tolerate this. Therefore, he carefully investigated Jiangxi's background and found out that Jiangxi's hometown was a planet called Earth. He even brought a team of immortal Tao experts to search for Earth in the Milky Way galaxy. However, after half a year, they still didn't find anything. It was as if Earth didn't exist in the Milky Way galaxy. Today, he suddenly received a message from his father, perfected cultivator Baoyan, asking him to bring this team of immortal Tao experts to the depths of the asteroid belt to find and take down Earth. Only then did he know that Earth was in the depths of the asteroid belt. Next, Xiao Tu's supreme-grade flying ship didn't directly fly into the asteroid belt. Instead, it directly accelerated and entered the source space outside the asteroid belt. Because of the environment inside the asteroid belt, there wasn't enough space for any object to accelerate and reach the speed of light. It would take a few hundred years to reach Earth by flying at sublight speed. If it traveled through the source space, it would only take a few hours to reach the depths of the asteroid belt. 5 hours later, the ship was about 600,000 kilometers away from Mars in the solar system. Just like the surface of the water, waves appeared and Xiao Tu's supreme-grade flying ship shuttled out. Including Xiao Tu, there were a total of 9 tribulation transcender immortals. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were overjoyed, because this space was completely different from the asteroid belt. Their spiritual senses probed the starry sky and soon discovered Mars. Xiao Tu was a little surprised. That dark red planet once gave birth to a powerful civilization. From the looks of it, it should have been dead for at least one era. One era was 36 million years. The old man who looked like a 5th tribulation transcender said with a smile, "My lord, it seems that this planet isn't simple." Xiao Tu said with interest, "If that's the case, I'm even more curious about Earth. What's so special about this planet that my father and so many perfected cultivators value?" His father, perfected cultivator Baoyan, was a true genius of Taoism. He was only one level below ancient existences like perfected cultivator Myriad Poison and perfected cultivator 6 Virtuous. It could be said that in this original universe, there were not many things that his father valued so much. Afterward, Xiao Tu drove the flying ship again and searched the solar system. In just 15 minutes, they arrived at the space near Earth. The spirit senses of the 9 immortals immediately discovered the first moon. Among the 9 Taoism immortals, the lowest was a 3rd tribulation transcender, and the highest was a 7th tribulation transcender, Xiao Tuesday. However, at this moment, their expressions changed greatly. Their faces were full of disbelief and shock. Some of the immortals even showed signs of panic. "Am I seeing things? That's the Guanghan Palace of the Guanghan sect? That planet below is the moon of the Guanghan sect's headquarters? But why is it so desolate? That moon star is actually orbiting another blue planet? That's the headquarters of the Guanghan sect." No, it's not the Guanghan sect. Although that broken palace and desolate planet are similar to the headquarters of the Guanghan sect, the scale is countless times smaller. After a short period of shock, the 9 immortals regained their senses. Even Xiao Tu, who was a seventh tribulation transcender, was shocked by the discovery just now. It seems that the blue planet should be Earth. Humph! How dare they imitate the headquarters of the Guanghan sect? Xiao Tu sneered. Chapter 495. This was truly audacious. The Tao Alliance's 3 sects and 6 sects were in charge of one of the human domains. Each of the 9 major immortal Tao sects was at the top of the human race and was respected by everyone. In this place, the headquarters of the Guanghan sect was actually orbiting around a planet. It was just a satellite that served as a contrast. If this was seen by the people of the Vast Frost sect, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. No wonder Father asked me to come here immediately. Earth is finished. Xiao Tu's face was gloomy. He was a little angry because their shocked appearance just now was really embarrassing. In Xiao Tu's opinion, it was very embarrassing. Let's go to Earth. Xiao Tu snorted. He had already scoured the Earth with his spiritual sense and discovered many entrances and strange places of the Grotto Heaven world. However, this was not the main point now. Their mission was to take down Earth first. After that, they could slowly explore it. It was worth mentioning that the attention of Xiao Tu and the others was completely attracted by the dilapidated Vast Frost Palace and the appearance of the first moon. They ignored the detailed exploration of the first moon and did not find the ancient interstellar teleportation array. Soon, Xiao Tu and the others arrived at North America, where the Dark Shadow Nation was located. The old Fifth Tribulation Transcender said in surprise, "This planet is very small, but the spiritual energy is very rich. It's really strange. It's not simple to give birth to a genius like Jiang Ci." Xiao Tu looked around. They were now in a bustling prefecture city in North America. There were many people on the road, but they ignored them. Under the isolation of the immortal's spiritual sense, these ordinary people could not find them. The Heavenly Eye's mark is in the starry sky near this planet. After we appeared in this starry sky, we were already recorded by the Heavenly Eye. Therefore, if we want to take down Earth, we can only ask Jiang Ci to transfer the sovereignty of Earth, Xiao Tu said with a serious expression. Even a perfected monarch could not ignore the decree of the planet's lord, so they did not dare to violate it. Once the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance investigated, no one could bear the responsibility. The old Fifth Tribulation Transcender frowned and said, "Sir, Jiang Ci is a disciple of the Fourth Tribulation Transcender of the Purple Heaven sect. We can't kill him. It's simple. Since this is Jiang Ci's hometown, we just need to find his family and friends and use them as bargaining chips." Xiao Sha smiled. Half a year ago, he brought people to the Milky Way to look for Earth. He wanted to use Jiang Ci's family and friends to teach Jiang Ci a lesson. As for killing Jiang Ci, after Jiang Ci mentioned True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Lu Xian, Xiao Tu gave up on this idea. Although he had a disagreeable temperament, it did not mean that he was brainless. Ing Lu. Xiao Tu looked at the old Fifth Tribulation Transcender. "Your subordinate is here." Ing Lu was very respectful. "If Jiang Ci knows that a group of immortals like us are on Earth, I'm sure he'll be so scared that he won't dare to go home." Xiao Tu sneered. Then, he said, "I'll leave this matter to you. We won't show ourselves for now. Jiang Ci probably doesn't know about the uniqueness of Earth yet. Even my father and the other perfected cultivators have only just learned about it. If you use his family and friends as a threat, it should be easy for you to get the sovereignty of Earth. Don't worry, Your Excellency," Ing Lu said solemnly. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Xiao Tu looked at the other 7 immortals. "Although Jiang Ci's spiritual sense can't find us, we should hide in the starry sky near Earth just in case. If Jiang Ci knows that I'm the one behind all this, it might lead to other troubles." Then, Xiao Tu and the others flew away and arrived in the starry sky, 100,000 kilometers away from Earth on a flying boat. "Your Excellency, the range of a perfected Tao integration cultivator's spiritual sense is only 100,000 kilometers. Jiang Ci definitely won't be able to find us from this position, the female immortal in colorful clothes, said with a smile. "Uh-huh, a young genius at the essence soul stage. No matter how talented he is, he can't withstand the absolute gap in strength." Xiao, too, was very proud. He was looking forward to seeing Jiangxi's expression. Logically speaking, as a 7 tribulation transcender, he should not compete with an essence soul stage cultivator. However, he was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance and had a perverse personality. In the past, because of a very small matter, he dared to provoke the genius wine sword immortal in front of the emperor, and other immortals of the myriad immortal assembly. Jiangxi was rampant in front of him. Not only did he not give him face, but he also used True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch 6 Virtuous to suppress him in public. He was as hateful as the wine sword immortal. Xiao Tu was also clear about his personality. He did not try to change it. Instead, he let it continue to grow. This had something to do with his growth. Ever since he fused with the God Fiend skull, he had become a God Fiend. After fusing with the skull, he had to stay at the limit of each cultivation realm under his father's strict requirements before he could break through. This kind of cultivation method was very torturous in itself. In addition, the God Fiend skull was constantly affecting his temperament. After more than 70,000 years, his personality became more and more crazy and perverse. Xiao Tu knew that this was the correct way to refine the God Fiend skull. Xiao Tu and the others did not know that Jiangxi only had one relative, Jingdu. Then, half a year ago, Jiang Daodu was taken away by the mysterious old man Bluestone. Now, on Earth, the only people who could threaten Jiangxi were some of his old friends who were still alive. The old man who looked like a 5 tribulation transcended, Ing Lu, used his spiritual sense to control several high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Alliance. After searching around, he finally found his target. Paksun Province, the Zhang family. More than 200 years had passed. The Zhang family had grown from an unknown small family to a big family second to none in the entire Great Xia Alliance. This was because the ancestor of the Zhang family, Zhang Wei, was a close friend of the legendary expert Jiang Xi. Of course, the Zhang family's strength had a lot to do with the fact that Zhang Wei had married more than 100 wives and had countless children. Jiang Xi is in seclusion again. This cultivation maniac, when can I catch up with him? It seems that I can only win against him in the aspect of marriage and childbirth. Zhang Wei wore beach pants and was sunbathing leisurely. However, he kept lamenting. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared in front of him. "Who is it?" Zhang Wei stood up, and a supreme-grade spiritual saber appeared in his hand. "You are Zhang Wei, Jiangxi's best friend?" Ing Lu asked. Zhang Wei's throat moved. The black-robed old man exuded an inexplicable aura that made him tremble in fear. However, he suppressed his fear and said, "Why are you looking for Jiangxi? Try to play tricks in front of me? Are you trying to commit suicide?" Ing Lu sneered. The powerful spiritual sense directly restrained Zhang Wei. Puff! Zhang Wei opened his mouth uncontrollably and spat out a mouthful of black blood. When he was talking just now, he wanted to take the opportunity to shatter his golden core. Chapter 496. With just a thought, Ing Lu completely imprisoned Zhang Wei. Apart from his consciousness, Zhang Wei's spiritual sense and spiritual energy were all stagnant. In front of a 5th tribulation transcender, a golden core stage cultivator had no room to resist. If he wanted to kill Zhang Wei, it would only take a thought. However, his purpose was to use these people who were close to Jiangxi to threaten Jiangxi. If he really killed them, it would have the opposite effect. Very good. Just now, there was a person surnamed Jiang who wanted to commit suicide. It seems that you're all Jiangxi's closest friends. This will be easy to handle. Ing Lu smiled with satisfaction. The closer the relationship, the better the effect of coercion. Uncle Jiang was also captured. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in anger, but he couldn't speak. He could only express his anger with his eyes. Just now, he had judged that this black-robed old man was Jiangxi's enemy. However, this person was too bold. He actually dared to make an enemy of Jiang Ci. Who didn't know that Jiang Ci was the world's #1 expert? Could it be that he was an ancestor of a hidden family that had just awakened? Did he escape Jiang Daodu's purge last time? While Zhang Wei was angry, he also guessed the identity of the black-robed old man. He didn't think that he was an alien because Earth's public opinion was controlled too well. No one knew the situation outside Earth. Soon, he was taken to the mansion of a high-ranking official of the Great Xia Alliance. This high-ranking official had been controlled by Ying Lu with his spiritual sense. Here, Zhang Wei saw familiar faces. Uncle Jiang, Lu Shan, Chun Yuan, He Changxing, everyone on Earth who was related to Jiang Ci was here. In everyone's eyes, there was only anger, helplessness, and despair. Zhang Wei's heart sank to the bottom. However, he could confirm that the black-robed old man was still afraid of Jiang Ci. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a despicable method to force Jiang Ci out. Following that, while everyone's emotions were extremely complicated, Ying Lu was still constantly capturing people. 5 minutes later, the number of people in the courtyard exceeded 100. Contact Jiang Ci. Ying Lu took out his communication bead and sent a message to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci's message imprint was a secret, but Xiao Tu had obtained Jiang Ci's message imprint when he was in the land of reincarnation previously. Shuangzhou Galaxy, Keilu Planet. Jiang Ci was still pondering where Myriad Poison Lord had gotten the information about Earth. Could this be the danger that Senior Qing Shi mentioned? Back then, the Purple Heaven sect searched for Earth in the asteroid belt for a long time, but they couldn't find it. This meant that there was a mysterious enchantment protecting everything in the starry sky where Earth was located. Now, Myriad Poison Lore knew about Earth, and in such detail. Jiang Ci vaguely felt that the mysterious barrier might have lost its original function with the disappearance of Senior Qing Shi and the second moon. If this was the case, this could indeed be called a crisis for Earth. It would definitely be impossible to continue hiding in the future. Once so many secrets were exposed to the major immortal Dao factions of the Dao Alliance, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. What he was most worried about now was how many people or factions had discovered Earth. If even an ancient existence like Myriad Poison Lore knew about Earth, the number of people who had discovered it was probably not small. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ci couldn't think of any way to avoid this crisis. In Senior Qing Shi's eyes, this level of crisis might not be worth mentioning, but he didn't consider my strength. I haven't become an immortal yet. Jiang Ci felt helpless. Even if he had become an immortal, he would still be helpless in this situation. 10 minutes passed after he ended the communication with Myriad Poison Lord. Another stranger sent him a message. Jiang Ci narrowed his eyes and accepted the message. A black-robed elder's message phantom appeared. Hello, Jiang Ci. My name is Ying Lu. The black-robed elder smiled from ear to ear. Jiang Ci's spiritual sense quickly searched for information about Ying Lu through the Heavenly Eye Network and found out that he was a fifth tribulation transcender from a Taoist sect. Greetings, exalted immortal Ying Lu. May I know why you're looking for me? Jiang Ci slightly bowed. Haha, I just want to make friends with a genius of our human race. Ying Lu laughed. Then, he said, I'm currently on Earth. Speaking of which, your old friends are very warm. One is Zhang Wei, and the other is Jiang Sheng. They treated me very well. On Earth, Jiang Ci's breathing stagnated. Then, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Killing intent instantly rose in his heart and spread to the entire Keilu planet. What did you do to them? Jiang Ci didn't panic. Don't worry. As long as you return to Earth, we can sit down and talk face to face. They will be safe and sound. Ying Lu grinned. Okay, just you wait. Jiang Ci looked at Ying Lu coldly. The transmission ended. In the cultivation room of the Ministry of Supervision Station, the dense killing intent emitted from Jiang Ci's body seemed to condense into water. After a while, he regained his calm. The killing intent was hidden in his heart. Lu Chuan, Jiang Ci shouted coldly. Who, sir? Lu Chuan came in from outside. He He had just sensed the killing intent that Jiang Ci had erupted. It should be said that all the cultivators on Kalu planet had sensed it. "Follow me back to Earth," Jiang Ci said. Yes, Lu Chuan was a cultivator from the army. He followed orders and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Earth, Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and more than 100 important figures on Earth saw Ying Lu take out a bead and Jiang Ci appear. The strange thing was that Jiang Ci couldn't see them. They weren't stupid. They immediately guessed that this should be a very advanced holographic communication method. However, the following conversation truly shocked Zhang Wei and the others. They were still in a state of confinement and couldn't communicate. However, they were thinking about everything at an extremely fast speed. A few key messages. Exalted immortal human genius rushed back to Earth. The black-robed elder in front of them was an immortal. He was talking about humans, not humans. Could it be that Jiang Ci wasn't on Earth now? Ying Lu put away the communication bead. When he sent the message just now, he didn't choose to instantiate the environment on his side. This was because he didn't want Jiang Ci to see these hostages and lose his mind in anger. This wouldn't be beneficial for the upcoming negotiations. Ying Lu was good at grasping people's hearts. This was also the main reason why Qiao Sha had handed this matter to him. He knew very well that the stimulation and anger produced by a verbal threat and a threat seen with his own eyes were different. The latter would make him angrier. As for the problem of offending Jiang Ci, it was no longer within Ying Lu's consideration. As long as I get Earth, I'll have contributed greatly to the perfected Lord and the Tao sect. Not to mention whether Jiang Ci can become an immortal Tao expert. Even if he does, even if he wants to take revenge on me in the future, it'll be at least 10,000 years later. By then, I'll have already used this contribution to cultivate to a higher realm. In addition, he wasn't worried that Jiang Ci would bring people over. With immortal Qiao Sha and other immortal Tao experts around, unless the perfected Lord came personally, they wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, Ying Lu was fearless. Chapter 497. Ying Lu's goal of capturing people was just to force Jiang Ci out. This was because these people were basically at the golden core stage, and some were even at the spirit nurturing stage. In Ying Lu's eyes, this kind of strength was like an ant. It was worthless. There was no hope of making Jiang Ci obediently hand over the sovereignty of Earth. From outside the asteroid belt to Earth, even a supreme-grade immortal artifact flying ship will take more than 4 hours. With Jiang Ci's status, a flying ship is at most a low-grade immortal artifact, and its speed is dozens of times slower. It will take him at least 5 days to return to Earth. Ying Lu calculated in his heart. At the same time, Jiang Ci did not go to planet Donyuan or planet Pale Blue. He brought Lu Chuan directly to the interstellar teleportation point of planet Kalu. He made a complicated teleportation mark and set the teleportation destination to Earth's first moon. Ying Lu's appearance completely proved one thing. Earth had really been exposed. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to bring Lu Chuan along. The other reason was Lu Chuan's strength. Although a third tribulation transcender was much weaker than a fifth tribulation transcender, he was still an immortal expert. He might be of help when the time came. Before activating the teleportation, Jiang Ci also sent a message to his master, Wine Sword Immortal. He briefly explained the current situation and sent the communication imprint of the Earth's first moon along with it. The interstellar teleportation array was activated, and Jiang Ci and Lu Chuan disappeared in the light of teleportation. 3 breaths later, after experiencing a spatial change, the two of them arrived at the interstellar teleportation array of the first moon. Lu Chuan was also shocked by the situation on the first moon. Although he had never been to the Guanghan sect's headquarters, he knew what was going on there. Jiang Ci saw Lu Chuan's bewildered gaze and clearly wanted to ask questions. He hurriedly said, "If there's any problem, I'll tell you after this matter is resolved." Lu Chuan nodded, but the shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. Then, Jiang Ci activated the teleportation array again. The destination of this teleportation was the Xian Tian residence of the Great Xia Alliance. There was a small teleportation array set up by Jiang Xi there. In less than a breath's time, the teleportation ended after the two of them stood still, their spiritual senses immediately spread out. Then, at the headquarters of the Great Xia Alliance, Shuntian Prefecture, he found Zhang Wei and the others. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were fine. As for Ying Lu, due to the difference in their cultivation levels, their spiritual sense was unable to discover that he was a fifth tribulation transcender. On the contrary, Ying Lu immediately discovered their spiritual senses. Ying Lu was shocked because it had only been less than 3 minutes since he had communicated with Jiang Xi. Wasn't it supposed to take 5 days? Earth has an interstellar transmission array? No, that's a small teleportation array. It must be another planet in this part of the starry sky that has an interstellar teleportation array. Ying Lu also spread out his spiritual awareness. Not long ago, they were so shocked that they neglected to investigate the first moon in detail. This time, with his spiritual sense, as a fifth tribulation transcender, he instantly discovered the ancient interstellar teleportation formation on the first moon 380,000 kilometers away. I was too careless. Ying Lu shook his head gently and didn't care too much. Even if Jiang Xi arrived early, it wouldn't affect the negotiation. Phew! 2 figures appeared in the mansion of the Great Xia Alliance in the Shuntian Prefecture. The eyes of Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and the others immediately lit up as they saw familiar figures. Ying Lu laughed and said, "Haha, Jiang Xi, the speed of your arrival is beyond my imagination." Jiang Xi first nodded at Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and the others. Then he said to Ying Lu, "Senior Ying Lu, please keep your promise. You, a fifth tribulation transcender, used ordinary people as hostages. Once news of this spreads, your reputation won't be good." Although he was very angry, he still had to endure the current situation. Therefore, he had to be respectful on the surface. "Haha, Jiang Xi, you really misunderstood. I didn't have any other intentions when I invited your friends over. I just wanted to take this opportunity to let you come out and meet me so that we can become friends." Ying Lu's face was full of smiles, and he didn't care about Jiang Xi's attitude. Then, with a thought, he released Zhang Wei and the others from the prison. His goal of capturing people was to force Jiang Xi to come out and negotiate with him face to face. Now, his goal had been achieved then. These native humans with low cultivation levels were completely worthless. Jiang Xi sneered in his heart. "Who do you think you are treating me as a fool?" He directly used his spiritual sense to envelop Zhang Wei and the others, and then put them all into a space in the heavenly tower. Ying Lu didn't do anything and let Jiang Xi do all this. Only 3 people were left in the courtyard of the mansion: Jiang Xi, Lu Chuan, and Ying Lu. Ying Lu smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so cautious, Jiang Xi. Senior, you went through so much trouble to lure me here. I don't think it's just to exchange pleasantries with me, right?" Jiang Xi smiled, still acting on the surface. "Actually, it's not a big deal. As I said just now, I mainly want to make friends." Ying Lu's smile was very warm and kind, making people have a good impression of him. Then, he said, "Then, there's another small matter. I was traveling in the Milky Way some time ago and realized that I liked this galaxy very much, so I wanted to buy it. I found out in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court that you happen to be the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy. That's why I had no choice but to lure you here to talk to me." Jiang Xi's smile didn't change, but his heart sank. By the Milky Way galaxy? As expected, this excuse was almost exactly the same as what true Lord Myriad Poison had said just now. The price of a habitable galaxy is generally around 10,000 points. Considering that my behavior just now was a little reckless, it's not worth it. I'm willing to use 1 million points to buy the Milky Way galaxy as compensation. What do you think? Ying Lu had an apologetic expression on his face. "Oh, 1 million points." Jiang Xi pretended to be surprised and dragged out his voice. However, he sneered his heart. Did this old dog really think he was a bumpkin? 1 point was equal to 100 supreme grade spirit crystals. 1 million points was equal to 100 million supreme grade spirit crystals. Among the Purple Heaven Sect's hell-level missions, the mission with the highest mortality rate, the reward was also this amount. In comparison, this was indeed a considerable amount of wealth. However, when true Lord Myriad Poison, who was known as the top poison expert of the human race, proposed by the Milky Way galaxy, he asked him to name the price himself. Jiang Ci believed that if he had asked for 1 billion or even 10 billion points, true Lord Myriad Poison would have easily agreed. Is he trying to dismiss a beggar? Even an ancient existence like true Lord Myriad Poison could only get a grotto heaven world from me. This old dog wants to buy the Milky Way galaxy with 1 million points. Does he really think I'm a bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Doesn't he know the real situation of the earth? Jiang Ci cursed in his heart, but he still wore a smile on his face. Haha, I can make friends with you, Jiang Ci, and buy the galaxy with life that I like. 1 million points is definitely not high at all. Ing Lu thought Jiang Ci was really shocked by the price. Senior Ing Lu, you're right. You can't buy what you like with money. When you meet something you like, you're willing to pay any price, Jiang Ci echoed with a smile. Then he changed the topic and said, of course I can sell the Milky Way galaxy, but the premise is that I have to keep the sovereignty of the earth. Ing Lu's smile obviously froze. Changed later. Chapter 498. Ing Lu didn't expect Jiang Ci's request, and he was caught off guard. Jiang Ci, to tell you the truth, among all the planets in the Milky Way, Earth is the one I like the most. If you feel that the price just now is not suitable, we can discuss it again. You can even add 100 or 200,000 points, Ing Lu said again. Senior Ing Lu, since you can find Earth, you should know that this is my hometown. I'm not the kind of person who is so poor that he would sell his home. Jiang Ci's face flashed with a trace of ridicule. You're really not selling? Ing Lu frowned. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Jiang Ci was teasing him. I'm not selling. Jiang Ci's attitude was very firm. Sigh. Ing Lu sighed. He held the communication bead in his hand and sent a message to Qiao Tuesday. This was because his negotiation strategy had failed. 8 figures emanating immortal auras instantly appeared in the courtyard. Qiao Tu. Jiang Ci's expression changed drastically. The people who came were Qiao Tu and the other 7 immortal Dao experts. They didn't restrain their auras. Among the 8 immortals, even the weakest one was about the same as Lu Chuan. He was at least a 3rd tribulation transcender. Therefore, in this situation, even Lu Chuan, who was a 3rd tribulation transcender, felt the pressure. There was no need to talk about Jiang Ci. At this moment, under the pressure of the immortal Dao, Jiang Ci found it difficult to breathe. His body trembled slightly, and his spiritual sense was on the verge of collapse. However, the essence soul in Jiang Ci's mind once again displayed its might. The lotus platform trembled slightly, dispersing the immortal Dao pressure. This situation surprised Qiao Tuesday. Even the 3rd tribulation transcender beside Jiang Ci couldn't escape their pressure, but Jiang Ci quickly escaped. It was already shocking that he could force a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal to self-destruct in the land of reincarnation. Now it seemed that Jiang Ci still had many tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Ci. Qiao Tu gave off a high and mighty attitude, as if he was looking down on the world. Greetings, Senior Qiao. Tuesday, Jiang Ci bowed politely. After all, Qiao Tu was a 7th tribulation transcender. Lu Chuan's face was still somewhat pale. He sent a spiritual sense voice transmission to Jiang Ci. My lord, these 9 people are very strong. Only a perfected lord can restrain them. Riverward's heart sank. True monarch. Before he rushed back to Earth, he had already sent a message to his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, asking for help. However, his master was only a 9 tribulation sword immortal. Even if his battle prowess was stronger than that of an ordinary 9 tribulation transcender, he still hadn't reached the level of a true monarch. Jiang Ci, you should know why I'm here, right? Tell me, Are you selling Earth or not? Xiao Sha was very overbearing. Not for sale. Jiang Ci shook his head. Oh, are you not satisfied with the price? No. 100 million points. Are you selling it? Xiao Tu asked in a low voice. The price shocked everyone except Jiang Ci. Just now, Yinglu had been stingy and only offered 1 million points, but Xiao Tu had directly raised it to 100 million points. Even Lu Chuan was tempted, and he couldn't help but look at Jiang Ci a few more times. If he had the money, he could at least transcend 3 more tribulations. However, Jiang Ci still shook his head with a resolute expression. Sorry, I'm really not selling it. Xiao Tu smiled. Why? Is it because of what happened in the land of reincarnation? Do you still have a grudge against me? I wouldn't dare. Jiang Ci was expressionless. Haha, if you wouldn't dare, then you do. Xiao Tu laughed. Then he said, That's fine. I've cultivated for more than 70,000 years. Other than in front of my father, I rarely give in. This time, I'll make an exception. 1 billion points. Many seventh tribulation transcenders only have this much wealth. With your talent, if you have this wealth, your chances of transcending the tribulation in the future will be almost 100%. I'm not selling. Jiang Ci was very calm. You're not giving me face? Xiao Tu's expression turned cold, and his powerful aura erupted again. Boom! The mansion of the Great Xia Alliance's upper echelon was instantly reduced to dust. Lu Chuan's reaction was also very fast. She used her immortal power to protect the area, preventing Xiao Tu's attack from threatening the other areas of Shuntian Prefecture. Jiang Ci, you're just a puny essence soul cultivator. How dare you challenge my will again and again? You should know the consequences of disobeying an immortal. Xiao Tu said coldly with a trace of madness in his eyes. Jiang Ci's expression changed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Tu erupted with powerful immortal power, imprisoning Jiang Ci and Lu Chuan. At the same time, his spiritual sense covered the entire Earth. Keep! In just an instant, all the humans on Earth disappeared without a trace. They were all kept in Xiao Tu's storage space. He didn't dare to keep Earth because it was a planet that his father and many perfected cultivators valued. Now, we're the only ones left on this planet. Xiao Tu sneered and released Jiang Ci and Lu Chuan. Jiang Ci's expression changed greatly. He spread out his spiritual sense and explored the entire planet. Sure enough, the humans on Earth with a total population of more than 10 billion had all disappeared. Only ordinary beasts were left. Xiao Tu snorted coldly. It's not up to you whether to sell or not. A wise man submits to circumstances. It's up to you. If you sell Earth to me honestly, you can get 1 billion points, and those humans will be safe and sound. Otherwise, you'll get more than 10 billion human corpses. Xiao Tu seemed to have victory in his hands. Jiang Ci clenched his fists, full of anger, strength. He once again experienced the difference in absolute strength. The weak were prey to the strong. The weak had no right to speak. He doesn't dare to kill me because I'm a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, a top genius of the human race. But I'm just a genius. In front of a real powerhouse, I'm not worth mentioning. In the end, it's still up to strength to speak. At this moment, Jiang Ci's temperament and thinking suddenly changed. He felt that although he had gone on many adventures in the past 200 years, he was still too steady. In order to not let those powerhouses find out that he had a secret, he deliberately controlled the speed of his strength improvement. As a result, the experience panel was not fully utilized. If that's the case, I'll stop hiding. The top geniuses of the human race were those who could go through 9 tribulations after completing the mythical soul integration stage. There might not even be one in an era. He was still far from that level. Have you thought it through? Are you selling or not? Xiao Tu asked coldly again. After the change in temperament, Jiang Ci's perspective changed too. He suddenly calmed down and his thinking became clearer. He smiled calmly. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to sell, but I don't dare to sell. Oh, Xiao Tu thought Jiang Ci was wavering. Senior Xiao Tu, actually, before you contacted me, The myriad poison Lord of Taoism also contacted me and wanted to buy Earth. Senior, you know how terrifying the myriad poison Lord is. In the end, I had to sell Earth to him. Jiang Ci shrugged, looking helpless. The myriad poison Lord. Xiao Tu's expression changed. The other 8 immortals behind him also looked serious. This was an ancient existence that was even more terrifying than his father, the Treasure Lord. First post, then change, then write the next chapter. Chapter 499. Since Earth has already been sold to myriad poison True Lord, I can't sell it to you even if I want to. Don't you think so? Jiang Ci smiled helplessly. Xiao Tu's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. He held his communication bead and seemed to be communicating with someone. Soon, he said coldly, "You're lying. I've asked the people in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. You're still the overlord of Earth. If you've already transferred your sovereignty, then the overlord of Earth registered by the Tao Alliance's heavenly court should be myriad poison True Lord." This was a deal that was just made 10 minutes ago. Myriad poison True Lord is currently on his way to Earth. Only then can we transfer it face to face. If you don't believe me, you can ask myriad poison True Lord. Jiang Ci smiled. Xiao Tu's eyelids twitched. Ask myriad poison True Lord? Only if you're tired of living. He already believed 60% of Jiang Ci's words. Myriad poison True Lord status in the Tao sect was too high. This ancient existence had lived longer than some of the Tao lords of the human race. It was not surprising that such an expert would know about Earth. Senior, you still don't believe me? Why don't I contact myriad poison True Lord? Jiang Ci took out his communication bead. There's no need for that. Xiao Tu looked unhappy. He did not want to offend myriad poison True Lord for no reason. The number 1 poison expert of the human race was not to be trifled with. He could easily wipe out an entire stellar system. Myriad poison True Lord's notoriety was even greater than that of many Tao lords. Xiao Tu calculated in his heart. Earth's sovereignty is still in Jiang Ci's hands. If I can get it, I'll have to lie when myriad poison True Lord asks. I can also say that Jiang Ci sold it to me on his own accord. Although True Lord Myriad Poisons was powerful, he had always been a loner for countless years. He's not like my father, who has a lot of say in the Tao sect and the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Even if Myriad Poison True Lord wants to get angry, he'll have to think twice. He was carefully weighing the consequences of doing so. Jiang Ci and Lu Chuan looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. The situation seemed to have eased a little at this time. Xiao Sha looked at Jiang Ci again and said, "Jiang Ci, Master of Myriad Poisons is really powerful, and I dare not offend him. But you are not Master of Myriad Poisons. Senior, even you don't dare to offend the Myriad Poisons' true monarch. Of course, I wouldn't dare either." Jiang Ci shook his head. "Do you think I won't kill you?" Xiao Tu suddenly used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice. Jiang Ci's face darkened. "Earth has the mark of the Eye of Heaven. If you kill me, the Purple Heaven sect will not let you go." The strange conversation made Lu Chuan wary. He used more immortal power to protect Jiang Ci. Xiao Tu didn't mind and continued to transmit his voice to Jiang Ci. "The female immortal in colorful clothes behind me is called Rose. She is a 4th tribulation transcender and is also a slave controlled by me using a secret spiritual sense technique. This is a secret that even my father doesn't know. I could get her to kill you. I'm using my spiritual sense to transmit my voice. So what if she has the Eye of Heaven? No one knows that Rose is my slave. At that time, when you die, Earth will become a planet without a master. At most, I will lose a 4th tribulation transcender slave. Then, I can apply to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance to become the new overlord of Earth. As for Master of Myriad Poisons, he is very powerful, but my father is also a true lord. If I offend him, I will at most be punished. My life won't be in danger. Jiang Ci, what do you think?" Riverward was silent. He held the communication bead in his hand, and with a thought, he quickly wrote a message. The content was as follows: "Lord True Lord, I'm Jiang Ci. Today, for some reason, True Lord Myriad Poisons of the Tao sect contacted me and said that he wanted to buy my hometown, Earth. I'm not the kind of person who is greedy for money and would betray my hometown. Therefore, I flatly refused this deal. Fortunately, True Lord Myriad Poisons didn't get angry and only asked for a heavenly abode on Earth. But I didn't expect that Xiao Tu, a seventh tribulation transcender of the Tao sect, would come to Earth with a group of powerhouses. Xiao Tu put all my people into his storage space and used them as a threat to buy Earth. Moreover, he threatened that if I didn't give it to him, his tribulation transcender slave would kill me and then gain sovereignty over Earth. Now, I only have a third tribulation transcender by my side. In the face of such a threat, I have no power to resist. I ask True Lord to make the decision. He edited the content in an instant and then sent it to True Monarch Iron Mountain, repeating it 100 times in a row. When he participated in the 9 Regions Genius competition, it was hosted by True Lord Iron Mountain. According to the rules, if he became an immortal in the future, he would become a subordinate of True Lord Iron Mountain. Of course, it was the same now. If he was in trouble, looking for True Lord Iron Mountain was definitely the right choice. As for the other True Lord he knew, True Lord Six Virtuous, the two had only met once. It would be too abrupt to look for True Lord Six Virtuous for such a matter. Moreover, he didn't know about True Lord Six Virtuous communication mark. After the message was sent, Jiang Ci knew that a storm was coming. At present, True Lord Myriad Poisons and Xiao Tu were both from the Tao sect, which meant that only the Tao sect knew about Earth. The Purple Heaven sect didn't know, or else they would have already sent him a message. If he took the initiative to send a message to True Lord Iron Mountain, the Purple Heaven sect would definitely find some clues and learn about Earth secrets. As long as the higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect weren't stupid, they would definitely come to fight for Earth. At that time, the confrontation would be between the Tao sect and the Purple Heaven sect. However, he still had to wait and stall for time. After all, True Lord Iron Mountain hadn't replied yet, and everything was unknown. Jiang Ci sighed and said helplessly, "Senior Xiao Tu, if I transfer the sovereignty of Earth to you, can you save my life?" That's True Lord Myriad Poisons, a powerful existence who can kill a life galaxy with a wave of his hand. If he wants to kill me, can you save my life? A smile reappeared on Xiao Tu's face. He could tell that Jiang Ci had given in. The threat just now was effective. "You won't believe me if I say that I can save your life." Xiao Tu smiled and said, "But I can tell you for sure that after you transfer the sovereignty of Earth to the Fourth Heaven sect, you can go back to the Fourth Heaven sect. You can return to the Fourth Heaven of the Purple Heaven sect or go to the ancient Tao origin world. As long as you're in either of these places, True Monarch Myriad Poison won't dare to touch you." "Senior, you're right." Jiang Ci nodded and then shook his head. "I can't stay in these two places forever. I'll have to come out sooner or later, and I'll still have to face True Lord Myriad Poisons. That's the only way to save your life. Otherwise, you'll die with everyone on Earth. I can still get the sovereignty of Earth." Xiao Tu's face turned cold again, and he said this sentence through his spiritual sense. With his temperament, it was difficult for him to have the patience to entangle with Jiang Ci for a long time. Jiang Ci's mind turned quickly, and he made up his mind to continue stalling for time. He was thinking of other excuses, but at this time, Xiao Tu's face changed greatly. Ninth Tribulation Transcender. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a powerful spiritual consciousness sweep past him. He had the God Fiend skull, so he could sense the spiritual sense of a Ninth Tribulation Transcender. Chapter 500. A powerful spiritual sense swept across the earth. Xiao Tu was able to detect that it was the spiritual sense of a Ninth Tribulation Transcender with the help of the God Fiend skull. Is it a Tribulation Transcender under the other perfected lords? Impossible. They're only at the Milky Way galaxy. It will take them at least half a day to reach Earth. Xiao Tu frowned. Maybe a ninth tribulation transcender happened to be near the Milky Way galaxy and came here faster? Rose said. Xiao Tu nodded. It was possible. He was the first to reach Earth because he was in the Milky Way galaxy and had been to the asteroid belt before. However, he was not afraid even if a ninth tribulation transcender came. As long as it was not a perfected lord, the 9 of them could deal with it. Whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air. The person was slovenly and his clothes were open. His unrestrained appearance revealed a sense of vicissitudes. The wine gourd in his left hand was a good indication of his identity. Master, Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. The speed of his master's arrival was beyond his imagination. Zhongli, wine sword immortal. The faces of Qiao Tu and his 8 immortal Dao experts changed dramatically. Wine Sword Immortal had not come out since he entered the ancient Dao source world 50,000 years ago. However, his name had been passed down among the immortal Dao cultivators. After all, this talented sword Dao genius had a remarkable record of severely injuring a perfected lord of the demon race. Why did this lunatic come out? Anger flashed in Xiao Tu's eyes as he recalled the memory of being beaten by Wine Sword Immortal in the Myriad Immortal Assembly. While Xiao Tu and the others were shocked, Wine Sword Immortal and Jiang Xi started talking. Disciple, your Earth is not simple. Wine Sword Immortal said with a deep gaze. When he was teleported to the first moon, he discovered the secret there. Now that he came to Earth, he found many familiar things here. For example, the Kunlun mystic realm, the Buddhist ruins, etc. These places were very similar to the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. Previously, he was wondering why True Lord Myriad Poison and Xiao Tu of the Tao sect came to Jiang Xi one after another now. He understood that Earth was a planet with a big secret, and Jiang Xi was the Lord of Earth. This is my home. Jiang Xi smiled bitterly. These words contained a lot of emotions. Good. Since it was his home, he should protect it well. Since the guests are here, we should treat them well. Since the enemy is here, we should also properly entertain them. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed loudly and did not continue to ask. The 2 of them showed their attitude by treating them well. It was obvious who the enemy was. Xiao Cha and the 8 immortals under him gathered their aura and did not let their guard down for even a moment. Zhongli, I didn't expect that you would actually leave the ancient Dao origin world, Xiao Tu said in a low voice. The world is vast. Where can I go? The Wine Sword Immortal smiles. Then his voice turns cold. Instead, why did you intrude into my disciple's hometown? Do you want to die? Arrogant. If the 9 of us join forces, we'll even be able to fight against a perfected lord. You're a 9 tribulations sword, celestial, who's nearing the end of your lifespan. You'd better know your place, or else you won't be able to live for the next few thousand years. Xiao Sha's expression turned ferocious. He was ready to strike. It's because I'm at the end of my lifespan that I want to kill. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed maniacally. His aura suddenly rose, and his hair and beard stood on end. A sword Dao rhyme that was of a higher level than sword intent spread between heaven and earth, making him look like an emperor of swords. This lunatic, Qiao Cha, and the 8 immortals under him became even more serious. They all took out their magic treasures and were ready to strike at any time. A great battle was about to break out. It was a massacre. It looked like immortals were going to fall today. This was the first time Jiang Xi saw his master display his strength. He was really strong. Under normal circumstances, only a perfected lord could suppress Qiao Cha and the others. But now, the Wine Sword Immortal was alone, and his aura was superior. The Wine Sword Immortal's aura was drawn, but not released. After taking a sip of wine, he said, "It's not too late for you to retreat now. After 3 breaths, there will be no turning back. This is the planet my father set his eyes on. You want me to retreat? Oomph. Zhongli, I admit that you are strong, but you can't kill me. Today, I want to see if your sword or my divine demon skull is more powerful." Qiao Cha gritted his teeth. His face had turned completely ferocious, and black lines appeared on his face. At this moment, the Wine Sword Immortal's spiritual consciousness wrapped around Jiang Xi and wanted to keep Jiang Xi into his storage space. Boom! Suddenly, a blast of air exploded out of nowhere, and the space around them became chaotic. This space has been completely covered by my divine demon skull, and you still want to keep Jiang Xi? Ha! Xiao Chao laughed proudly. Indeed, even Jiang Xi felt that the space around them had turned into a swamp, and their bodies were restricted. The Wine Sword Immortal's face darkened. He did not release his aura earlier, and did not attack immediately because he was worried that the battle would affect Jiang Xi. Only when Jiang Xi was safe would he be able to fight with peace of mind. Obviously, Xiao Chao was also aware of this, so he was prepared. Buzz the Wine Sword Immortal attacked again, and a majestic immortal power erupted, breaking through the divine demon skull's confinement of space. Then, he swept Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan out of the sky. With his speed, he arrived in space outside Earth in an instant. Damn it! Xiao Chao cursed angrily and chased after him with the other 8 immortals. At the same time, a strange aura surged out of his hairless head again. The black lines on his face seemed to come alive, and they swam rapidly. A divine demon face appeared in the starry sky within 100,000 kilometers. The complicated black lines were like a spider web, confining the entire starry sky. Everything in this starry sky was restricted, and their speed suddenly slowed down. In the starry sky, 50,000 kilometers away from Earth, the Wine Sword Immortal was also affected and had no choice but to stop. He said to Lu Chuan, "Protect Jiang Xi well." Yes. Lu Chuan nodded vigorously. "Master, be careful." Jiang Xi was a little worried. This was because Xiao Chao's methods were indeed terrifying. That divine demon face was obviously Xiao Chao's. Haha, disciple, don't worry. If he had refined 100% of the divine demon skull, I would still be a little afraid. Now watch me kill this evil guest. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed loudly. His figure flashed, and he left with his sword. After not having to divert his attention to take care of Jiang Xi, the divine demon face's confinement of space was useless in front of him. On the other side, Xiao Chao and his subordinates had already caught up. "Rose, the 3 of you go and capture Jiang Xi," Xiao Chao said to the female immortal in rainbow-colored clothes and his 3 subordinates. The female immortal in rainbow-colored clothes was a 4th Tribulation Transcender, and the other 2 were 3rd Tribulation Transcenders. Their strength completely suppressed Lu Chuan. As for the remaining 6 people, other than Xiao Chao, who was a 7th Tribulation Transcender, there were 2 6th Tribulation Transcenders and 3 5th Tribulation Transcenders. If they joined forces, they would be able to deal with the Wine Sword Immortal. Today, we will kill the Wine Sword Immortal and wash away our previous humiliation. Xiao Chao's spiritual sense had already locked onto the Wine Sword Immortal. Roar! The divine demon face that covered 100,000 kilometers let out a loud roar that shook the heavens and the earth. It instantly attacked the Wine Sword Immortal. The other 5 immortals also unleashed powerful attacks. Powerful spiritual sense and immortal power attacks wreaked havoc in the starry sky, causing space to collapse. Some meteorites or asteroids were directly shattered as long as they were affected. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks were focused on the Wine Sword Immortal. Ha! The Wine Sword Immortal laughed wildly. He slashed out with his sword, and a cold light split the dark starry sky like a river of stars. Whoosh! It directly shattered the divine demon roar and blocked all the immortal attacks. He was fighting 6 immortals above the 5th Tribulation without being at a disadvantage. At the same time, the 4th Tribulation Transcender rose, and the other 2 3rd Tribulation Transcenders had already caught up to Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan. Powerful immortal power, accompanied by a supreme-grade immortal artifact, condensed into a powerful Taoist attack that instantly enveloped the 2 of them. Inferno Prison. Lu Chuan roared as a fire-type Taoist technique erupted in the next moment, the starry sky turned into a sea of flames. Not only did it block the other party's immortal Tao attack, it also temporarily trapped Rose and the other two. However, after using this ultimate move, Lu Chuan's aura dropped to the lowest. Jiang Xi could even sense that Lu Chuan's spiritual sense was showing signs of collapsing. This was a move that he had risked his life to use. Lu Chuan. Jiang Xi's expression changed as he hurriedly fed Lu Chuan his healing spirit pill. Only then did Lu Chuan's injury stabilize. In the Inferno prison, Rose and the other two immortals released their immortal power to protect their bodies. Risking your life? How loyal? Rose sneered. Then, she struck out with her palm, only to discover that her attack was quickly burned by the Inferno prison. Break it together. Rose's expression became serious. She knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. If it was delayed, something unexpected would happen. The three of them attacked at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Chuan was a third tribulation transcender after all. Even if he risked his life to use his ultimate move, it would be difficult for him to withstand the combined attacks of Rose and the other two. Soon, the Inferno prison, which was like a sea of flames, was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, Jiang Xi naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. His attack was also launched. Although his cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Essence Soul realm, his realm had long surpassed that of most tribulation transcenders. He slashed out with his sword, and a soaring sword intent immediately spread out. A huge sword Tao green lotus bloomed in the starry sky. It was like a world of swords. Then, it merged with Lu Chuan's Inferno prison. Last time in the land of reincarnation, he had been attacked by a third tribulation ghost immortal from the ghost race's Silver Yiksha clan. Even if that third tribulation ghost immortal relied on his bloodline power and had strength comparable to a fourth tribulation transcender, he could still hold on for 30 seconds. Now, he was using the sword Tao Green Lotus to trap people. Even if the enemy was a fourth tribulation transcender and two third tribulation transcenders, he believed that he could trap them for at least 10 seconds. In a battle between experts, the outcome was often decided in an instant. If he could buy 10 more seconds, he could do a lot of things. Lu Chuan's aura was weak as he held on in the starry sky. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Jiang Xi continuously brandished his sword light, condensing sword Tao Green Lotuses one after another, wanting to last longer. At this moment, his communication pearl finally received a message from True Monarch Iron Mountain. He's finally here. He didn't have time to rejoice and hurriedly accepted the message. However, he didn't have the strength to materialize the situation on his side. He only used a wisp of his spiritual sense to turn into a transmission phantom through the communication pearl and appeared in the cave abode of Purple Heaven Sect's sixth firmament, True Monarch Iron Mountain. Chapter 501. This was a black mountain located in the starry sky. True Monarch Iron Mountain's palace sat on the peak of the mountain. From the throne of the palace, one could see the Milky Way changing. Wearing a crimson armor, True Lord Iron Mountain sat on the throne. His aura seemed to be in harmony with the starry sky, as if he was the ruler of the starry sky. In the main hall, Jiang Xi's phantom image appeared and bowed. Jiang Xi greets True Monarch Iron Mountain. I know what's going on Earth, but it'll take my men a while to get there. Perfected Cultivator, Iron Mountain's voice boomed. Perfected Cultivator, you can use this teleportation mark to reach the universe where Earth is located. Jiang Xi quickly told him about the interstellar teleport ray on the first moon. Then, with a sincere expression, he said, My master, the Wine Sword Immortal, is trying his best to fend off the enemy. I hope that True Monarch can make a move as soon as possible. All right. True Monarch Iron Mountain nodded. The transmission ended. Soon, immortals with immortal Tao auras teleported to True Lord Iron Mountain's palace. Below the main hall, many immortals had gathered. There were over 1,000 immortals, and even the weakest among them was a fourth tribulation transcender. True Lord Iron Mountain sat high on the throne and said in a deep voice, The people of Tao want to steal the opportunity of the disciples of Purple Heaven sect. Go to Jiangxi's hometown, Earth, and expel the people of Tao. Remember, Jiangxi cannot die. Yes, all the immortals were shocked. Even if Jiangxi was a core disciple of the fourth celestial layer, Iron Mountain True Monarch wouldn't pay so much attention to him. These 1,000 immortals were almost all of True Lord Iron Mountain's forces. There were 29 Tribulation Transcenders, over 107 Tribulation Transcenders, and over 100 8th-stage immortals. Even the weakest among them was a 4th Tribulation Transcender. Now, they had mobilized so many experts just for a single primordial soul stage Jiangxi. This was truly shocking. The mighty army of immortals teleported away from the 6th heaven of the Purple Heaven and arrived at the teleportation platform in the sky of the Purple Heaven sect. They were going to teleport to the first moon of Earth in batches. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the immortals and core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. While they were shocked, they were also guessing what had happened. In the starry sky outside Earth, the battle was still ongoing. Since Jiangxi had added the Green Lotus Sword Dao at the Sword Intent level into the Inferno prison, Rose and the other two couldn't break through the shackles of the 2 Dao attacks in a short time. On the other side, the Wine Sword Immortal was fighting 6 immortals alone and had the upper hand. Moreover, his attack style was very simple. It was just one sword strike after another. Every sword strike was like a galaxy that broke through the dark, starry sky. The overwhelming sword light suppressed Xiao Tu and the others. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Xiao Sha roared with a ferocious look on his face. My lord, if the stalemate continues, the other experts of the Purple Heaven sect will arrive. Ying Lu and the other 4 immortals are even more anxious. Their attacks are basically unable to cause any harm to the Wine Sword Immortal. What worried them even more was that since the Wine Sword Immortal could come to Earth through the interstellar teleportation array, the other masters of the Purple Heaven sect would definitely be able to come quickly in this way. The problem is they are currently being suppressed by the Wine Sword Immortal. As for Rose and the others, they would not be able to take down Jiangxi in a short period of time. If this dragged on, it would be troublesome. Haha, are you anxious? The Wine Sword Immortal laughed, holding a sword in one hand and drinking wine in the other. He slashed out again, and this time, the attack was aimed at the other 5 immortals. Crash! The galaxy shattered. The complexions of the 5 immortals changed greatly. They could no longer be anxious and fled in all directions, not daring to block the attack. Because if they can't block it, they will die. Zhongli, how dare you? Xiao Tu shouted angrily. This time, he was really anxious. These were all the strength of his subordinates. Losing even one of them would make his heart ache. However, the Wine Sword Immortal would not listen to him. Sword fall. The 2 6th Tribulation Transcenders and 3 5th Tribulation Transcenders did not have time to escape from the area covered by the sword light. Under the sword light that was like a galaxy, their bodies and primordial spirits melted like ice and snow, instantly disappearing into the starry sky. They died so strong. Jiangxi's eyes widened. It seemed that this was just a casual sword strike of his master, and he had not used his full strength. Zhongli, Xiao Tu was about to go crazy. This sword strike had caused him to suffer heavy losses. The 5 immortals that died were almost his strongest subordinates. Under his anger, the strange aura emitted from the top of his head became even stronger, and more black patterns appeared on his face. It was as if his whole person was about to be demonized. In the starry sky, the Fiend God face roared. Fiend God roar. The power of space imprisonment suddenly increased by thousands of times. The whole starry sky constantly fluctuated and began to collapse. Not good. The Wine Sword Immortal's complexion changed. Because under this kind of imprisonment, Jiangxi would definitely not be able to escape this world-destroying Fiend God roar. The situation was as he expected. 30,000 kilometers away, the Inferno prison and the Green Lotus dissipated along with the collapse of space. The 4th Tribulation Transcenders rose and the other two third tribulation transcenders escaped. They were not affected by the fiend god roar and immediately attacked Jiangxi. The two sides were less than 500 kilometers apart. For immortal Tao powerhouses, this distance was no different from being very close. The Wine Sword Immortal was 30,000 kilometers away and would definitely not be able to rush over in time. Jiangxi's situation was very dangerous. At this time, another powerful aura spread in the starry sky, and the number of auras was continuously increasing. It was the first moon that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Batch after batch of immortal Tao powerhouses were teleporting over. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterward, these immortal Tao powerhouses crossed the starry sky and arrived at the place where the two sides were fighting. True Monarch Iron Mountain's army of immortals had arrived. More than 1,000 immortals emitted a mighty aura, and the ones in the lead were immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. Haha, Zhongli, you finally decided to come out. A hearty laugh echoed in the starry sky. Immortal Yi Liang, who was wearing a green robe and had disheveled hair, casually condensed an open scroll and suppressed the collapsing starry sky. At the same time, he also imprisoned Rose and the other two, resolving the crisis Jiangxi was in. Immortal Yi Liang saved Jiangxi. While Immortal Chu, he crossed the starry sky and arrived at the place where the Wine Sword Immortal and Xiao Sha were fighting. He was wearing black armor and emitted an iron-blooded aura. He first nodded slightly at the Wine Sword Immortal, then looked at Xiao Sha with a dignified expression. At this time, Xiao Sha's aura was a little weak because he had just used the Fiend God Roar, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Xiao Sha, you trespassed on the private territory of a fourth firmament core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, and even tried to kill him. You have violated the laws of the Heavenly Court and committed a heinous crime. Chui shouted coldly. Xiao Sha laughed disdainfully. Men, capture him. Chui waved his hand at the immortal army behind him. Immediately, 10 Eighth Tribulation Transcenders flew out to capture Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha's expression changed immediately. He didn't expect immortal Chu He to directly give the order to capture him. The Taoist sect was detached from worldly affairs, but the Purple Heaven sect was the actual ruler of the Tao Alliance. In other words, the Purple Heaven sect was not inferior to the Taoist sect. If he was captured by the Purple Heaven sect, the Taoist sect would definitely have to pay a price to redeem him. This was only secondary. The most important thing was that he couldn't afford to lose face. You want to capture me? Scram! Xiao Sha roared. His whole face was covered by black patterns, and a strange aura rushing out from the top of his head was extremely dense. As a result, his originally balding hairstyle directly turned bald. His bald head was covered by black patterns. In the starry sky, the face of the fiend god also turned pitch black, as if it was full of fangs. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Roar! The starry sky within a radius of 100,000 kilometers quickly froze, like the water of a lake. This time, he was going to use the full power of the fiend god, roar at the risk of being seriously injured and even damaging his foundation. Boom! Suddenly, the space exploded, and the face of the fiend god disappeared. Xiao Sha's fiend god, roar, was not fully used before it also stopped. A figure wearing armor with golden patterns slowly appeared in the starry sky. A powerful immortal aura that far surpassed that of a ninth tribulation transcender spread out and faintly merged with the starry sky, as if it was the ruler of the starry sky, whether it was the Wine Sword Immortal, Yi Liang, or Chu He. They all felt an extremely strong pressure and could only try their best to remain standing. As for the remaining 1,000 or so immortals, they directly knelt in the starry sky. A perfected cultivator had arrived. Father, Xiao Sha was immediately overjoyed. The person who had arrived was Taoist sect's True Monarch Baoyan. Greetings, True Monarch Baoyan. The Wine Sword Immortal, Yi Liang, and Chu He respectfully saluted at the same time. The 1,000 or so immortals kneeling in the starry sky also shouted in unison. Jiangxi also saluted respectfully. Strangely, he did not feel that powerful aura, so he was still standing. However, even so, Jiang Xi was still very worried. The appearance of true monarch Baoyan had changed the situation again. This powerhouse from the Taoist sect was once a prodigy of a new era. After reaching the peak of the Tao integration stage, he was able to transcend 9 tribulations in a row. After hundreds of millions of years, true monarch Baoyan's strength had become even more unfathomable. Among the true monarchs, true monarch Baoyan was a powerful existence, second only to true monarch Myriad Poison and true monarch Six Virtuous. True monarch Iron Mountain's 1,000 or so immortals army could not stop true monarch Baoyan at all. Even if true monarch Iron Mountain rushed to Earth now, it would be too late. Interstellar teleportation between star fields also took time. This time was enough for true monarch Baoyan to do a lot of things. It would only take a few words to take away the sovereignty of Earth. What should he do? While Jiang Xi was worrying about this, Qiao Tu shouted, "Father, these immortals of the Purple Heaven sect are too overbearing. They want to take me down together." The guilty party complained first. The Wine Sword immortal, Liang, and Chu He all frowned. "Humph!" True monarch Baoyan snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the starry sky. Everyone felt true monarch Baoyan's anger in this cold snort, and they all trembled in fear. When a true monarch was angry, people would die. However, surprisingly, true monarch Baoyan's anger was not directed at the Wine Sword immortal, Liang, or Chu He. There seemed to be a galaxy flowing in his eyes as he stared at Qiao Tu and said slowly, "I am very disappointed." Qiao Tu was stunned. This was the first time he heard this from his father. Very disappointed? Was it because he did not take down Earth? Or was it because of something else? For a moment, Qiao Tu became a little nervous and did not know what to do. First, then change. Chapter 502. The remnant aura of the battle lingered in the starry sky. The perfected Lord's aura intimidated everything. The thousands of immortals did not dare to make a move. Apart from perfected Lord Baoyan, only Jiang Xi, Wine Sword Immortal, Liang, Chu He, and Xiao Cha were left standing. True Lord Baoyan looked at his son, Qiao Tu, with anger in his eyes. He was angry that Qiao Tu did not fight back. He scolded, "The God Fiend's skull has been in your possession for 70,000 years. You still can't fully unleash its power. This time, you're risking damaging your foundation to unleash your ultimate move. You're really wasting the treasure." This made many people suspicious. Why did it feel like the God Fiend's skull was more important than his son in perfected Lord Baoyan's eyes? "Father!" Qiao Chan knelt down in fear, his body trembling. Perfected Lord Baoyan did not look at him again. His expression was indifferent, as if he was not looking at his son. Then, he turned his gaze to Wine Sword Immortal, Liang, and Chu He. "Are you the ones who gave the order to capture my son?" This time, his voice was emotionless. However, the feeling he gave was even more terrifying. A pressure that came from the soul caused the Wine Sword Immortal and the other two's expressions to change slightly. Perfected Lord, it was Qiao Cha who violated the Heavenly Court's laws first. Wine Sword Immortal said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He was stronger and was the first to resist the pressure. However, he was the first to speak, so he had to bear more of Perfected Lord Baoyan's anger. "Perfected Lord, we were ordered by Perfected Lord Iron Mountain to protect Jiang Xi. Qiao Cha wanted to harm Jiang Xi's life. Naturally, we could not sit by and do nothing." Liang also explained respectfully, sharing the pressure with Wine Sword Immortal. Chu was a man of few words. He only nodded solemnly, expressing his attitude. "Oof." Perfected Lord Baoyan snorted. "Even if my son was wrong, it is not up to Purple Heaven sect to punish him." The rumbling of thunder echoed in the starry sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Wine Sword Immortal, Liang, Chu He, and the army of thousands of immortals felt as if they were struck by lightning. Everyone's faces turned pale, and their auras became weaker. This time, Jiang Ci still did not feel any pressure. He was even more confused, but he could not ask. "This is your punishment," True Lord Baoyin said expressionlessly yes. None of the immortals dared to refute. This was already the lightest punishment for offending a true monarch. Moreover, True Lord Baoyin was stronger than True Lord Iron Mountain. As True Lord Iron Mountain subordinates, they did not dare to say anything and could only agree. After all, the strong were respected. Perfected Lord Baoyin, who was clad in golden patterned armor, suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Ci. What shocked the immortals was that True Lord Baoyin, who was so overbearing and intimidating just now, actually revealed a slight smile at this time. "Jiang Ci, right?" True Lord Baoyin asked with a smile. Jiang Ci froze for a moment, but he wasn't too shocked. This was because when True Lord of Myriad Poisons contacted him previously, he had also spoken to him in the same manner. Moreover, his attitude was even more amiable than True Lord of Baoyin's. "Jiang Ci greets True Monarch Baoyin." Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. He knew that True Lord Baoyin would definitely talk about buying Earth next. As expected, True Lord Baoyin said, "Actually, I asked Xiao Sha to come to Earth to discuss the purchase of Earth with you. I didn't expect him to misunderstand me and actually attack you directly." Jiang Ci was really surprised this time. From what he heard, True Lord Baoyin seemed to be explaining to him. He did not expect a true monarch to say sorry or anything like that. A detailed explanation like True Lord Baoyin's was equivalent to an apology. When Xiao Sha heard this, he was dumbfounded. "Father," before coming to Earth, the order he received was to do whatever it took. True Lord Baoyin looked at him indifferently. Xiao Sha's body trembled, and he quickly shut his mouth. This was the second time today that he saw his father looking at him with such a gaze. It was also the second time in his life. On the side, Wine Sword Immortal, Yiliang, Chu He, and the other immortals, of course, could tell that True Lord Baoyin was explaining to Jiang Ci. They were even more surprised. Immortal Dao experts looked at the higher level. From their point of view, True Lord Baoyin's reaction was very strange. No matter how talented Jiang Ci was, he was just a cultivator in the primordial soul stage who had yet to become an immortal. True Lord Baoyin was not only a powerful expert in the 9 domains of the Dao Alliance, he was also a genius of the New Age. In terms of talent, he was even stronger than Jiang Ci. In other words, True Lord Baoyin did not need to explain to Jiang Ci at all. Wine Sword Immortal and the others were confused. They did not understand what was going on. True Lord Baoyin smiled again and said to Jiang Ci, "Jiang Ci, I'm here to talk to you personally. I wonder if you're willing to sell Earth to me? You can name your price, whether it's points or treasures in the universe. As long as I can satisfy you, I'll give it to you." Jiang Ci had the experience of negotiating with True Lord of Myriad Poisons. In the face of this situation, he was very calm. "True Lord, Earth is my hometown. It's the place where the people of Earth live and reproduce. I can't sell it." True Lord Baoyin nodded gently. "I've been rude. If that's the case, I won't force you." Jiang Ci was stunned. It was that simple? He thought that True Lord Baoyin would fly into a rage after he rejected him. While he was stunned, True Lord Baoyin's expression changed again. He regained his dignified look. "Xiao Tu," True Lord Baoyin said in a deep voice. "Father." Xiao Tu was still in a state of confusion. He had called his father many times already. "I only ordered you to come to Earth for a discussion, but you caused such a big trouble. If Wine Sword Immortal Zhong Li had not arrived in time, I'm afraid Jiang Ci would have been dead." True Lord Baoyin said. Everyone could hear the anger in his voice. "Father, this is you." Xiao Tu's expression changed drastically. "Shut up." True Lord Baoyin shouted angrily. Xiao Tu was stunned. It was as if a big pot had fallen from the sky. "You have treasures, but you don't know how to improve yourself. You cause trouble outside all day long. This time, you violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. Since that's the case, I'll punish you to stay in the Northern Deep Star for 30,000 years." True Lord Baoyin said coldly. "Father." Xiao Tu was completely stunned. Then he was terrified. Wine Sword Immortal, and the others were even more shocked. They did not understand true Lord Bao Yan's actions at all. What kind of place was the Northern Deep Star Sea? It was a place where the heavenly court imprisoned important criminals. There were extremely vicious, immortal experts of the human race, as well as great monsters and ghost immortals of other races. The environment was extremely bad. Staying in there for 30,000 years would definitely torture someone to death. The lifespan of a Tao integration realm cultivator was 10,000 years. After that, their lifespan would increase by 10,000 years with each heavenly tribulation. In summary, the lifespan of a ninth tribulation transcender was 100,000 years. Xiao Tu was now a seventh tribulation transcender. He had reached the limit of every realm, and his lifespan was close to 80,000 years. Even if he could cultivate to a ninth tribulation transcender, his lifespan would be at most 20,000 years. Facing the wall for 30,000 years meant that if he did not cultivate from a ninth tribulation transcender to a perfected lord, it was equivalent to staying in the Northern Deep Star until death. This was almost equivalent to giving Xiao Tu a death sentence. Winesword Immortal and the others did not understand. Because even if Xiao Tu killed Jiang Ci just now, it would be difficult for him to receive such a punishment. It felt like true Lord Bao Yan was expressing his attitude towards Jiang Ci. It was too strange. Jiang Ci was silent. You killed your son. It's none of my business. He even wanted true Lord Bao Yan to kill Xiao Tu on the spot. At this time, true Lord Bao Yan said, "Release all the earthlings." Xiao Tu's face was ashen, but he did not dare to disobey. He flew back to Earth and released all the earthlings that he had stored in his storage space. The tens of billions of earthlings who were in a mess felt like they had survived a disaster after seeing the familiar environment. They had experienced an unprecedented change today. Although they did not see the battle between the immortals, their experience in the storage space made them realize that the world was about to change. After doing all this, Xiao Tu returned to true Lord Bao Yan's side. True Lord Bao Yan took one last look at Earth and the first moon and sighed in his heart. He wrapped Xiao Tu and the remaining three immortals with his immortal power. There was a fluctuation in space, and the group disappeared into thin air. Tao Domain. In the endless sky of Starry Sky Continent, a huge palace was suspended. This was true Lord Bao Yan's residence. Inside the palace, true Lord Bao Yan and Xiao Tu's figures suddenly appeared after returning. Xiao Tu could not help but ask directly, "Father, why? Even if I made a mistake, I don't need to face the wall on the Northern Deep Star for 30,000 years, right?" He did not care whether he would anger his father or not. If he did not ask now, he would really be imprisoned in the Northern Deep Star Sea. That would be the end of him. Do you think I want to? True Lord Bao Yan said coldly. He punished his son in public, which was actually a slap to his own face in public. This matter would definitely spread out. When the time came, everyone would think that he had given in to Jiang Ci, the little fellow at the primordial spirit realm, that he was afraid. "Father, was it just for show?" Xiao Tu asked in surprise. "It was not for show." True Lord Bao Yan shook his head. "My master asked me to punish you. He said that the pressure on you is too small. The God Fiend skull is a complete waste on you. So he asked me to imprison you in the Northern Deep Star Sea for 30,000 years to give you some pressure. At the same time, he said, you have indeed caused trouble this time. So this is a small punishment." Father's master? Xiao Tu's breathing stagnated, and his face was full of disbelief. His heart was in turmoil, and other than shock, there was also fear and unease. His father, true Lord Bao Yan, was a genius who dominated an era in Tao sect. There were not many in Tao sect who were qualified to be his master. Moreover, the reason why true Lord Bao Yan had such great power in Tao sect and could even influence important decisions in Tao sect was related to his master. True Lord Bao Yan's master was the true upper echelon of Tao sect, a powerful existence second only to the Tao sect's heavenly lords. He was the second most powerful person in Tao sect. "Yes, my master, Tao Lord Yanqing," true Lord Bao Yan said solemnly. This, Father, Tao Lord Yanqing is a transcendent being. Why would he notice me and personally order me to be punished? Xiao Tu was terrified. He was targeted by such an expert. Chapter 503. Xiao Tu was no longer as domineering and arrogant as he was before. He was now like a frightened little bird, his body trembling slightly. Taoist Lord Yanqing had absolute authority in the Tao sect. Unless the supreme heavenly venerate of the human race spoke, no one could suppress Taoist Lord Yanqing. Taoist Lord Yanqing was ranked first even in the human race and the 10,000 races of the universe. There were very few who could surpass him in strength. Except for the human race, the monster race, and the ghost race, all the other races had to kneel in front of Taoist Lord Yanqing. Father, what should I do? Xiao Tu panicked and didn't know what to do. Taoist Lord Yanqing was punishing him now. If Taoist Lord Yanqing wanted him to die, there was no way he could live. His father even wanted to kill him personally, just like how he was punished to face the wall for 30,000 years. Are you scared now? True monarch Baoyan had a look of disappointment on his face. However, this was his son after all. Moreover, the God Fiend skull in Xiao Tu's body was the key to whether he could become a Tao Lord in the future. Xiao Tu was still of great use now, so he couldn't let anything happen to him. Thinking of this, true monarch Baoyan sighed softly. I don't know why Master punished you. You don't have to worry too much. With Master status, he won't bother with his 7th tribulation transcender like you. Xiao Tu was slightly relieved. According to my guess, the reason Master punished you this time should be related to that Jiang Ci, true monarch Baoyan said. Jiang Ci. Xiao Tu was shocked. He's just an essence soul cultivator. How could he be related to Taoist Lord Yanqing? It might be related to the secrets of Earth. True monarch Baoyan's eyes were deep. When he arrived at the space where Earth was, he noticed the uniqueness of Earth and the first moon. Even the entire space was different from the outside world. Earth. Xiao Tu fell silent. Of course, he also noticed the uniqueness of Earth. Unfortunately, this opportunity had passed him by, and he had paid a terrible price for it. Master punished you to face the wall on planet Northern Deep for 30,000 years. It seems like a punishment, but it's actually a good thing for you. The environment of that place is very suitable for refining the God Fiend skull. If you can completely refine it within 30,000 years, it's not impossible for you to become a true lord in the future, said True Lord Baoyan. I understand. Xiao Sha clenched his fists. He was still unwilling to give up. In the starry sky near Earth, the immortals did not leave. Their mighty auras still covered the starry sky. Jiang Ci, we have been ordered by True Lord Iron Mountain to help you guard Earth for the time being. Where do you think we should be stationed? Iliang asked. The scene that had just taken place caused Iliang, a 9th tribulation transcender, to change his attitude towards Jiang Ci. He did not directly request to be stationed on Earth. Instead, he first asked for Jiang Ci's opinion. After all, Jiang Ci was the true ruler of Earth, and Earth had been registered as a private territory, not a vital planet under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. According to the laws of the Heavenly Court, private territories were sacred and inviolable. Even immortals had to abide by this law. Those who violate this rule will refer to Xiao Sha. Jiang Ci looked at his master, the wine-sword immortal, and the latter nodded slightly at him. Then, he said, Senior Iliang, Earth has always been in a sealed state. If the army of immortals were to be stationed here, I'm afraid that they would offend you. You should temporarily be stationed on the planet that you teleported from just now. He was referring to the first moon. The storm caused by Earth had yet to subside, and there might be other true monarchs coming soon. The army of immortals staying here would be enough to ensure the safety of Earth. All right, Iliang had already realized that Earth and the first moon were extraordinary. Even if Jiang Ci allowed the army to be stationed on Earth, he would first ask for True Lord Iron Mountain's permission. Then, the immortals crossed the void and arrived at the first moon. This time, they had time to carefully observe the dilapidated moon palace. The group of immortals gasped in amazement. This palace that seemed to have existed for countless years seemed to be extremely disrespectful, but it vaguely hid a great secret. However, they did not dare to enter without permission. Jiang Xi also did not intend to invite them in. He said with a smile, "Master, Senior Liang, Senior Chu He, since you are already in front of my house, why don't you take a seat at my place?" Of course. The liquor sore mortal took a sip of wine from the gourd. "Haha, I want to see what kind of environment could nurture a genius like you." Liang laughed. Chui also looked very interested. Even so, they did not plan to investigate Earth. Even true Lord Bao Yin did not do so just now. Obviously, there was a taboo. Under the current situation, if the higher-ups did not give the order, no one would dare to touch Earth. The higher-ups naturally referred to the higher-ups of the Dao Alliance, the Dao Monarchs. After returning to Earth, Jiang Xi first went to Shuntian Prefecture. In fact, only one human died in this war. It was the higher-up of the Great Xia Alliance who was controlled by Qiao Cha with his spiritual sense. He was implicated and died. There were many others who were injured and frightened, more than half of them. The entire Earth was in chaos because when Qiao Cha released the people, everyone's order was messed up. Some of them were originally living in Paksun province, but now they had run to Shuntian Prefecture, which was considered close. Some of them might be from North America's Shadow Mansion, but now they were in Africa's Cape of Good Hope. Jiang Xi also released Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and more than 100 people. Many of them were higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance. Jiang Xi, Little Jiang, Senior Jiang. Everyone was very excited when they saw Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, what happened? That person doesn't seem to be from Earth. Also, where did you take us just now? Is it storage space? In the end, Zhang Wei, who was the closest to Jiang Xi, asked many questions on behalf of everyone. Jiang Xi smiled. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he said, "Come, let me introduce everyone. This is my master, the Wine Sword Immortal, a 9-tribulation sword immortal from the Purple Heaven sect of the Dao Alliance. This is Senior Liang, and this is Senior Chu He, a 9-tribulation transcender." Jiang Xi introduced them one by one. He knew that from today onwards, the Earth was going to change. An unprecedented change was coming. The people of Earth had to quickly learn and understand the situation of the Universal Dao Alliance. Getting to know these legendary immortals was the first step. Fortunately, Earth had experienced 5 spirit energy recoveries. Everyone had a certain degree of acceptance for this kind of mythical situation to become reality. At the same time, in the 6th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, True Monarch Iron Mountain's Black Mountain Palace. True Monarch Iron Mountain's immortal army was almost fully mobilized, which attracted the attention of many higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect. Many True Monarchs came to ask True Monarch Iron Mountain for details. True Monarch Iron Mountain did not hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. Earth? The planet of life in the depths of the asteroid belt? Is it the asteroid belt that the sect sent people to search for thousands of years ago? No wonder. It seems that there is a big secret there. A Dao monarch of the sect also searched there, but he found nothing. I didn't expect there to be a planet of life there. What's so special about that planet? But why was such a secret place discovered by the Dao sect first? Jiang Xi is a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Earth is his private territory. Such an important place can't be taken by the Dao sect. It should belong to the Purple Heaven sect. The true monarchs discussed and soon understood the general situation of Earth from True Monarch Iron Mountain. These experts with endless lifespans were all shocked. Some true monarchs even exclaimed, "The ancestral land of the Dao Alliance. A forgotten place." They finally understood why True Monarch Baoyan of the Dao sect would come to Earth. Finally, they were relieved when they learned that True Monarch Iron Mountain's army was stationed there. This way, Earth would definitely belong to the Purple Heaven sect. However, this matter still had to be decided by the higher-ups. After all, it involved the clash of 2 major forces. These true monarchs, who were usually in charge, no longer had any say in this matter. After the true monarchs left, true monarch Iron Mountain sat on the throne and looked at the stars. Suddenly, he shook his head and chuckled. I didn't expect that kid to have such a background and opportunity. He had learned about the situation on Earth from a Tao lord in his sect. He was also shocked at first, which was why so many immortal Tao experts were mobilized. There are still some things I need to ask that kid. True monarch Iron Mountain contacted Jiang Xi with his communication bead. On Earth, Jiang Xi introduced the Wine Sword Immortal and the other two to everyone and briefly explained the situation of the Tao Alliance. In short, his words severely impacted everyone's worldview. It would probably take a while for everyone to digest all this. Jiang Xi's last words were, "We don't have much time left. We have to accept these changes as soon as possible." Many of these people were the decision-makers of the Great Xia Alliance. Only when these people accepted the new world could they control the impact of the changes on Earth through public opinion. This is a process that all indigenous planets have to go through before they can integrate into the universe. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled. That's right. Earth's situation is already very good. It's not like the other indigenous planets. Some have to accept violent and bloody massacres, while others have to accept miserable slavery. Ilyang sighed. With Earth's special situation and your identity, Jiang Xi, Earth's situation in the Tao Alliance won't be bad in the future, Chu He said. These three ninth tribulation transcenders were comforting Jiang Xi. They could hear that Jiang Xi was clearly a bit anxious. Yes, Jiang Xi nodded and relaxed a bit. He understood all of this, but he was still unwilling to accept it. If he was a Tao monarch, Earth definitely wouldn't be in such a situation now. To put it bluntly, Earth had no strength and no backing. For example, the indigenous planet of Kalos Star not long ago wasn't very strong and didn't have any strong backing. In the end, it was reduced to a farm for white feather star trade. Of course, Earth also had a backing, but that senior Qing sure didn't care about anything. He only reminded him that Earth would face a crisis in the near future. Then, he ran away with his people. Chapter 504. The higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance on Earth were still digesting what Jiang Xi had just told them. With shock in their hearts, they began to discuss the possible changes that might occur, as well as the countermeasures that they should take next. Jiang Xi was on the side, giving advice and helping them make various decisions. Wine Sword Immortal, Ilyang, and Chu He, the three ninth tribulation transcenders, didn't participate, because this was a matter for the people of Earth. Not long after, Jiang Xi received a new message in his communication bead. It's a message from true monarch Iron Mountain. Jiang Xi glanced at Wine Sword Immortal and the others. Don't worry, Lord Iron Mountain probably summoned us to ask about what happened just now. Ilyang smiled. Chu He chimed in. Go, I'll keep an eye on things here. Wine Sword Immortal gave him a reassuring look. Jiang Xi nodded and walked into another quiet meeting room, picking up the message. His spiritual sense turned into a phantom image through the communication bead and appeared in the palace of true monarch Iron Mountain of the Sixth Heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. True monarch Iron Mountain, who was wearing a blood-red armor, sat on a huge throne in the palace and looked down at Jiang Xi. Greetings, true monarch Iron Mountain. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. True monarch Iron Mountain asked in a low voice, I called you here to confirm whether you're the only one who came out of Earth. There are 3 people in total. Apart from me, there's also my big brother Xian Tian and my second sister Li Bai Bai. The 2 of them are now. Jiang Xi told him about the current situation of Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. Although few people knew about his relationship with Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai, the Purple Heaven sect could easily find out if they wanted to. One of them is in the Taoist sect, and the other is in the flowing time palace of the Heavenly Court. True monarch Iron Mountain slowly nodded. No wonder the Taoist sect was able to find out about the situation on Earth. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He understood what true monarch Iron Mountain meant. It sounded like the Tao sect had discovered all of this because of the Xian Tian. This time, Many Dao sect perfected lords have sent people to Earth, but perfected Lord Myriad Poison and perfected Lord Balian beat them to it. The other perfected lords are still on their way. Perfected Lord Iron Mountain added. Remember, apart from the Grotto Heaven world that was promised to Myriad Poison Sage, everything on Earth is now prohibited from being sold, no matter who the other party is. If someone is looking for trouble, just say that this is an order from the Purple Heaven sect. Yes, True Lord Iron Mountain did not ask anything else and ended the transmission. Jiang Ci sat alone in the quiet conference room, thinking about the short conversation just now. During this meeting, True Lord Iron Mountain revealed two important pieces of information to him. First of all, the higher-ups of the 3 gates and 6 sects must still be debating and discussing the matter of Earth. They had not come up with a final decision. Secondly, the reason why Earth was discovered might have something to do with Xian Tian. Although the mysterious enchantment that protected Earth had disappeared with the departure of Elder Bluestone and the first moon. But if no one took the initiative to expose Earth, perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, no one would discover the existence of Earth. Because the asteroid belt itself was a natural protective shield, very few people could pass through it. With 1,000 or even 10,000 years as a buffer, with the speed of his strength improvement, he might be able to protect Earth from these impacts. Unlike today, when he could only passively accept this sudden change. Although Big Brother's temperament is sometimes unreliable, he would never expose the existence of Earth. This was something that Jiang Ci could be sure of. It's useless to think too much. I might as well ask Big Brother directly. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, suddenly his communication bead showed that someone had sent him a message. It was Xian Tian. Jiang Ci laughed. He was originally the only one in this conference room. Soon, Xian Tian and Li Baibai's communication beads appeared one after another. Third brother, how's the situation on Earth? Xian Tian asked as soon as he came up. This question made Jiang Ci confirm that everything that happened on Earth today was indeed related to Xian Tian. This was because whether it was the Taoist sect's perfected cultivators or the Purple Heaven sect's mobilization of the Immortal Army, it was a very confidential matter. Xian Tian had only joined the Taoist sect for a few years and was only an ordinary core disciple. So he had no authority to know these things. Big Brother, how do you know these things? Jiang Ci asked in return. It's a long story. Let's talk about the situation on Earth first. Xian Tian chuckled. Li Baibai was confused by the conversation between the two. No, wait. Big Brother, third brother, what are you talking about? Li Baibai was confused. Only then did Riverward recount everything that had happened, from when True Lord Myriad Poisons contacted him to when True Lord Balian left with Xiao Sha. Finally, he concluded, there are only 2 words to describe the current situation on Earth. It's a mess. It's good for it to be messy. Xian Tian nodded. Big Brother, what do you mean by it's good for it to be messy? Tens of billions of people on Earth almost died just now. Jiang Ci said with his eyes wide open. Haha, third brother, don't underestimate the resilience of the people on Earth. Or rather, don't underestimate the resilience of the people of Great Xia. History has proven that temporary setbacks and pressures will allow our race and civilization to rebound to greater heights. Xian Tian laughed. Li Baibai had already understood what had happened. She also laughed and said, yes, third brother, you might want to let Earth continue to be in a closed state and develop gently. Until you or the 2 of us have enough strength to protect Earth, then we will let Earth integrate into the universe. This is not wrong, but it will always be lacking something. It's lacking cruelty and courage. If we don't see the cruelty of a universe, we will only raise a flock of sheep. The strength of Earth cannot be limited to the strength of a few people. It has to be strong as a whole. Xian Tian added. Jiang Ci slowly nodded thoughtfully. Gentleness and cruelty, of course. Cruelty was more likely to motivate people to improve. I understand. Jiang Ci let out a long breath and then said, but, Big Brother, from what you said, this matter was really caused by you. That's right, it was me. Xian Tian admitted generously. It was really you. Jiang Ci widened his eyes again. You are so unreliable. Li Baibai also looked at Xian Tian in puzzlement and asked for the reason. Ah, the two of you don't have to give me such an expression. I did it unintentionally. Xian Tian laughed. He looked at Jiang Ci and asked, Third brother, do you know why true monarch myriad poisons gave in? Do you know why true monarch Baoyan took the initiative to leave in the end? Jiang Ci shook his head. He still didn't understand this question. Why would a true monarch expert be so gentle to him? Because I asked true monarch Yanqing for help. Taoism is a supreme existence. No matter how strong true monarch myriad poisons and true monarch Baoyan are, they can only listen obediently. Xian Tian said with a smile. True monarch Yanqing. Jiang Ci was really shocked now. One had to know that there weren't many true monarchs in the entire human race. This could be seen from a number of inheritance altars in the ancient Tao origin world. Only peak true monarchs were qualified to leave behind inheritance altars in the ancient Tao origin world. There were a total of 44 inheritance altars, which meant that there were 44 peak true monarchs in the human race. The entire human race had gone through countless tribulations over the countless years before they could produce a single true monarch. Any one of these true monarchs was a supreme existence whose might shook the universe. Jiang Ci thought that he had a good relationship with the upper echelons. Not only was he able to talk to true monarch Iron Mountain, but he was also able to receive guidance from true monarch Six Virtuous. He didn't expect that Big Brother would be able to directly ask true monarch Yanqing for help. When did Xian Tian know such an existence? He even asked for help? This wasn't just a simple meeting, but a true acquaintance. Big Brother, I've heard of true monarch Yanqing in the Heavenly Court. He's the true leader of the Tao sect and is ranked in the top 5 of the entire human race. How did you know him? Li Baibai asked on behalf of Jiang Ci. This has to do with my unintentional actions. Xian Tian smiled. Third brother, you should know that the Skyspan Mountain and Skyspan River are in the Skyspan River diagram, right? He asked Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci nodded. Yes, any new core disciple of the Tao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects will have a chance to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years. After choosing their inheritance altars in the ancient Tao origin world, they'll be qualified to challenge the Skyspan Mountain and Skyspan River. Big Brother, you want to challenge them? Jiang Ci's eyes lit up as he realized something. Yes, I'm currently cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world. Some time ago, I challenged the Skyspan Mountain, but I failed in the second trial. Xian Tian said calmly, the flow of time in the ancient Tao origin world is 6 times faster than in the origin universe. Big Brother, you've only cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for a little over a year. It's already very good to be able to pass the first trial. Only a few of the geniuses in the 9 regions genius tournament were able to do so, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Xian Tian's talent in the Tao wasn't weak. Before they left Earth, Xian Tian had already comprehended the Saber Tao. However, after stepping into space, his opportunities and cultivation environment couldn't compare to Jiang Ci's. After cultivating for more than 200 years, his Tao was only able to pass the first trial. Big Brother, your results in the Skyspan Mountain aren't enough to attract the attention of a true monarch. Is it Skyspan River? Jiang Ci's eyes glowed. The Skyspan Mountain tested one's cultivation and Tao, while the Skyspan River tested one's mental state and spiritual sense. The mental state had 3 major stages: false, grand, and void. Before entering the Tao sect, Xian Tian's mental state had reached the peak of the second stage, which could be said to be abnormal. Even if Xian Tian's spiritual sense was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, he should be able to achieve good results in the Skyspan River with his mental state. Li Baibai was also looking at Xian Tian. After understanding the situation of Heavenspan Mountain and Heavenspan River, she was also filled with anticipation. Given Xian Tian's mental state, how far could he go in the Heavenspan River? Yes, I went to the Skyspan River again, and then something big happened. Those islands had spiritual sense pressure and illusions, but I didn't care about those and just went through step by step. Unfortunately, my spiritual sense was too weak. My spiritual sense collapsed as soon as I set foot on the 21st island. Xian Tian shook his head and sighed. He went to the 21st island on the Skyspan River. Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated. He was shocked. Chapter 505. The 21st Island? Li Baibai was also shocked. She asked Jiang Xi, "Third brother, which island did you reach when you were at the nascent soul stage?" Jiang Xi took a deep breath and looked at Xian Tian in disbelief. Then he said, "I reached the 9th island, but I failed on the 10th island." "The difference is so big?" Li Baibai was surprised. "It's not just big. It's like the difference between heaven and earth." Jiang Xi shook his head and stared at Xian Tian, saying, "Big Brother's result is abnormal among abnormal. The spiritual sense pressure of the 10th island on the heavenly river has already reached the tribulation transcender level. Coupled with the existence of illusions, even a first tribulation transcender might not be able to reach the 10th island. As for the 21st island, the spiritual sense pressure there has already reached the true monarch level. That's not something a nascent soul stage cultivator can reach. Big Brother, how did you do it?" Jiang Xi shook his head again and again. It wasn't that he refused to accept it, but that he couldn't believe it. After reaching the 10th island on the heavenly river, not to mention the illusions, just the spiritual sense pressure alone was enough to directly shatter the spiritual sense of a nascent soul stage cultivator. "Everything is possible." Xian Tian gently smiled and asked Jiang Xi, "Third brother, what level is your mental state at now?" Jiang Xi said, "I just reached the 2nd level." "Oh, you're progressing quite fast." Xian Tian was a bit surprised. Then he smiled and said, "Then, when you reach the 2nd level, you'll know why I was able to reach the 21st island on the heavenly river. The 2nd level of the mental state is a big realm. After reaching the 2nd level, it means that the mind is infinitely big and can encompass all things. Of course, it can also encompass spiritual sense, pressure, and illusions, unless it really far exceeds the tolerance of my mental state." Jiang Xi suddenly understood. In fact, if he were to go now, he should be able to reach the 15th island. But even if he reached the 2nd level, there was still a limit. When I failed to reach the 21st island, I immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Taoist sect. The real higher-ups. Xian Tian finally emphasized. "Tao Lord Yanqing?" Jiang Xi asked. "No, Venerable Ming Tian." Xian Tian laughed. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were both shocked. Venerable Ming was the strongest expert of the Tao sect. At the same time, he was also the strongest expert of the human race. He was the only celestial venerable. Xian Tian said, "Tomorrow's revered lord immediately ordered a lockdown on the news. That's why very few people know about my Heavenspan River results." Jiang Xi nodded his head. To have such a state of mind at the nascent soul stage, this was an unparalleled genius. Xian Tian smiled faintly. "Furthermore, tomorrow revered lord ordered me to be accepted as an in-name disciple. Then he arranged for Taoist Lord Yanqing to temporarily teach me. When I transcend the tribulation and become an immortal one day, then I can become an official disciple of Venerable Ming and have the qualifications to listen to his teachings." Fuck. Jiang Xi didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Li Baibai also widened his eyes. To be accepted as a disciple by the strongest human being? This was a truly heaven-defying opportunity. The shock in Jiang Xi's heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. In comparison, the young geniuses of the 9 regions genius tournament. In the end, those who were qualified to be accepted as disciples were all tribulation transcender powerhouses. Back then, only Ji Wei and Mu Ning were accepted as disciples by perfected lords. Because perfected lords had endless lifespans, very few of them would accept disciples. From this, one could see how difficult it was for true powerhouses to accept disciples, not to mention perfected lords accepting disciples. Tao lords often didn't accept disciples for thousands of eras or even tens of thousands of eras. As for heavenly venerables, the number of disciples they had could be counted on one hand. Although Xian Tian was only an in-name disciple of tomorrow revered Lord, as long as he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he could become an official disciple. This was definitely a meteoric rise. Big brother, you're amazing. Zhang Xi gave him a thumbs up. Xian Tian chuckled and shook his head. Actually, it's just that. The cultivation of one's mental state is extremely profound. Mental state is a profound state of mind, and it can only assist in cultivation for now. In battle, I still have to rely on spiritual energy and Taoist techniques. Now, not to mention immortals, even Tao integration cultivators can kill me with a wave of their hand. Zhang Xi and Li Baibai looked at each other. Big brother, keep pretending. Li Baibai said, That's right, be careful not to be struck by lightning. Zhang Xi also joked. Then, he smiled and said, I'm thinking if Blue Star Region's Shuang family and Moon Palace's Fairy Wang Qing knew that Big Brother was accepted as an in-name disciple by tomorrow revered Lord, what kind of expression would they have? 5 years ago, Xian Tian and Shuang Long, the genius of the Shuang family, had been stopped by the Shuang family and Fairy Wang Qing and forcibly separated. Although they didn't say it clearly at that time, their attitude of looking down on others was already clear. I'm afraid they'll regret it. Li Baibai laughed. Xian Tian just smiled and shook his head. He had already seen through everything. He said, I know myself. Even if I become tomorrow revered Lord's in-name disciple and have Taoist Yanqing to teach me, I still have a long way to go. I believe in Big Brother, Zhang Xi said with a smile. With Big Brother's mental state, it'll be hard for him not to become a powerhouse in the future. Li Baibai also smiled. Xian Tian's gaze fell on Li Baibai. Little Bai, you might have to leave the Time Palace. I told Taoist Yanqing about your situation. Your mental state cultivation has already reached the first level of perfection, and you cultivate the extremely rare time Tao art. Taoist Yanqing will arrange for his disciple to accept you as a disciple. Li Baibai was stunned. Taoist Yanqing's disciple was naturally a perfected cultivator. Zhang Xi watched from his side. He didn't say anything, but his face was full of smiles. He was sincerely happy for his eldest brother and his second sister's encounter. The future of Earth couldn't rely on him alone. Now, Xian Tian and Li Baibai had finally ushered in their own opportunities. Their future was promising. Next, the three of them changed the topic back to how Earth was exposed. Xian Tian said, With my nascent soul cultivation, I reached the 21st island of the heavenly stream. This attracted the attention of revered Ming, Taoist Yanqing, and other higher-ups. Then, Taoist Yanqing learned about Little Bai's situation from me. He was a little surprised. Finally, I told him about Third Brother's situation. Taoist Yanqing was a supreme existence, but he was stunned for a few seconds because it's almost impossible for three geniuses to appear on a life planet in the same era. Zhang Xi also nodded in agreement. From this point, one could see the uniqueness of Earth. It was as if the three of them were born with luck. One became a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, and his talent was close to that of an epix. The other became an in-name disciple of revered Ming, and his mental state talent might not appear in several epics. Although Li Baibai was a little weaker than them, he comprehended the extremely rare time Tao art. He was also a rare genius. Of course, Zhang Xi didn't forget Jiang Dudu. However, Jiang Dudu was a completely different existence from the three of them. She truly became strong while sleeping. She couldn't be called a genius. She had already surpassed the category of a genius. When Taoist Yanqing knew that the three of us came from Earth, he reported this situation to revered Ming. Then, revered Ming personally went to Earth and discovered everything about Earth. Xian Tian said, Revered Ming went to Earth? Zhang Xi was shocked. Yes. Xian Tian nodded. No wonder. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. No wonder Elder Qing sure left in a hurry. Was he afraid of meeting revered Ming? Did revered Ming find anything? Jiang Xi asked. A heavenly venerable level expert personally investigated. What he saw would definitely be different from what they saw. He didn't say. Actually, even if he found something, he wouldn't tell me. Xian Tian shook his head. Then he thought of something. Right, Taoist Yanqing told me that after revered Ming returned from Earth, he said something. He finally found? Jiang Xi was deep in thought. Did revered Ming already know about Earth's existence? After a moment of realization, there were still many mysteries. There were still many secrets that couldn't be found. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xi said, Big brother, sister bye-bye. Actually, more than half a year ago, I entered the second moon. Jiang Xi told him about his encounter with Elder Qing Shi. Xian Tian and Li Baibai looked at each other. They only knew about this after hearing this. It sounds like that senior already predicted everything that happened today. Could it be that he's a mighty figure who cultivates the Tao of time? Li Baibai said that's possible. I just don't know what his motive is. Senior Qing Shi is such a mysterious expert, but he's actually just an executor of Earth's spirit qi recovery. There are other powerful existences behind him. Also, he called Earth the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance a forgotten place. And his identity looks like there are still many mysteries surrounding Earth. Xian Tian sighed. Regardless of how many mysteries there are, they'll be solved sooner or later as we become more powerful. Just like 200 years ago, we didn't know about these things. But now we do. Jiang Xi chuckled. Xian Tian and Li Baibai also chuckled. The three of them chatted for a while longer before ending the transmission. After communicating with his big brother and second sister, Jiang Xi's anxious heart also calmed down. This was a path that Earth had taken. Compared to the gentle integration into the universe in the future, the cruel integration now would indeed bring more pressure and motivation to the people of Earth. As for where Earth would go in the future, it was no longer something that he could control. The only thing that he wasn't sure about was whether he could still control Earth. After all, this was a place that even revered Ming attached great importance to, the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance. Adults wouldn't choose to leave their precious gems in the care of a child. By the same logic, with the power of the Tao Alliance's 3 sects and 6 sects, they probably wouldn't leave such an important place in the care of a little nascent soul cultivator. In the following day, the upper echelons of the Great Xia Alliance on Earth finally decided on a preliminary strategy to deal with the major changes. In short, they were going to deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. They were going to calm their emotions and maintain stability. One day later, Jiang Xi received another transmission from True Lord Iron Mountain. It's here. Jiang Xi knew that the upper echelons of the Tao Alliance had already come to a decision. After receiving the transmission, his transmission phantom appeared in True Lord Iron Mountain's palace again. This time, there was another person in the palace that covered an area of 1 million square kilometers. Beside True Lord Iron Mountain, who was wearing a crimson armor, was a beautiful female immortal in an azure dress. From the looks of it, the female immortal in the azure dress was similar to True Lord Iron Mountain. She was also a perfected lord. Who was this person? Chapter 506. Purple Heaven Sect's 6th Heaven. Inside the palace at the peak of the black starry sky mountain. True monarch Iron Mountain did not sit on the throne this time. Instead, he came to Jiang Xi with a green-clothed female immortal. Jiang Xi thought that this green-clothed female immortal should be the representative of the Tao Alliance's upper echelons to negotiate with him. Greetings, True Monarch Iron Mountain. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. True Monarch Iron Mountain smiled and introduced. Jiang Xi. This is True Monarch Sang Yun from the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. She is also a member of our Purple Heaven sect. Greetings, True Monarch Sang Yun. Jiang Xi bowed again. She came from the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Did that mean that Earth's appearance had caused the 3 gates and 6 sects to participate? The possibility was very high. After all, Earth's many mystic realms and grotto heaven worlds were similar to these sections. The green-clothed female immortal, true monarch Sang Yun, had a refreshing smile on her face. She said, "Little fellow, you are quite lucky. Not only did you come from the Tao Alliance's ancestral land, you even managed to claim the ancestral land as your private territory." Jiang Ci remained silent and sighed in his heart. Good luck. It would be good luck if he could protect Earth. No matter what, it would be difficult for an essence soul realm genius like him to attract the attention of the upper echelons of the human race. You don't have to worry. The Emperor sent me here to discuss Earth with you. He wants to tell you that we will not take away your opportunities. True monarch Sang Yun smiled. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was surprised. Even the Emperor was involved. The Emperor was naturally the current master of the heavenly court and was also a cultivator of the Purple Heaven sect. In the Heavenly Court's conference that just ended not long ago, the upper echelons of the human race from the 3 gates and 6 sects discussed many plans to deal with Earth. Some people proposed to directly take away your sovereignty over Earth, and the majority of them agreed. True monarch Sang Yun continued. Jiang Ci's expression did not change. He was not surprised by this proposal. If he were in the upper echelons of the human race, he would also have such thoughts. How could such an important place be managed by a little fellow at the essence soul realm? Taking away sovereignty over Earth was just a matter of words for the real upper echelons. However, these suggestions were all rejected by the Emperor. In the end, the conference decided on 2 plans for you to choose from. These are the plans. Choose one of them. True monarch Sang Yun waved his hand and brought out 2 3D phantoms, displaying the specific contents of the plans. Jiang Ci looked over with a serious expression. He read every word and sentence carefully, not missing a single detail. Actually, there wasn't much content in the 2 proposals. First plan, he would sell Earth to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, and the Earthlings would move out of Earth. The future of Earth would have nothing to do with Jiang Ci or the people on Earth. Then, Jiang Ci would get a fortune of 500 billion points. This was the wealth that only true monarchs possessed, and only those true monarchs who were slightly richer could take out. However, compared to the value of Earth, 500 billion points were not much. Jiang Ci understood that the higher-ups of the human race were already very merciful by offering such a price. If the powerhouse who really played a decisive role had a slightly more domineering personality, they could directly take away the sovereignty of Earth. Hey, don't even think about it. A little guy at the Essence Soul realm was dreaming. In addition, so many points were not paid in one go, but in installments. This was not a trick of the heavenly court, but a consideration of Jiang Ci's safety. Because once the news that Jiang Ci had 500 billion points spread out, it would definitely make a large number of immortal Tao powerhouses go crazy. Some extremely vicious people might directly hunt down Jiang Ci. According to the installment plan, Jiang Ci would get 5 billion points in the Essence Soul realm and 50 billion points in the Tao Integration realm. After transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, he would get the remaining 445 billion points. In other words, if Jiang Ci chose the first plan, he would immediately get 5 billion points. It was still a lot, but the risk of being hunted down would be greatly reduced. Thinking about how he had narrowly escaped death in the land of reincarnation, he was only able to obtain the corpse of a tribulation transcender monster worth 100 million points. Now, he could get 5 billion points just by signing the contract. How ironic. Jiang Ci laughed at himself and continued to look at the next plan, the second plan. Considering that Earth was Jiang Ci's hometown and private territory, the heavenly court gave a slightly gentler plan. Earth still belonged to Jiang Ci, and the people on Earth did not need to move. However, Earth's grotto heaven world belonged to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, and the 3 gates and 6 sects were allowed to send people to guard it. At the same time, The heavenly court promised that the 3 gates and 6 sects would not disturb the normal lives of the people on earth. Moreover, the 3 gates and 6 sects would also spend resources to cultivate the people on earth. Those with outstanding talent could join any of the sects and become an official disciple. Of course, if Jiang Ci chose this plan, the points he would get would be greatly reduced. He would only get 100 billion points, 400 billion points less than the first plan. And for Jiang Ci's safety, it would also be paid in installments. The Essence Soul realm would get 500 million points, the Tao Integration realm would get 5 billion points, and the remaining 5 billion points after becoming an immortal. In the main hall, True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Sang Yun looked at Jiang Ci, waiting for Jiang Ci to make a choice. The huge amount of points for these 2 plans tempted even them. Even if they want to take out so many points at once, it would be extremely difficult, especially for the first plan, 500 billion points. The huge amount of points was a great temptation. They wanted to know what Jiang Ci would choose. After a while, Jiang Ci let out a sigh of relief. He finished reading. So, which one do you choose? True Monarch Sang Yun asked. The second one. Jiang Ci said. The second one. True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Sang Yun looked at each other in surprise. You don't want to think about it? There is a difference of 400 billion points in between. You have to know that even if you become an immortal in the future, or even a true monarch, it will be very difficult to earn so many points. True Monarch Sang Yun laughed. Yes, Jiang Ci, I remember that you are still the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy. Even if you sell Earth, you can still move to another planet. Earthlings can also move to other planets. It's just like moving homes. Have you thought it through? True Lord Iron Mountain said. Jiang Ci calmly shook his head and said, Home represents a lot of things in the eyes of us Earthlings. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not let everyone leave their homes and become rootless duckweeds. True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Sang Yun chuckled and nodded. Jiang Ci's choice was beyond their expectations, but they appreciated this kind of temperament. Countless powerhouses in the universe would face many choices on their path of growth. In the face of such great temptation, there were very few people who could stay true to their hearts. The cultivation resources represented by 400 billion points could definitely make countless tribulation transcenders, Tao immortals, and true monarchs reveal the most primitive part of human nature. Greed. On the path of the strong, everyone pursued strength, and very few people would put their home first. They would admire Riverward's choice, but the vast majority of people would choose the first option to obtain the most points and become stronger. True Monarch Iron Mountain said, I heard from the people in the sect that your state of mind has surpassed that of most tribulation transcenders. It seems that there is a reason for this. I hope you can continue to persevere. Jiang Ci was silent. True Monarch Sang Yun smiled and said, Since it's decided, use your spiritual sense to leave a mark on the second plan and sign the contract. Jiang Ci did as he was told. The phantom image was formed by his spiritual sense, so he separated a wisp of it and made a seal on the 3D phantom image of the second plan. The contract was signed. After ending the transmission, Jiang Ci sat alone in the conference hall and was silent for a long time. With the signing of the contract, the future of Earth was finally determined. In fact, according to his inner thoughts, he did not want to choose either plan, because both plans were very overbearing. He had to choose, and he could only choose one of them. There was no other choice. Although it was overbearing for a little guy who was only at the Essence Soul stage, this was already a great mercy from the higher-ups of the human race. The heavenly court could deprive him of his sovereignty over Earth without paying a single cent. Of course, Jiang Ci also understood that from a self-comforting point of view, this was the best result in this situation originally. He thought that he would lose control of Earth. But now, he chose the second plan, which he did not expect. Earthlings could still live on Earth. Those grotto heavens belonged to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance and were guarded by the 3 gates and 6 sects. This plan would have little impact on Earthlings because most of them did not have the experience of entering grotto heavens. Even if the grotto heavens were taken over by the three gates and six sects, their daily lives would not be affected too much. Moreover, the three gates and six sects would spend resources to cultivate earthlings, which would speed up the overall growth of earthlings. It seemed like a very good future, but the problem was that this self-comforting was also self-deceiving. Jiang Xiai was not willing to accept this. Strength. He clenched his fists and then loosened them. Even if he already had the strength to fight against tribulation transcender experts, he was still too weak. Not to mention facing the heavenly court and the three gates and six sects. Just facing true monarch myriad poison, true monarch Baoyan, Qiao Tu, and other immortal path experts. In front of these people, he had no strength to resist. Wine Sword Immortal took the wine gourd and walked into the conference hall. He saw Jiang Xi's actions. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Wine Sword Immortal raised the gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Yes. Jiang Xi nodded with a hoarse voice. What plan did the higher-ups give you? Wine Sword Immortal asked. Jiang Xi told him the two plans and his choice. Wine Sword Immortal nodded with gratification. Jiang Xi's choice made him understand that he did not misjudge him. Disciple, being weak is not scary. What is scary is being weak and not knowing it. So, work hard and cultivate. The rules of the universe are nothing more than the strong being respected. When you are able to stand in the forest of the strong and have the right to speak in the human race, you will be able to decide the fate of Earth. Wine Sword Immortal said. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a divine light. The desire to become stronger in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. Moreover, he was full of confidence. With the Experience Points panel, stepping onto the peak of the universe was just a matter of time, and resources he did not lack time now. After completing the transaction with the Heavenly Court, he also had resources. The first batch of 500 million points had already been received. It was enough for him to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources. The strong being respected was an eternal truth. Then, you would become a true expert. Chapter 507. The Heavenly Court and the three gates and six sects acted quickly. On the day the contract was signed, a large number of people entered Earth through the teleportation array on the first moon. They did not interfere with the lives of the people on Earth. After investigating the various grotto heavens on Earth, they divided them up. For example, the Heavenly Court occupied the Mount Tai grotto heaven and two smaller grotto heavens. The Dao sect occupied the Longhu grotto heaven and the Qingcheng grotto heaven. In addition, the Heavenly Court and the three gates and six sects sent people to guard the Fengdu grotto heaven. Because it was the ancestral land of the Ghost Clan, they might be able to discover some secrets of the Ghost Clan. The 10 grotto heavens that were originally for the monsters were also divided. The Heavenly Court and the three gates and six sects each occupied one. The monsters and monsters on Earth became the research subjects of the Immortals, because many of them had the top bloodline of the Demon Clan. Some of the bloodlines of the monsters and monsters could no longer be found in the current Demon Clan. The Immortals tried to discover some secrets of the Demon Clan by studying the monsters and monsters on Earth. The actions of the Heavenly Court and the three gates and six sects made Jiang Xi understand why the old man with the blue stone cleaned up the various mystic realms and grotto heavens on Earth not long ago. It turned out that this mysterious senior had already expected this scene. Other than the grotto heavens that were divided up by the Heavenly Court and the three gates and six sects, there was also a huge star-like palace in outer space. The size of this star-like palace obviously belonged to a perfected cultivator. Earth was too important to the Tao Alliance, and it was located in the Zixiao region. Therefore, the Zixiao sect specially sent a perfected cultivator to guard Earth. Jiang Xi and the Wine Sword Immortal looked at the star-like palace. In Jiang Xi's eyes, Earth was like the dough grain continent and the myriad mountain starry sea. They also had star-like palaces and perfected cultivators guarding the starry sky. Master, thank you so much, Jiang Xi said with a serious expression. The Wine Sword Immortal not only helped him defeat Xiao Tu and the others, but also applied to the Zixiao sect to guard Earth not long ago. He had just received permission. Therefore, the Wine Sword Immortal was the second most powerful person in the Purple Heaven sect's army, besides the perfected cultivator in the Starlight Palace. With the Wine Sword Immortal around, Earth's future would have another guarantee. However, the Wine Sword Immortal's sacrifice was too great. The cultivation environment of the ancient Tao origin world was incomparable to that of Earth. Haha, you and I are master and disciple. There's no need for such empty words. Besides, I like this planet very much. There's wine, meat, and friends. Wine Sword Immortal laughs loudly. After staying on Earth for 2 days, he has already learned how to speak like the people on Earth. Also, I probably haven't told you that this is only my clone. My true body is still in the ancient Tao origin world, the Wine Sword Immortal added. Doppelganger? Jiang Xi was surprised. What? Only you are allowed to have clones, but I can't? The Wine Sword Immortal teased. Jiang Xi laughed. It seemed like his master already knew that he had an avatar. Speaking of clones, I need to remind you. Wine Sword Immortal suddenly said seriously. Master, please speak. The value of a clone lies in its quality, not in its quantity. Why? This is what I heard from a Tao Lord. He said that a person's spiritual sense source is limited. If one's spiritual sense source is too scattered, it will be very difficult to advance in the future. Some people with peerless talent are unable to become immortals because they have too many clones. Even if they become immortals, they won't have the chance to advance to a higher realm. Jiang Xi noted this down. Fortunately, he only treated his clones as tools and did not refine too many clones. He almost made a huge mistake. The great change on Earth lasted for 7 days before it finally calmed down. During these 7 days, the people on Earth often saw immortals flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. They were also surprised that there was a new star palace in outer space. Some people said that these 7 days of changes were the beginning of the immortal Tao era on Earth. Although there were great changes, everyone's life went on as usual. It was just that there were many new elements. This was all thanks to the Great Xia Alliance's guidance and control of public opinion. For more than 200 years, the Great Xia Alliance had firmly controlled the various forces on Earth. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion and also felt very gratified. This was because Jiang Dudu also played a part in this. While he, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai were cultivating in outer space, Jiang Dudu would often return to Earth to cultivate her own forces and weaken those disobedient forces and reclusive families. Therefore, there was today's Great Xia Alliance, which had strong cohesion, credibility, and ruling power. I wonder where this little girl is in the universe now. Jiang Xi looked at the starry sky and transmitted his thoughts. That unreliable old man with bluestone had left him a bluestone token. In the end, he had left countless messages, but there was no response. Moreover, he had also failed to send a message to Jiang Dudu. It was obvious that the old man with bluestone had taken away Jiang Dudu's communication pearl or cut off the transmission. On this day, in Xiantian City, Jiang Xi's residence, Jiang Xi was asking his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, about some questions regarding the Sword Tao. Lu Chuan came to report that an immortal Tao expert from a sect had come to visit. Jiang Xi was very calm and wasn't too surprised. This was because many people had come to visit in the past few days, and there was no lack of immortal Tao experts among them. Of course, most of them were here for the Wine Sword Immortal. Jiang Xi glanced at his master. Master had the final say on whether or not he wanted to see her. Let him in. The Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine. Soon, a young man in a black robe walked in. His body faintly emitted the aura of a sixth tribulation transcender. However, his face was full of smiles as he respectfully said to the Wine Sword Immortal, Junior Immortal Nan Song greets Senior Zhong Li. We haven't seen each other for many years, but Senior is still as elegant as ever. A sixth tribulation transcender calling himself a junior immortal? Jiang Xi was very surprised. This attitude was very humble. The wine-sword immortal laughed and scolded. "Kid, don't do these things here. If you have something to say, say it." The smile on Nansong's face became even wider. He didn't care about the wine-sword immortal's attitude. The wine-sword immortal pointed at Nansong and said to Jiang Xiai, "He can be considered half your senior brother. 60,000 years ago, before he became an immortal, it was your master's wife, Hibiscus Sword Immortal, who brought him into the Purple Heaven sect." A trace of emotion and excitement flashed through Nansong's eyes. It was as if his identity had been recognized. Jiang Xiai came to a realization and hurriedly bowed. Jiang Xiai greets senior brother Nansong. "Junior brother, no need to be so polite. Actually, I came here specifically to look for you," Nansong said with a smile. "Oh." Jiang Xiai and the wine-sword immortal were both surprised. "Junior brother, do you still remember the white feather star trade that happened not long ago?" Nansong said. "I remember. I was the one who destroyed it." "Why? Is someone looking for trouble?" Jiang Xiai was puzzled. Not only was there a fourth tribulation transcender old ancestor of the soaring rainbow sect behind the white feather star trade, there was also an unknown sixth tribulation transcender expert. There aren't many people who dare to look for trouble with junior brother nowadays. Nansong shook his head. Then he said, "After you reported the situation of the white feather star trade to the sect investigated it. Then they assigned the follow-up matters to junior brother and classified it as a questioning heart mission." Questioning heart mission? The wine-sword immortal frowned slightly. Jiang Xiai was even more puzzled. He had never heard of it before. The questioning heart mission is a special mission specially prepared by the sect for the core disciples. It usually appears in the Tao integration stage. The wine-sword immortal explained the relevant information about the questioning heart mission. According to the Purple Heaven sect's training route, the nascent soul stage disciples would take on various cultivation missions. The essence soul stage disciples would be sent out for experiential learning, and the Tao integration stage disciples would undergo life and death tempering. Among these three stages, the essence soul stage and the Tao integration stage disciples might have questioning heart missions. However, they usually appeared in the Tao integration stage. There were very few essence soul stage disciples who could do questioning heart missions. This showed that they were really valued by the higher-ups of the sect. This was because the questioning heart mission tested one's temperament. It was similar to the essence soul stage disciples going out for experiential learning. It could determine whether the disciple could become a decision-maker in the sect in the future. The difference was that the essence soul stage disciples going out for experiential learning was only auxiliary. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the sect, the questioning heart mission would have more weight. The decision-makers of the sect, Jiang Xiai, advocated strength and didn't care much about power. However, if the identity of the higher-ups of the sect could help him decide the fate of Earth, he could consider fighting for it. "Senior brother, what is the specific content of the mission?" Jiang Xiai asked. When it came to the content of the mission, Nansong's expression finally became serious. He had the majesty of an immortal powerhouse. He said, "The mission is divided into two stages. The first thing you have to do is the first stage. After the sect's investigation, the ancestor of the Flying Rainbow sect, Immortal Yuan Ku, who is a four-tribulation transcender, not only established the white feather star trade, but also carried out illegal interstellar trading activities. In the last 40,000 years, he also ordered the Flying Rainbow sect to illegally enslave 2,895 indigenous planets. Among them, 1625 planets turned into dead planets, and nearly 1 trillion people lost their lives because of it. When Jiang Xiai heard this, his anger soared to the heavens. It wasn't that he wanted to be a saint. It was that he himself was a native, and Earth was also a native planet. 1625 indigenous planets, and nearly 1 trillion indigenous people lost their lives because of the illegal enslavement of the Flying Rainbow sect. This made Jiang Xiai empathize with them. Coupled with what had happened to Earth just now, he had a belly full of anger. Now that he heard this matter, he was like a lit gunpowder immediately exploding. "What do I have to do?" Jiang Ci coldly asked. Nan Song continued. "According to the laws of the Heavenly Court, the Flying Rainbow sect has a total of 1 person who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court, 3 people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court, 57 people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court, and 4,126 people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. In total, the number of people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court is 983,870. Your mission is to judge these people. The light punishment will be jail time. The heavy punishment will be death penalty. The sentencing standard will be decided by you." Nearly 1 million people, including almost all of the people of the Flying Rainbow sect. Jiang Ci's entire body exuded a chilling, killing intent as he coldly said, "I sentence them to death." "It's useless to say it now. You need to judge them in person." Nan Song shook his head and said, "The sect has already given the order to deploy an army of cultivators from the Blue Star's military for you. You can send the army to capture or destroy the scattered forces of the Flying Rainbow sect on the various planets. In addition, I will act as a supervisor and supervise the progress of your mission, then report it to the sect's upper echelons." Nan Song finally said, "Good, let's go to the Blue Star now," Jiang Ci said solemnly. Although he was angry, he still maintained his calm. "Master, I'll go do the mission first." He then said to the Wine Sword Immortal, "Go. Remember the key to the heart-questioning mission. Follow your heart." The Wine Sword Immortal reminded. Jiang Ci nodded vigorously. "Follow my heart. Then let's kill." Chapter 508. Since he was going to kill someone, he would have to fight and bring a bodyguard with him. Jiang Ci brought Lu Chuan with him. A few days ago, when facing the threatening attack of Qiao Tu and the others, Lu Chuan had risked his life and used his ultimate move, Burning Hell, to protect him. From this matter, it could be seen that Lu Chuan was a trustworthy person. After the two of them arrived at Planet Blue with Nan Song, they flew straight to East Pole Island, the Purple Heaven Sect's Planet Blue branch. This island also had a Grotto Heaven world, and the army of cultivators was stationed here. The fourth tribulation transcender of the military department, Chun Hu, had already received the order from the Purple Heaven Sect and was waiting in the main hall of the military department. Ever since Jiang Ci took over as the supervising elder, he rarely appeared. This kind of supervision work actually made the 3 elders a little nervous. They were afraid that Jiang Ci wouldn't make a move because they couldn't figure out Jiang Ci's methods. Moreover, according to past experience, disciples at the 4th firmament of the Essence Soul stage who were sent out to train would usually stay in the position of supervising elder for about 1,000 years. Jiang Ci had only been in the job for 5 years, so it was still early. Chun Hu and the other 2 elders wanted to serve Elder Jiang Ci well, so that Jiang Ci wouldn't come looking for trouble with them. The supervising elder had the power to supervise the branch. If Jiang Ci really wanted to investigate, not only would the 3 elders lose their positions, but they would also be punished by the sect. Therefore, when Chun Hu received the order this time, he immediately put this matter on the top of his list. A dignified 4th tribulation transcender personally welcomed Jiang Ci outside the main hall. After Jiang Ci arrived, he saw Chun Hu standing outside the main hall, wearing armor and holding a large sword with both hands. Inside the main hall, there were 100,000 cultivators with imposing auras neatly arranged in a formation. Before he got close, he heard Chun Hu's hearty laughter. "Elder Jiang Ci, I have prepared the most elite force of the Planet Blue's military department for you. The 4th Battalion. Among them, 100,000 Essence Soul Stage cultivators, 10,000 Dao Integration Stage cultivators, and 100 Tribulation Transcender cultivators are at your disposal." "Thank you." Jiang Ci nodded slightly. From Chun Hu's reaction, he didn't know what had happened on Earth some time ago. It seemed like the Heavenly Court and the 3 gates and 6 sects had sealed off the news very well. Walking into the main hall of the military department, Riverwood swept his gaze around the hall. He was not blinded by anger. Instead, he became even more clear-headed. The Soaring Rainbow sect was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. This immortal Tao sect, second only to the Tsangyun sect in the Kanglan Star region, had existed for more than 1,000,000 years. He could be said to have a deep foundation. Who knew if there were any hidden forces? If he wanted to go to trial by himself, he would probably be reduced to ashes. Now, with the help of the army deployed by the sect, the 4th Battalion of the Dark Blue Star region's military headquarters was more than enough to flatten the Soaring Rainbow sect. Junior Apprentice Brother Jiang Ci. This is the current distribution of Soaring Rainbow sect's members and forces. Nansong waved his hand and brought out a three-dimensional image of the starry sky. Jiang Ci and Chunhu's eyes fell on the star chart. The Soaring Rainbow sect's sphere of influence was very wide, and some of them were even very remote. In particular, the indigenous planets that were illegally enslaved were not shown on the normal star map. However, this star chart completely showed all the power points of the Soaring Rainbow sect. This also showed the strength of the Purple Heaven sect's intelligence network. It should be said that no one in the original universe could escape the surveillance of the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven covered the entire universe. The communication between cultivators was carried out through the Eye of Heaven. If one wanted to investigate the Soaring Rainbow sect, one only needed to monitor the communication of everyone in the Soaring Rainbow sect to obtain the information. After a while, Jiang Ci finished looking at the star chart. He had an idea in his mind and was about to order the army to be dispatched. Nansong suddenly said, "Junior Apprentice Brother, before you carry out the trial mission, there is one thing I need to remind you of." "Please speak, Senior Apprentice Brother." Jiang Ci nodded. "After you give the order, the heart-questioning mission will officially begin. I will truthfully report all your performance in the mission to the sect. Pay attention, every detail." Nansong's expression was very serious. "Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother." Jiang Ci immediately reacted. This was Nansong's kind reminder. Then he said to Chunhu with a serious expression, "Elder Chunhu, I will only provide a basic idea. I will leave the detailed battle plan to you." Chunhu was stunned. He thought that Jiang Ci would be in full command of this mission. He didn't expect that Jiang Ci would give him the authority. Every profession has its own specialization. When it comes to cultivation and combat, I believe that I am very talented. However, I have no experience in commanding an army of 100,000 cultivators. Jiang Ci shook his head and explained, "Every profession has its own specialization. Elder Jiang Ci is very wise." Chunhu praised, then smiled and said, "In that case, I will embarrass myself." Jiang Ci continued, "Because the trial will be conducted in person, I only have one request. Arrest all the cultivators of the Soaring Rainbow sect who have violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. Don't let a single one go." Chunhu nodded. Then, his battle plan would be formulated according to this request. Next, he began to dispatch the 100,000 troops of the 4th Battalion. They split up and went to the various Soaring Rainbow sect forces scattered across the Blue Star region. The main force of the 100,000 troops would secretly surround and monitor the headquarters of the Soaring Rainbow sect. They would do their best to ensure that the people of the Soaring Rainbow sect headquarters would not be alerted before taking action. Then, the 100,000 troops would pull in the net at the same time, not letting a single one go. With the overall strength of the 4th Battalion, 100,000 Essence Soul Realm cultivators, 10,000 Tao Integration Realm cultivators, and 100 Tribulation Transcenders, the Soaring Rainbow sect wouldn't be able to raise any waves. Soaring Rainbow Galaxy, Soaring Rainbow Planet. A long rainbow hung in the sky above Soaring Rainbow Planet, as if it had been there since ancient times. This special planet was the headquarters of the Soaring Rainbow sect. The holy land of the Soaring Rainbow sect, Soaring Rainbow Grotto Heaven. An ancient altar of the Holy Land was emitting a faint immortal aura. At this time, the 5 immortal ancestors of the Soaring Rainbow sect had all awakened from their secluded cultivation. In addition to the fourth tribulation transcender Immortal Yuan Ku and the third tribulation transcender Immortal Yuan Jin, there were also three first tribulation transcenders. Although Immortal Yuan Ku had lived for more than 40,000 years, his appearance was still that of a handsome young man. On the other hand, the other four tribulation transcenders younger than him were all white-haired old men. The only thing the five of them had in common was that their expressions were very dignified. Yuan Ku said, "Yuan Jin, what's the situation outside? Tell me." "Yes." Yuan Jin nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just now, the interstellar teleportation array of the soaring rainbow planet stopped working. At the same time, an invisible barrier appeared in the starry sky of the soaring rainbow planet. Even a Tao integration realm cultivator wouldn't be able to pass through it. Then, I sent people to contact the various forces of the soaring rainbow sect, but they all lost contact. So we are surrounded." Yuan Jin finally concluded. The expressions of the three first tribulation transcenders changed greatly. "In the Blue Star region, who dares to provoke our soaring rainbow sect? Even the Blue Cloud sect has to show us some respect." Indeed, the entire soaring rainbow galaxy was like an independent kingdom. The Blue Cloud sect, which had actual jurisdiction over the Blue Star region, didn't have any forces here. This was because the overall strength of the soaring rainbow sect was almost the same as that of the Blue Cloud sect. If the Blue Cloud sect didn't have a true monarch ancestor who had lived for countless years, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. There's only one possibility. The Purple Heaven sect has set their sights on us. Yuan Ku's expression was gloomy. The Purple Heaven sect? Yuan Jin and the three first tribulation transcenders were shocked and terrified. As immortal ancestors, they were very clear about what was wrong with the soaring rainbow sect. Over the past tens of thousands of years, almost everything that the soaring rainbow sect had done in secret had violated the laws of the heavenly court. Now that they were targeted by such a behemoth, their soaring rainbow sect had absolutely no power to resist. "Ancestor, what should we do now?" one of the first tribulation transcenders asked. "This is the reason why I woke everyone up. Now we have to erase the problems left behind over the past 40,000 years." Yuan Ku's tone was filled with killing intent. "Kill all the participants?" Yuan Jin frowned and said with some hesitation. The three first tribulation transcenders were also hesitant. The soaring rainbow sect had the intention of ruling over the world. The main power of the sect was the people surnamed Yuan. And these five immortal ancestors were the true bloodline ancestors of the people surnamed Yuan. Among the participants, their closest descendants were included. "What? Are you feeling sorry for them?" Yuan Ku sneered. Yuan Jin and the three first tribulation transcenders remained silent. "Hypocrites! The path of immortality is the path of ruthlessness. With your temperament, how can you go far?" Yuan Ku sneered. However, he still said, "Don't worry, just kill all the main participants. As for the other participants, they only know some details. The Purple Heaven sect won't be able to punish us with just this information. Moreover, I've already sent a message to my master. With him behind the scenes, we'll definitely be able to get through this crisis safely." Yuan Jin and the other three heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, and their complexions became slightly better. They knew that their ancestors' master was a truly powerful existence that could shake the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. With this person stepping forward, this matter would be settled. Afterward, they ordered all the main participants to gather in the soaring rainbow grotto heaven. These people's cultivation levels range from the Tao integration stage to the nascent soul stage. A total of more than 30,000 people were wiped out with just a thought. Begging for mercy, cursing, crying, filled the soaring rainbow grotto heaven. Resentment would produce baleful aura. The stronger the person's cultivation, the stronger the baleful aura after death. After more than 30,000 people died, the holy land of the soaring rainbow sect seemed to have turned into a demon's den that was filled with baleful aura. In just an hour, huge flying ships appeared in the starry sky outside the soaring rainbow planet one after another, lining up in a formation. These are the flying ships used by the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Sky Division's Cultivator Army. The 4th Battalion, whose lowest cultivation level was at the nascent soul stage, emitted a mighty aura that covered the entire planet and alarmed everyone on the soaring rainbow planet. An army was approaching. The 5 immortal Tao ancestors of the soaring rainbow sect looked at each other and rejoiced. Even an army had come, which meant that the Purple Heaven Sect was serious. If they had been a step late and failed to kill all the main participants, they would have left behind a lot of evidence. Yuanku smiled and said, "Let's go. Act normal and welcome the guests of the Purple Heaven Sect." Yuan Jin and the other 3 were immortal Tao experts, after all. They still had basic mental fortitude, and they also smiled. The 5 of them flew toward the starry sky together. Chapter 509. In the starry sky outside the flying rainbow planet, hundreds of huge flying ships with a length of 1,000 kilometers were neatly arranged. The 100,000 soldiers of the 4th Battalion of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Planet's Blue Planet were all wearing armor and holding spears. They stood on the decks of the 100 flying ships with a murderous aura. Even though Yuan Ku was a 4th Tribulation Transcender, he still felt a huge pressure after approaching the army. The army of cultivators fought in a military formation. The combined attack of 100,000 nascent soul stage cultivators could easily kill a 4th Tribulation Transcender like him. Of course, if he wanted to escape, he could definitely escape. But now that he escaped, he would be convicted of a crime, and it would be difficult for him to move in the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance. He was a 4th Tribulation Transcender, and he didn't want to be a cave immortal who hid everywhere. Yuanka said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Flying Rainbow Sect's Yuan Ku greets fellow Taoists. May I know why you have come to my flying rainbow planet?" His jade-like handsome appearance made it hard for people to feel disgusted. On the surface, it was impossible to tell that this person's hands were stained with the blood of nearly 1 trillion humans. Whoosh, Jiang Xiai, Nan Song, Chun Hu, and Lu Chuan flew out of the first flying ship. With Jiang Xiai in the lead, the other 3 were half a step behind, standing in the starry sky. "My name is Jiang Xiai." Jiang Xiai looked at Yuan Ku's group of 5 with an expressionless face. Jiang Xiai? Yuan Ku and the other 3 First Tribulation Transcenders were somewhat puzzled. They were in seclusion all year round and didn't know Jiang Xiai. Only Yuan Jin's expression changed. He had participated in the welcoming banquet held by the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Planet branch for Jiang Xiai. It's the new supervising elder of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Planet branch. Yuan Jin quickly explained Jiang Xi's identity through his spiritual sense. Supervising. Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The supervising elder could only supervise the Purple Heaven Sect branch, and was not qualified to manage the Flying Rainbow Sect. He slightly nodded at Jiang Xiai. "Greetings, Elder Jiang Xiai." At the same time, he glanced at Nan Song with some fear because he couldn't see through Nan Song's cultivation. Jiang Xiai did not want to waste his breath on this scum of the human race. He said coldly, "Yuan Ke, do you know your crime?" Yuan Ke shook his head and chuckled. With a casual expression, he replied, "Elder Jiang Xiai, are you here to denounce me? Answer me." Jiang Xiai stared into Yuan Ke's eyes. "Huh?" Yuan Ke laughed mockingly, then suddenly sneered and said, "Elder Jiang Xiai, I respect you as the supervising elder of the Purple Heaven Sect. But if you want to use this status to pressure my Flying Rainbow Sect, bring an army and sweep away my Flying Rainbow Sect's face. If you really force me into a corner, don't blame me for not giving you face and going to the heavenly court to report you. Whether you're a human or a cultivator, you must know your limits. You must know that you're only a primordial soul stage cultivator." "Oh, go ahead then." Riverward raised his eyebrows. Yuan Ke was stunned. His threats were useless? "I will advise you nicely. Since you are so stubborn, then let's meet in the heavenly court." Yuan Ke took out his communication pearl and made a gesture of sending a message. Jiang Xiai looked at him with an unchanged expression. He shook his head and said, "Stop acting. You can try sending a message. When the time comes, will the heavenly court stand on my side or yours?" Yuan Ku's expression changed, because what Jiang Ci said was the truth. "You may not know your crime, but I know what crime you have committed. After my Purple Heaven sect's investigation, the Flying Rainbow sect's old ancestor is you, immortal Yuan Ku. In the past 40,000 years, not only did you establish the White Feather Star trade, you also conducted illegal interstellar trade and sold cultivators golden cores and nascent souls. You also instigated the Flying Rainbow sect to illegally enslave 2,895 indigenous life planets. Among them, 1625 planets were destroyed by your Flying Rainbow sect and turned into dead planets. Nearly 1 trillion people lost their lives because of this." Jiangxi's voice was like thunder, reverberating in the starry sky of the Flying Rainbow planet. Everyone on the planet heard it. The expressions of Yuan Jin and the other 3 First Tribulation Transcenders changed greatly. Jiangxi's numbers were too accurate. He even knew how many indigenous life planets there were. Did this mean that Jiang Ci had indeed collected conclusive evidence? Yuan Ku still maintained his composure, although his heart was heavy. "Elder Jiang Ci, you need evidence to say these things. If you don't have evidence, then you are just spouting nonsense, even if you are a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. My Flying Rainbow sect will not let you live under the same sky." Yuan Ku said angrily. "You want evidence?" Jiang Ci smiled and said, "I don't need evidence for my trial." "Huh, you think you can bully us just because you are from the Purple Heaven sect? I want to see if the Tao Alliance will still have people after today's scene spreads throughout the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance." Yuan Ku laughed angrily. But before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly, and his expression froze. Jiang Ci waved his hand and said with an indifferent expression, "Of course. If you want evidence, I will give you evidence so that you can die with understanding." One by one, figures with their cultivation shackled came out of the 100 flying ships behind them. Soon, more than 600,000 elders and disciples from the various forces of the Flying Rainbow sect appeared in the starry sky. Most of these people were terrified and uneasy. They had resisted before, but in the face of a powerful army of cultivators, they had no power to resist. They didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Yuan Zhengzhao, the descendant of the sect master who controlled the Flying Rainbow planet trade, was among these 600,000 people. 200 years ago, he had a conflict with Jiang Ci because of the Mountain Sea planet trade. He was almost killed by Jiang Ci, but he managed to escape in the end. This time, however, he didn't manage to escape. He was captured by the cultivators of the 4th Battalion. He looked at the familiar figure in horror. 200 years had passed, but the hatred in his heart hadn't diminished. Instead, the fear in his heart had deepened. What kind of enemy did I offend back then? His body trembled, but his cultivation had been shackled. He couldn't escape. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, the 5 patriarchs of the Flying Rainbow sect also felt a chill in their hearts. The Purple Heaven sect was too vicious. More than 600,000 members of the Flying Rainbow sect's various forces had been captured. This meant that the Purple Heaven sect had indeed gathered all the evidence. Elder Jiang said, Yuan Ku said in a low voice. But before he could finish, Jiang Ci interrupted him again. Jiang Ci said coldly, "According to the Heavenly Court's decrees, Flying Rainbow sect has a total of 1 person who violated the Heavenly Court's first-tier decrees, 4 who violated the second-tier decrees, 57 who violated the third-tier decrees, and 4,126 who violated the fourth-tier decrees. In total, there are 983,870 people who violated the Heavenly Court's decrees. I sentence you to death. Carry it out immediately." Boom! The 600,000 people whose cultivation had been shackled immediately exploded. Angry voices and miserable begging for mercy resounded everywhere. Yuan Ku's complexion also changed greatly. He said loudly, "Jiang Ci, This is nearly 1 million lives we're talking about. Aren't you afraid of suffering the wrath of the heavens? He knew that Jiang Xi had only cultivated for a short time, so he wanted to use this to disturb Jiang Xi's mind. As for the 1 million lives, he really didn't care about it. "Mfa, 1 million lives?" Jiang Xi said coldly. "Then what kind of wrath should the Flying Rainbow sect suffer for killing nearly 1 trillion people?" "Elder Jiang Xi, don't be so cruel. Doing such a cruel thing will affect your future cultivation," the old third tribulation transcender, Yuan Jin, said with a distressed expression. "I'm upright and upright. What do I have to fear?" Jiang Xi was very calm. Good. Since that's the case, I won't lose out if I take a genius like you with me before I die." Yuan Ku roared and made a final struggle. His figure flashed, and he waved his hand, sending out a large palm. Immortal power violently surged, and the majestic power of the Tao instantly attacked Jiang Xi. Lu Chuan was the first to react. He prepared to use the Inferno prison to protect Jiang Xi. However, Jiang Xi raised his hand to stop him. At the same time, he ordered Senior Brother Nan Song, "Kill the immortal powerhouses first." "Haha, understood." Sixth Tribulation Transcender Nan Song laughed wildly. His black robe fluttered, and an immortal sword flew out. Whoosh! It directly destroyed Yuan Ku's large palm. The 5 immortal ancestors of the Flying Rainbow sect knew that they were in a desperate situation. They wanted to earn as much as they could before they died. The 5 of them combined their attack formation, and an earth-shattering attack spread out in all directions. Even the 600,000 people of the Flying Rainbow sect who had been shackled were within the range of the attack. Petty tricks. Nan Song made a hand seal, and the immortal sword instantly turned into 100,000 swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of swords covered the entire starry sky and directly locked onto Yuan Ku's group of 5. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion resounded in the starry sky of the Flying Rainbow planet. Waves of shockwaves spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers. When they passed by the Flying Rainbow planet, the planet also experienced a great upheaval. After everything calmed down, only the remains of some magical treasures were left at the center of the explosion. As for Yuan Ku's group of 5, they had already turned into ashes. In just one move, a 4th Tribulation Transcender, a 3rd Tribulation Transcender, and 3 First Tribulation Transcender had all died. When the 600,000 people whose cultivation had been shackled saw this scene, their faces turned ashen. The high and mighty immortal ancestors that they revered were all dead. Jiang Xi said to Chun Hu, "Elder Chun Hu, I'll have to trouble you to capture the remaining 300,000 people of the Flying Rainbow sect and bring them here." A total of 983,870 people of the Flying Rainbow sect had violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. More than 600,000 people were scattered all over the Blue Planet, and more than 300,000 were left at the headquarters of the Flying Rainbow sect. Chun Hu sent a small team of cultivators to the headquarters of the Flying Rainbow sect. Although it was called a small team, it actually had 1,000 Essence Soul Realm cultivators, 100 Tao Integration Realm cultivators, and 1 Tribulation Transcender. With all 5 immortal ancestors of the Flying Rainbow sect dead, even if there were still millions of people at the headquarters, they still wouldn't be able to resist this force. Soon, more than 300,000 people were brought to this starry sky, and their cultivation was also shackled. Chun Hu said, "Elder Jiang Xi, 32,576 people have already been killed by Yuan Ku and the others." Jiang Xi nodded gently. He wasn't surprised. This was Yuan Ku's style of doing things. Nan Song asked, "Junior brother, what do you plan to do with the remaining 951,294 people?" Chun Hu also looked over. There were nearly 1 million people, and their cultivations range from the Golden Core realm to the Tao Integration realm. As long as Jiang Xi gave the order, the 100,000 troops of the 4th Battalion could attack together and kill them all. Jiang Xi's gaze swept over the nearly 1 million people, and he said coldly, "Kill them all." Chun Hu's eyes lit up. and he was about to give the order to the 100,000 troops. But then he heard Jiang Xi say, "Release their cultivation, I'll kill them myself." Chunhu hurriedly advised, "Elder Jiang Xi, don't be careless." Nansong asked, "Junior brother, are you sure you want to do this?" "I'm sure." Jiang Xi nodded. Since he wanted to vent, there was no point in just watching others do it. He had to do it himself. One person against 1,000,000. These nearly 1,000,000 people were enough for him to kill to his heart's content. As for the psychological burden, none at all. His mission was to judge these guilty people. Chapter 510. Jiang Xi looked coldly at the millions of people from the Soaring Rainbow sect. These people had all participated in the illegal enslavement of the indigenous planets, and their hands were all stained with blood. "I sentence you to death." A cold voice echoed in the starry sky. Many of the millions of cultivators fell into despair, while some resisted. Jiang Xi said that he would fight alone, and this angered them even more. A Tao integration stage elder of the Soaring Rainbow sect said angrily, "Since we're going to die anyway, let's fight him to the death." A mere primordial soul stage cultivator wants to fight 1,000,000 people from the Soaring Rainbow sect alone? Arrogant to the extreme. Kill. Finally, each of them attacked Jiang Xi with a ferocious look on their faces. They were cruel people to begin with, and in such a desperate situation, they revealed their true nature. Jiang Xi only snorted coldly, and the supreme-grade immortal artifact, Scarlet Heaven's Sword, appeared in his hand. 4 Tao techniques were used at the same time. Sword Tao, Gale, Parting Fire, and Vajra. 4 Tao techniques spiraled and descended. Hundreds of gigantic green lotuses bloomed in the starry sky and condensed in a countless sword chi that pierced through space with soaring sword intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the starry sky turned into a purgatory of blood. Among the millions of cultivators, as long as their cultivation was below the primordial soul stage, they could not even withstand a single strand of his sword chi. The primordial soul stage cultivators were slightly better off, but they could at most withstand 100 sword chi before dying on the spot. Jiang Xi's main target was the 57 Tao integration stage cultivators. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to meet them. Using his body to lead the sword, he suddenly crossed 1,000 miles of void and arrived in front of the Tao integration stage cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds and thousands of powerful Tao techniques landed on Jiang Xi's body, but only left a few shallow wounds. They did not even touch his bones. Now, only immortal Tao cultivators could cause real damage to his body. The 57 Tao integration stage cultivators despaired. Chi, sword light flashed, and like lightning, it quickly pierced through their heads. Their vitality was cut off, and their primordial spirits were extinguished. Although Jiang Xi was still in the primordial soul stage, the strength of his body and spiritual sense were already comparable to Tao integration stage cultivators, coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was comparable to that of an immortal Tao expert. These people were simply no match for him. In less than 30 seconds, nearly 1,000,000 cultivators were turned into corpses. Nan Song, Chun Hu, and Lu Chuan, these 3 tribulation transcender powerhouses, were originally prepared to take action at any time. But as soon as Jiang Xi made his move, they were shocked. This was because they discovered that Jiang Xi's sword principle had actually reached the level of perfection of sword intent. The 3 of them were shocked, especially Nan Song, who was even more shocked, because his sword Tao was not as high as Jiang Xi's. Perfected sword intent was a Tao technique realm that only sword immortals above the 6th tribulation could attain. No wonder he could become Senior Zhong, Li's disciple. With such talent, he is not far off from the epic geniuses, right? Nan Song sighed emotionally. This did not include Jiang Xi's other 3 Taoist techniques. In the starry sky, strands of baleful blood energy were ceaselessly circling Jiang Xi's body, and his eyes were completely scarlet red. Just looking at it was enough to make one tremble in fear. Resentment could turn into baleful aura. The higher one's cultivation level was when they were alive, the denser the baleful aura produced after death. The baleful aura produced by nearly 1 million people had already condensed into form. In the form of baleful blood energy, it was attached to Jiangxi's body. Junior brother, you are now plagued by baleful blood energy. You have to be careful. Before you subdue the baleful blood energy, you can't do such bloodthirsty things. Then Song said worriedly. Chunhu and Lu Chuan nodded as well. Baleful blood energy affected one's mind and cultivation. Jiangxi was only at the essence soul realm and had only cultivated for a short period of time. If he did not handle such dense, baleful blood energy well, it could easily lead to serious consequences. Thank you, senior brother. Jiangxi bowed respectfully. Then he smiled and said, however, this baleful blood energy can affect me. With that said, the baleful blood energy circling around him quickly calmed down. In less than a breath, it disappeared without a trace. Nan Song and the other two looked at each other in surprise. It seemed that Jiangxi was far more powerful than they had imagined. Jiangxi smiled gently. When he was still at the nascent soul realm, he dared to cultivate in the blood sea of the battle pattern continent for decades. The blood sea was a sea of baleful blood energy that was extremely dense and condensed into a liquid form. Therefore, this bit of baleful blood energy was nothing. Moreover, his primordial spirit had fused with the peacock visualization technique's image, giving him a feeling of being able to ward off evil. His primordial spirit only needed to shake slightly to disperse the baleful blood energy. Next, everyone's gaze turned to the nearly 1 million corpses and looked at the flying rainbow planet that hung in the sky. The flying rainbow sect is finished. Chunhu sighed. After 1 million years of inheritance, one wrong step will cause them to fall into a bottomless abyss. Nan Song shook his head. The heavens are watching what people do. Even if I don't destroy the flying rainbow sect today, someone will destroy it in the future. Jiangxi said softly. He was in a good mood, and the pent-up anger in his heart was gone. Since the change on Earth, he had been holding back his anger and could not find a way to vent it. Even if his state of mind had reached the 2nd level and could tolerate all things. But this was something he could not tolerate. It was like his house. Without his permission, others took the 2 best rooms and moved in openly. Then he could not resist. This feeling of powerlessness made him hold back his anger. Now, after a massacre, he had vented all his anger. His whole person seemed to have been sublimated and looked at the problem more clearly. Indeed, as his master, the wine-sword immortal, said as long as he was alive, he would have the opportunity to step onto the peak step by step. Sooner or later, when he was strong enough, he would be able to change everything. Then, the 100,000 soldiers of the 4th Brigade returned to the East Pole Island of the Blue Star through the interstellar teleportation array. Only the Sanyin sect had noticed such a large formation. As the ruler of the Blue Star region, they had long wanted to destroy the Flying Rainbow sect and take back the entire Flying Rainbow galaxy, as well as the thousands of other life galaxies that the Flying Rainbow sect had occupied. Therefore, the Flying Rainbow sect was completely finished. However, all of this had nothing to do with Jiangxi. After thanking Elder Chunhu, he left the Blue Star with Nan Song and Lu Chuan to complete the 2nd stage of the Questioning Heart mission. At the edge of the Blue Star region, in the Kima galaxy on the fallen planet, a high-grade immortal artifact flying ship flew out from the fallen planet, then accelerated to the speed of light and shuttled into the source space. Jiangxi, Nan Song, and Lu Chuan sat in an elegant resting cabin. Senior brother, can you tell me the content of the mission now? Jiangxi was a little helpless. Just now, on the Blue Star and the fallen planet, Nan Song only said that they were going to carry out the 2nd stage of the mission, but he did not say the specific content of the mission. He said that he wanted to keep it a secret so that no one would leak the news. Nan Song smiled and waved his hand to bring up a 3-dimensional image, showing the information of an immortal powerhouse. 9 Tribulation Transcender, immortal to you. Jiangxi's expression changed. Senior brother, don't tell me you want me to kill him. The upper echelons of the sect are not that stupid. Nansong shook his head and continued. The second stage of the mission is related to the first stage because Soaring Rainbow Sect's four-tribulation transcender, Yuan Ku, is Immortal 2U's disciple. Immortal 2U also participated in the matter of Soaring Rainbow Sect and violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Some time ago, he destroyed the illegal star trade group, White Feather Star Trade. There was an unknown immortal powerhouse behind it, and his cultivation was at least at the sixth tribulation transcender level. At that time, he was puzzled as to who this mysterious immortal powerhouse was. That was because Soaring Rainbow Sect did not have any powerhouses above the sixth tribulation transcender level. Now, it seemed that it was this Immortal 2U. However, the problem was that in the current universe, Tao monarchs did not appear, and perfected monarchs were hidden. Any 9 tribulation transcender was an existence that shook the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. If such a powerhouse violated the laws of the Heavenly Court, it would not be up to him to judge. At the very least, it would be a Tao immortal perfected monarch. Facing Jiang Ci's question, Nansong shook his head again and said, "This is the key point of the second stage of the mission Immortal 2. You had 18 disciples and 18 servants, all of whom were immortal powerhouses. Among them, Yuan Ku was already dead, and the remaining 35 people were also involved in various illegal activities. This includes, but is not limited to, the illegal enslavement of indigenous planets and the sale of golden cores and nascent souls of cultivators. There are also blood sacrifices, soul refinement, and other serious violations of the laws of the Heavenly Court. Then, my mission is to judge the remaining 35 people. And what about Immortal 2U? Jiang Ci took a deep breath and asked 2 questions in a row with a solemn expression. That's right. This time, it will still be a trial, and the sentencing standard will still be determined by you. The light punishment will be jail time, and the heavy punishment will be death. Nansong nodded. Then he said, "As for Immortal 2U, he is a very cautious person. The sect has conducted many investigations on him and found that he did not participate in these illegal activities. At most, it can be considered an oversight and a lack of discipline." Jiang Ci's mood was not relaxed. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Even so, this mission is not simple. Senior brother, you have dug a big hole for me." Nansong laughed. Beside him, Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment before explaining his understanding. Lord Jiang Ci has just judged the people of Soaring Rainbow Sect and sentenced them to death. If the second stage is given a lighter sentence, it will leave the impression that the upper echelons are afraid of power. The heart-questioning mission was a test of Jiang Ci's temperament by the sect to see if he could become a decision-maker in the sect in the future. If these 35 immortal powerhouses were given a light sentence, just because Immortal 2U was a 9th tribulation transcender, it was certain that Jiang Ci would fail the heart-questioning mission. This was the trap that Nansong had left for Jiang Ci. He did not inform him of the second stage of the mission in advance. Of course, Jiang Ci had no intention of complaining about Nansong. Since the mission was divided into 2 stages, it meant that the sect had already considered this. Even if Nansong wanted to tell him, he probably would not dare to. However, even if he knew about the second stage of the mission in advance, Jiang Ci would not change the previous judgment. There was no doubt that the nearly 1 million people of Soaring Rainbow Sect deserved to die. Junior brother, it is about 3,000 light years from here to Planet 2U. With the speed of my high-grade immortal artifact flying ship, it can reach there in 3 days. You still have time to think about it." Nansong smiled. Jiang Ci nodded slowly. This was indeed a tricky mission. If the sentence was heavy, it would offend 2U, a 9th tribulation transcender. If the sentence was light, he would fail the heart-questioning mission and leave a bad impression in the eyes of the upper echelons of the sect. Chapter 511. According to the introduction of the second stage of the heart-questioning mission, Tu was a very rare loose cultivator. As everyone knew, it was very difficult for loose cultivators to obtain good cultivation resources. Most of the 9 tribulation transcenders of the human race came from the 3 sects and 6 sects, and a few of them came from the top sects of various star regions. Being able to cultivate to the 9 tribulation transcender realm despite being a loose cultivator also showed how powerful Tu was. In terms of personality, Tu was very cautious, but also very bold. He was cautious because he rarely stepped into the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance and only lived in the desolate star systems outside the 9 regions, keeping a very low profile. As a result, not many people in the entire Blue Star region had heard of him, and only a few immortal Tao powerhouses knew of his existence. His boldness came from the fact that the 36 tribulation transcender powerhouses under his sect all hosted or participated in various illegal activities. No one would believe that it had nothing to do with Tu. Jiang Xi guessed that the massive amount of cultivation resources Tu needed to cultivate to the 9 tribulation transcender realm was brought by the 36 tribulation transcender powerhouses under his sect. Tu was the actual beneficiary of this series of illegal activities. However, these are just guesses. Even if there was a 90% possibility without that 10% evidence, it was still empty. 3 days later, Nansong's high-grade immortal boat gradually slowed down and shuttled out of the source space, arriving at a desolate star system. 60,000 kilometers away, there was a dead and desolate planet. It was the lair of Tu, the 9 tribulation transcender, Tu, planet Tu. The dim starry sky made people involuntarily feel a sense of fear. The high-grade immortal boat didn't directly speed up, but approached steadily. After all, he was a 9 tribulation transcender, and they had to show enough respect. When they were 20,000 kilometers away from planet Tu, a team of cultivators wearing black armor appeared from the void of the starry sky and stopped the high-grade immortal boat. The leader was a short-haired woman at the Tao integration stage. She recognized that this was an immortal boat. However, her attitude was very tough, and she said in a muffled voice, "This place is forbidden. Quickly retreat. We are from the Purple Heaven sect," Nansong said, and introduced the identities of the 3 people. "So it's the seniors of the Purple Heaven sect. Please wait a moment." The short-haired woman bowed slightly, took out her communication pearl, and reported this matter to her superiors. Jiang Xi and the other 2 looked at each other. On the surface, it looked like Tu was putting on airs, but in reality, it reflected the extent of Tu's control over his subordinates. Under normal circumstances, when people saw people from the 3 gates and 6 sects, they would unconsciously lower their heads. Furthermore, Nansong and Lu Chuan were both immortal Tao experts of the Purple Heaven sect. However, this short-haired woman at the Tao integration stage still blocked them outside Tu planet in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A few seconds later, the short-haired woman bowed again. "Guest, please follow me." She took Jiang Xi and the other 2 and flew towards Tu star. On this dead planet, there was only a huge blue palace. Other than that, there were no other signs of life. With Jiang Xi leading the way, Nansong and Lu Chuan followed the short-haired woman into the palace. At the top of the hall, a tall man wearing dark blue armor sat on the throne. Just a glance at his pair of blue eyes was enough to make one feel uneasy. On both sides, there was a row of tribulation transcender immortals and Tao integration stage cultivators. Jiang Xi greets Senior Tu. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Even if they were here to slap him in the face, they still had to put on an act. Nansong had already told the short-haired woman their identities, so Tu must have already known. In addition, since Yuan Ku was Tu's disciple, he must have asked his master for help before he died. Jiang Xi of the Purple Heaven sect, "Why have you come to my place?" Tu said in a low voice. There was no expression on his face. Just as Jiang Xi had thought, Yuan Ku had told him everything. Just 3 days ago, he had specially used his connections in the heavenly court to save Yuanke's life. However, Jiang Xi had acted too quickly and did not give him any chance to deal with him. Therefore, he knew very well that Jiang Xi had not come with good intentions. Jiang Xi calmed down slightly, looked straight into Tu Yu's eyes, and said, "Senior Tu Yu, I came here to judge the 35 immortal Tao powerhouses under Senior's sect." As soon as his voice fell, "Ha-ha," Tu Yu laughed out loud, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His laughter reverberated in the hall, rumbling like thunder. The Tribulation Transcender Immortals and Tao Integration Stage cultivators on both sides also laughed, their faces full of ridicule. Amidst this laughter, Jiangxi's expression did not change, and his eyes were still fixed on Tu Yu. Soon, the laughter gradually subsided. "A mere primordial soul stage cultivator dares to come here and talk big? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now?" Tu Yu's voice was cold. "If Senior kills me, there will be no place for Senior in the 9 regions of the Human Tao Alliance." Jiang Xi said, How dare you?" Tu Yu calmed down. He indeed did not dare to kill Jiang Xi. The Wine Sword Immortal alone was enough to make him very afraid. Moreover, Jiang Xi was now representing the Purple Heaven sect. If he really killed Jiang Xi, he could only escape to the monster race or the ghost race. "Senior brother, read out the evidence," Jiang Xi said to Nan Song. Nan Song nodded with a smile and waved his hand to call out a 3-dimensional phantom. Then he said loudly, "First Tribulation Transcender Yen He, in order to refine pills in the past 10,000 years, sacrificed 30 billion human beings as a blood sacrifice. He violated the second-class law of the Heavenly Court and could be sentenced to 10,000 years in prison or death." On the left side of the hall, a young man with a feminine appearance sneered. He did not believe that Jiang Xi would dare to kill him. "Yen He, stand in front," Tu Yu said expressionlessly. "Yes, master." The feminine man came to the bottom of the hall and was very respectful to Tu Yu. However, when he looked at Jiang Xi, his face was full of disdain. "Jiang Xi, you have to think carefully." Tu Yu's blue eyes stared at Jiang Xi. The Purple Heaven sect wanted to judge him, and he could not resist. Now it was up to Jiang Xi to decide what punishment he would give. After Nan Song finished reading, he and Lu Chuan looked at Jiang Xi. They still did not know what decision Jiang Xi had made after thinking for 3 days. The other Tribulation Transcender powerhouses and Tao integration cultivators in the hall also looked at Jiang Xi coldly, each of them with fierce killing intent. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi's expression did not change as he said softly, "I sentence him to death immediately." The hall was silent, and the bone-chilling killing intent seemed to condense into ice. "You dare to sentence me to death?" And he was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, "You, a puny essence soul cultivator, dare to sentence me to death? You're courting death." He was ruthless and wanted to attack Jiang Xi. Lu Chuan flashed and stood in front of Jiang Xi. At this time, Nan Song said coldly, "How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die?" With that, he waved his hand and was about to take out his immortal sword to kill Yen He. But at this time, an angry snort sounded. At the same time, a palm print condensed from immortal power smashed Yen He, who was about to attack, into powder, turning him into nothingness. "It's not your turn to kill my people," Tu Yu said coldly. He had personally killed his own disciple. "Senior Tu Yu, I admire you for putting righteousness before family," Nan Song said with a smile. Tu Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the surrounding temperature dropped again. Jiang Xi looked at this senior brother speechlessly. This senior brother was trying to make Tu Yu explode with anger. However, he liked this tone. Since he did not have any evidence against Tu Yu, it was good to be angry. "Jiang Xi, you have to think carefully." Tu Yu's voice was even lower, but it gave people a stronger sense of oppression. "Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely give a fair trial," Jiang Xi said respectfully. Then he nodded slightly to Nan Song. Nan Song said loudly again, First Tribulation immortal sect violated a second-class law of the heavenly court. Death penalty. Boom. Tuyu slapped out and killed another disciple with his own hands. Death penalty. Boom. Death penalty. Boom. 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 In the main hall, Jiang Ci calmly judged them. Tuyu killed them one by one, putting righteousness before family. Soon, 31 immortal Dao powerhouses below the Fourth Tribulation Transcender level were all dead, leaving only 4 people who had yet to be judged. Originally, there were nearly 40 immortal Dao powerhouses in the hall, but now, there were only a few left. Tuyu's expression became colder and colder. The killing intent in the hall condensed into a mist that could be seen with the naked eye. Those with a slightly weaker temperament might be scared out of their wits. On both sides of the hall, there were already many Dao integration cultivators. Under this killing intent, their bodies were slightly trembling. Jiang Ci didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued to judge. Every time he opened his mouth, he would decide the fate of an immortal Dao powerhouse. Tuyu knew that this little guy, who was only at the primordial soul realm, was a ruthless person. This time, he admitted his defeat. Unless he was really ruthless enough to kill Jiang Ci on the spot and then betray the human race. However, he knew very well that it wasn't worth it. Therefore, he personally killed the disciples that had been sentenced to death by Jiang Ci. Of the remaining 4 people who hadn't been judged, 1 was a 5th Tribulation Transcender, and 3 were 4th Tribulation Transcenders. They were all Tuyu's most valued disciples. After Jiang Ci passed the judgment, Tuyu's heart was dripping blood as he killed his 4 beloved disciples. Jiang Ci, you very good. Tuyu's gaze seemed to be able to kill people as he stared at Jiang Ci. Senior, thank you for your cooperation. This junior will take his leave now. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. Tuyu gritted his teeth and said, I won't see you out. Jiang Ci turned around and flew away with Nan Song and Lu Chuan. There was dead silence in the hall. Only the 3 Tribulation Transcenders and a group of Dao integration cultivators were left. After an unknown period of time, Tuyu suddenly shouted angrily, I'm so angry! In the starry sky outside Tuyu's planet, Nan Song's high-grade immortal boat flashed and shuttled into the source space. In the resting cabin, Jiang Ci, who originally had an indifferent expression, suddenly seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down and gasped for breath. Nan Song and Lu Chuan looked at each other and laughed. Nan Song smiled and said, Junior brother, I thought you weren't afraid. Bullshit, that's a 9th Tribulation Transcender. He can kill me with just a breath. Jiang Ci said loudly. Ha! Nan Song and Lu Chuan laughed loudly. Jiang Ci shook his head helplessly. Just now, in Tuyu's palace, if his mental state hadn't already reached the 2nd level, he would have been scared out of his wits. That kind of condensed killing intent formed a huge pressure, and it was definitely not something that a nascent soul cultivator could withstand. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 512. The sect Heart Inquisition was also one of his Heart Inquisitions. From killing Baiyu Xingmao, to the crisis on Earth, to the destruction of the Flying Rainbow sect, and finally to the trial of the disciples of the 9 Tribulation Immortal Tuyu. Jiang Ci's heart had also undergone a baptism. In the resting cabin, Jiang Ci suddenly comprehended something. He sat cross-legged and sank his mind into his sea of consciousness. In the sky above his sea of consciousness, the 4-colored halo behind the head of the essence, soul, sitting on the lotus platform, circulated and began to change. His mental cultivation had begun to improve. Nan Song and Lu Chuan looked at each other, somewhat surprised, but also somewhat happy. Both of them were immortal Dao experts, so they naturally knew that Jiang Ci had broken through. They were now close to Jiang Ci. Seeing Jiang Ci break through, they were also happy for Jiang Ci. 3 days later, the high-grade flying ship left the source space. Jiang Ci leisurely woke up. His mental state had undergone a huge change. The most obvious thing was that the four-colored halo behind the essence soul had become much denser. He had taken another step towards the perfection of the second level of the mental state. Then, the three of them bade farewell at the interstellar teleportation array on Planet Fallen. Nansong had to return to the sect to report the situation of Jiangxi's heart-questioning mission to the sect's upper echelons. Junior brother, the mission this time was very exciting. I reckon that the sect's upper echelons will give you a high score. Nansong was afraid that Jiangxi would be worried, so he gave him a heads up. No matter what the outcome is, thank you, senior brother. Jiangxi bowed solemnly. In fact, he no longer paid much attention to this outcome. After his mental state improved again and changed, he became calmer and more rational. He also had a clear direction for his next cultivation plan. It didn't matter if he went to the decision-making level or not in the future. As long as he could become a peak expert of the human race, he could change the fate of Earth. It was just a matter of time. Becoming a decision-maker would allow him to achieve this goal sooner. After Nansong activated the interstellar teleportation array and left, Jiangxi said to Lu Chuan, thank you for this period of time. I've already recommended you to Master. After some time, he will transfer you to Earth. Lu Chuan was pleasantly surprised. He had suffered before and knew the pain of not having a backer. Cultivators of the immortal path also needed to understand the ways of the world, especially in the Purple Heaven sect, which was full of factions. Before meeting Jiangxi, he had offended a sixth tribulation transcender of his sect, and thus had been hidden for many years. It wasn't until Jiangxi recruited him into the Ministry of Supervision that he finally got out of his predicament. Now, if the Wine Sword Immortal transferred him to Earth, then he would become a subordinate of the Wine Sword Immortal. Who was the Wine Sword Immortal? Even though he had disappeared for 50,000 years, his name still spread throughout the universe. With such a powerful backer, he would be able to obtain even more cultivation resources in the future. The future was promising. After the pleasant surprise, Lu Chuan suddenly frowned and said, "My lord, what about you? You definitely won't give up. I'd better stay by your side." Jiangxi laughed. "Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. Even if Tu has the guts, he won't dare to trouble me." Earth, Xiantian City. It had been 7 days since Jiangxi returned from Tu planet. On this day, Jiangxi and the Wine Sword Immortal were on a snowy mountain outside the Xiantian City, admiring the scenery of the western plateau of the Great Xia dynasty. "Disciple, have you decided?" the Wine Sword Immortal asked. "Yes." Jiangxi nodded. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled and said, "The supervising elder has great power. If you give up this position, you'll lose a lot of things. Strength is the foundation of power. It's good that you understand this principle. Therefore, I plan to cultivate in the ancient Dao source world for 300 years and strive to reach the Dao integration stage. Since you've decided, then go ahead. The Dao integration stage is the time when one's strength improves the fastest. As for Earth, don't worry, I will help you guard it." The Wine Sword Immortal leisurely drank a mouthful of wine. "Thank you, Master." Jiangxi bowed respectfully. He had already expressed his gratitude many times. If he said anything else now, it would seem a little pretentious. The only thing he was worried about now was his master's lifespan. The Wine Sword Immortal didn't have much lifespan left. He only had 3,000 years left. If he couldn't reverse life and death and become a Dao Immortal Stage true monarch, then his lifespan would dry up and he would die. However, Jiangxi also knew that it was useless for him to worry. As someone who had yet to become an immortal, he simply didn't have the ability to help solve the problems faced by a ninth tribulation transcender. Unless he could reach the peak within 3,000 years, then he might have a chance. Going to the ancient Dao source world to cultivate was the next step of his cultivation plan after completing the heart-questioning mission. The core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect were qualified to enter the ancient Dao source world to cultivate in the nascent soul stage, and Dao integration stage. Among them, the fourth heaven-nascent soul stage disciples had the opportunity to cultivate in the ancient Tao source world for 300 years. According to his plan, he had to quickly reach the Tao integration stage and strive to have a tremendous change in his strength. In the original universe, if he advanced too quickly, it might arouse suspicion. However, he didn't have to worry about this in the ancient Tao source world. That place was a magical place to begin with. No one would suspect anything that went beyond common sense. Moreover, the flow of time in the ancient Tao source world was 6 times faster than in the original universe. He cultivated in the ancient Tao source world for 300 years, which was equivalent to 1,080 years in the original universe. Although it was still very fast to reach the Tao integration stage in 1,000 years, it wasn't impossible. At this moment, the Wine Sword Immortal said, "Since you've decided to cultivate to the Tao integration stage this time, then I'll give you the gift I prepared for you." Gift? What gift? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. You'll know when you see Master's true body. The Wine Sword Immortal kept him in suspense. Anyone who entered the ancient Tao source world for the first time would be amazed by this gray world. The spirit Qi was extremely dense, condensing in a spirit mist that could be seen everywhere. Tao techniques that could be seen with the naked eye circulated in the form of colorful lights in the sky on the huge teleportation platform at the edge of Nine Heaven City. Over 100 people were teleported from the original universe to the ancient Tao source world through the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court Tao Origin Hall's universe channel. Most of them were new core disciples of the Three Gates and Six Sects, and a small portion were cultivators who had made great contributions to the human race. It was their first time entering the ancient Tao source world. Jiang Xi didn't reveal his identity, so he didn't stand out among this group of people. However, he remained silent while everyone was marveling at the wonders of the ancient Tao source world. Little fellows, I'm the envoy of Nine Heaven City. Some of you have been to Nine Heaven City before, so you know the rules here. Leave on your own. The other newcomers, follow me. At the corner of the teleportation platform, the gray-robed envoy suddenly chuckled. Many people only just realized that there was another gray-robed old man on the teleportation platform. They hurriedly bowed and left. The ancient Tao source world, the sacred land of the human race. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and looked at the familiar environment. He was filled with pride. Now it was time to improve without restraint. He flew down from the teleportation platform, and below him was the majestic Nine Heaven City. At first glance, this huge city gave people the feeling that it had existed since the beginning of time, as if it had existed since time immemorial. He walked along the wide stone path into the depths of Nine Heaven City. The buildings on both sides of the path were gray stone houses that were more than 3 meters tall. On some roofs, cultivators were looking up to comprehend Tao arts. There was no lack of powerful immortal Tao experts among them. Jiang Xi knew that it was taboo not to disturb these people. Let's choose a residence first. Choose one that's closer to Master's residence. With that in mind, Jiang Xi soon arrived at the depths of Nine Heaven City. The most central location was naturally the largest Nine Heavens Palace. This was Tao Lord Nine Heavens' residence. The Wine Sword Immortal's residence was nearby. Jiang Xi chose an ownerless stone house not far from his master's residence. This would be his temporary residence for the next 300 years. After choosing his residence, he got up and went to his master's residence. The Wine Sword Immortal's main body knew that Jiang Xi was coming to the ancient Tao origin world today, so he canceled the public lesson and waited for Jiang Xi. The Wine Sword Immortal reclined in the tallest pavilion of the palace, leisurely drinking wine from his gourd. Jiang Xi came in and knelt respectfully on the ground, kowtowing. Disciple greets master. We haven't seen each other for half a day. Why are you so formal? The Wine Sword Immortal smiled. Master's main body and clone are different. I haven't seen Master's main body for more than 200 years, Jiang Xi said honestly. In fact, the Wine Sword Immortal's main body and clone gave him a different feeling. While the clone was bold and unrestrained, it had a bit more ferocious aura. In comparison, the main body was more unrestrained and didn't give off as much pressure. The wine-sword immortal shook his head with a smile, then tossed a white jade slip and a gold one to Jiang Xi. "These are the gifts I prepared for you." Were they? Jiang Xi was looking forward to them. "Secret techniques," the wine-sword immortal said. "Secret techniques?" Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He already had 3 secret techniques: the Dao fusion technique, the Dao pattern technique, and the Dao seal technique. Yes, since you've decided to cultivate to the Dao integration stage, as your master, I naturally have to pave the way for you. Because once you reach the Dao integration stage, you'll need to create your own secret techniques, and before that, you'll need a lot of accumulation. There are a total of 360 ordinary secret techniques in the white jade slip. Of course, these secret techniques might seem ordinary, but they're all-encompassing. Not only are there secret techniques in the Sword Dao, but there are also secret techniques in the Saber Dao, Spear Dao, Axe Dao, and so on. There are also secret techniques in the Soul Refinement Technique, Body Refinement Technique, and Auxiliary Technique. Although they won't increase your strength, they'll give you a solid foundation. When you create your own secret technique in the future, you'll be able to draw parallels from them, the wine-sword immortal said with a smile. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense entered the white jade slip. Suddenly, a huge amount of information poured into his mind. Even if his spiritual sense was as strong as the Dao integration stage, it still took him half an hour to completely absorb all the information. But this was just like swallowing dates. It would take a lot of time to really understand it. In the gold jade slip, there's only one Sword Dao pinnacle secret technique, and it's a combat type. The wine-sword immortal's eyes glowed. Obviously, this was a very powerful secret technique. Pinnacle secret technique. First release, then change. Chapter 5:13. Jiang Xi fell into silence. This was a very valuable gift. He had learned about the price of mystic techniques in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault. There were types of mystic techniques, such as combat, support, soul, body refinement, and so on. There were 3 levels: ordinary, pinnacle, and ultimate. Ordinary mystic techniques cost at least 10,000 points in the treasure vault. Pinnacle mystic techniques cost at least 1 billion points, and there was no upper limit. The higher ones could even cost 10 billion or 100 billion points. As for ultimate mystic techniques, he couldn't find them with his current authority. The 360 sets of ordinary mystic techniques sounded like a lot, but the price was only 10 million points at most. He could accept it calmly. 10 million points was nothing to the wine-sword immortal. However, the pinnacle mystic technique in the golden jade slip was different. It was at least 1 billion points. In addition, it was a combat sword mystic technique, so its value was even higher. It might even reach 10 billion points. The wine-sword immortal cultivated in the ancient Dao source world all year round, so he didn't have any source of income. He might have emptied his wallet by taking out so many points to buy a pinnacle mystic technique for his disciple. "Master, this is too much." Jiang Xi shook his head and declined. "Haha, don't worry, my disciple. This Sword Dao secret art cost me 10 billion points. Although this 10 billion points cost me 10 million points, they are of little help to me at my current stage. I won't need points unless I become a perfected lord. Do you think I'll lack points then?" The wine-sword immortal laughed. "Moreover, this mystic technique is very compatible with your Sword Dao. Once you master it, your strength will definitely reach my level. At that time, there won't be many things in the universe that can threaten your life." The wine-sword immortal said expectantly. Jiang Xi was very touched by his words. 10 billion points. Although the contract he signed with the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court gave him 100 billion points, he could only get 5 billion before he became an immortal. The remaining 94. 5 billion points could only be obtained after he became an immortal. Therefore, 10 billion points was definitely a huge fortune for a primordial soul stage cultivator like him. I owe Master more and more favors. Riverward firmly remembered this in his heart and did not continue to decline. Then, he grabbed the golden jade slip and probed it with his spiritual sense. The secret technique of the pinnacle of the sword, Tao, immediately surged into his mind. Cloud bookcase, 7 swords. I have 7 swords, the end of the Tao, the myriad transformations of the sword Tao. Once you master the first 3 swords, you will be invincible below true monarch. If you master the first 6 swords, you will be invincible against anyone below the Tao Lord level. If you master the 7 swords, you could become a Tao Lord. Just the contents of the opening caused Riverward to be endlessly shocked. He was invincible against anyone below Supremacy 3 swords. He was invincible against anyone below Tao Lord's 6 swords. 7 swords was a Tao Lord. This is a pinnacle secret technique. Zhang Ci was speechless. Something's not right. Zhang Ci suddenly came to a realization. If he could become a Tao Lord with 7 strikes, then the price definitely wouldn't be just 10 billion points. Even 100 billion would be considered a low price. Soon after, all the information in the golden jade slip was poured into his mind. Only then did he realize that there were only the first 3 stages of the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords, which were the cultivation methods for the first 3 swords. In that case, the first 3 stages were worth 10 billion points, which was much more reasonable. Don't underestimate the first 3 stages. It's enough for you to cultivate for thousands of years. The Winesword Immortal seemed to know what he was thinking and suddenly laughed. Zhang Ci smiled confidently and didn't say anything. However, he thought to himself, with the experience points panel, I don't need thousands of years. The only pity was that he could only cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords. This was because the Cloud Bundle 7 swords was created with the Green Lotus Sword Tao as the foundation. The Green Lotus Sword Tao had a total of 9 transformations. These transformations were displayed through the transformations of the Green Lotus. They were 1 lotus for lotus, 100 lotus, 1,000 lotus, 10,000 lotus, 1,000 lotus, 100 lotus for lotus, and 1 lotus. Each green lotus represented a transformation. The requirement to cultivate the first stage was to completely comprehend the first 3 transformations, which were 105 transformations, and so on. The requirement to cultivate the second stage was to completely comprehend the first 4 transformations, which were 1105 transformations. The requirement to cultivate the third stage was to completely comprehend the first 5 transformations, which were 11,105 transformations. He had already comprehended 171 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao, so he could only cultivate the first stage. Of course, Zhang Ci believed in his cultivation speed, not to mention that he was in the ancient Tao source world, so his cultivation speed would be even faster. He was full of anticipation for the future. Next, Zhang Ci set 3 cultivation goals for himself. 1. Continue to deduce the Gale, Parting Fire, and Vajra Daos, and strive to advance to the Grand Tao level as soon as possible. 2. Cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords, and let this secret technique appear on the panel. 3. Comprehend the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements, water, earth, and wood. After refining each finger of the golden pattern battle Emperor Palm, Tao Lord, that he had brought back from the battle pattern continent, he would obtain 100 billion experience points. At the same time, each finger contained a Daos of the 5 elements. He had already refined 2 fingers that represented the fire and metal Daos, and obtained 200 billion experience points. There were still 3 fingers that represented the fire, earth, and wood Daos that he hadn't refined yet. He was saving them to comprehend the Daos. Originally, Zhang Ci had been hesitating about whether he should comprehend the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements. This was because the more Daos he cultivated, the more difficult it would be to advance in the future. If he cultivated 3 more Daos, the difficulty of cultivation would definitely increase by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. However, a battle some time ago made him change his mind. The 5 elements power that Yin Qi, the leader of the White Feather Star Trade Association that he had killed, had displayed made him very tempted. The power of the 5 elements combined into one allowed an ordinary Dao integration stage cultivator to possess the strength of an invincible Dao integration stage cultivator. If it was him, he would definitely be able to unleash even greater power. At that time, he would have another trump card. Let's begin. After returning to his stone house, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the roof of the stone house and entered a state of cultivation. He continued to deduce the gale, parting fire, and Vajra Daos in his heart. These were the 3 Daos of heaven and earth. On the other side, his clone that was hiding on a barren planet in the Milky Way galaxy was cultivating the first stage of the cloud bundle 7 swords. As for the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements, he had encountered the gale, parting fire, and Vajra Daos before he started to comprehend them. It was worth mentioning that this method of cultivation consumed a huge amount of experience points. However, after coming to the ancient Dao source world, Jiang Xi was not worried about the issue of experience points at all. Outside Nine Heavens City, in the vast world of gray fog, there were countless spirits of Dao. Hunting these spirits of Dao would give him experience points. Once he refined the non-elemental Daos of the nascent soul stage spirits of Dao, he would receive 1 million experience points. Cultivating, comprehending the Dao, and hunting spirits of Dao. Not only would he listen to his master's teachings, but he would also listen to other Sword Dao experts' Dao lessons. Jiang Xi's schedule was packed to the brim. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, this was 50 years in the ancient Dao source world. 180 years had passed in the original universe. Nine Heavens City, in a palace that was not inferior in size to the Wine Sword Immortal's residence. Thousands of cultivators of different cultivation levels sat in the main hall. They came from various forces. Most of them were from the 3 gates and 6 sects, but there were also top immortal Dao sects from various star zones. A small number of them were itinerant cultivators. In terms of cultivation level, most of them were tribulation immortals, and the rest were top geniuses of a human race. Because those who could attend the class had at least passed the 3rd stage of the sky-piercing mountain. At the top of the hall, a handsome young man with white hair and a youthful face was casually sitting cross-legged in the air, teaching everyone about Sword Dao. The Green Lotus has many variations and combinations. Sword Immortal Nangong's understanding of the Green Lotus Sword Dao is enlightening every time I listen to his class. Jiang Xi was also in the crowd below. He basically didn't miss a single one of Sword Immortal Nangong's public classes in Nine Heavens City. Among the Tribulation Immortal Sword Dao cultivators, the Wine Sword Immortal was the strongest, followed by Sword Immortal Nangong. Both of them were 9 Tribulation Sword Immortals, but the Wine Sword Immortal's battle record was more prominent and famous. Of course, he was also slightly stronger. However, one couldn't deny Sword Immortal Nangong's strength. After attending so many classes, Jiang Xi had learned a lot. All right, today's class will end here, Sword Immortal Nangong said. Thank you, Senior Nangong. Below, thousands of cultivators stood up and bowed respectfully. Because this was free teaching, they had to express their gratitude. Sword Immortal Nangong nodded slightly and disappeared. Only then did the thousands of cultivators leave the hall. Jiang Xi wasn't very eye-catching in the crowd. Although the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect was worth paying attention to, those who could cultivate in the ancient Dao source world were all geniuses. And geniuses were all proud. Gong Sui, that's Jiang Xi, right? In the distance, a burly man with a huge sword on his back pointed at Jiang Xi's figure. Another purple-haired youth with a long sword on his back asked disapprovingly, "What? A genius of the sword gate like you've heard of him? We all cultivate the Sword Dao. Of course I've heard of him." The burly man with the huge sword on his back glared. Then he said, I also heard that he entered the third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect 100 years ago and entered the fourth heaven through the nascent soul stage cloud-top competition. He's known as a genius that's hard to come by in 1,000,000 years. What's even more puzzling is that he actually chose to break through not long after entering the fourth heaven and became a fourth heaven nascent soul stage disciple. Looking at his every choice, it's puzzling. Speaking up to here, the burly man smiled. Aren't you a fourth heaven nascent soul stage disciple of the Purple Heaven sect? You should know him well, right? You know him well. The purple-haired youth sneered and shook his head. But in my opinion, he's a fool. His strength has only just passed the 7th level of the sky-piercing mountain, and the highest a fourth heaven nascent soul stage disciple can pass is the 8th level. If he doesn't break through, he can still stay at the fourth heaven during the next nascent soul stage cloud-top competition. But there's still 5 years before the cloud-top competition for the nascent soul stage disciples. The weakest of us fourth heaven nascent soul stage senior disciples has passed the 10th level of the sky-piercing mountain. He's a newcomer who just ascended to the fourth heaven, and he's about to be eliminated back to the third heaven. First change, then release. Chapter 514. Outside soared St. Nangong's residence. The cultivators who had finished listening to the lesson all left. The burly man with a huge sword on his back and the purple-haired youth named Gong Sui were discussing without restraint in the distance. If that's the case, this Jiang Si's choice is somewhat unwise. The burly man with a huge sword nodded slowly. It's not just unwise, it's extremely stupid. The purple-haired youth glanced at Jiang Si in the distance. However, with his talent, even if he's eliminated this time, there's a very high possibility that he'll make it to the fourth heaven in the future. The burly man laughed. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Many geniuses have outstanding talent at the beginning, but who knows how many of them fall behind later on. The purple-haired youth did not care at all. That's true. The burly man laughed. In the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, which of the 10 primordial soul stage senior disciples hasn't accumulated for thousands of years? Although on the surface, only one person has passed the 11th stage of the sky-piercing mountain, but in reality, after accumulating for so many years, who knows how many trump cards everyone has? They're just waiting for the Cloud Summit competition to suddenly erupt. Gong Sui sneered. Keeping a trump card was something that most cultivators would do. The Cloud Summit competition for the primordial soul stage is held once every 1,000 years. There's still 5 years until the next one. Just wait and see. The glory they had at the beginning will be the same as the fall when the time comes. Gong Sui shook his head. There was no enmity or grudge between them. They were just competing with each other and a little unhappy. In the distance, Jiang Si heard everything clearly. These two people had no intention of avoiding him at all. Are you looking down on me? Jiang Si smiled faintly. What these people did not know was that Jiang Si had long stopped treating them as opponents, because they were not on the same level at all. In fact, in the past 50 years, he had also discovered that a few fourth heaven primordial soul stage disciples who were also cultivating in the ancient Tao source world had a very cold attitude towards him. They were even somewhat hostile. As for the reason, Jiang Si was naturally clear. It was because the speed of his improvement was too fast. In the eyes of many people, he would definitely occupy a spot in the fourth heaven Tao integration stage in the future. In the Purple Heaven sect's four-heaven world, the fourth heaven was the highest. Nascent soul stage, primordial spirit stage, Tao integration stage. Tao integration stage cultivators were the most powerful, so the competition was naturally the most intense. This involved the allocation of a large amount of cultivation resources. The sudden rise of Jiang Si posed a huge threat to the 10 Essence Soul Stage senior disciples. They all had hopes of competing for the fourth heaven Tao integration stage spot. Therefore, it was normal for them to be unhappy and hostile towards Jiang Si. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do even if you're unhappy. Jiang Si chuckled. During these 50 years in the ancient Tao origin world, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Disciples of the fourth heaven of the primordial soul stage were nothing in his eyes. Looking at the changes in the EXP panel: cultivation base, main body, primordial spirit, later stage 30 million/30 million, doppelganger, primordial spirit, late stage 30 million/30 million, Tao techniques, sword intent, 10 levels, 1 billion, 1 billion, Grand Tao of Wind, level 10, 550/500 million, Great Tao of Fire, level 10, 550/500 million, Great Tao of Metal, level 10, 550/500 million, Amplitude, 20,000 times, Sword Intent, Secret Technique, Cloud Bookcase, 7 Swords, level 1, 100,000,000/100 million, Tao Fusion Technique for levels 400 million/400 million, Tao Pattern Technique for levels 40 billion/400 million, Tao Seal Technique for levels 40 billion/400 million, Cultivation Technique, Purple Firmament Sword Manual, Peacock Visualization, Lotus Sword Manual Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points, 661. For billion, the Gale Tao, Departing Fire Tao, and Vajra Tao had been upgraded to the Great Tao level. In addition, the Sword Tao that had been upgraded to the Sword Intent, Great Tao level. At this point, the 4 Tao techniques that he cultivated had all reached the Great Tao level. Tao techniques were the foundation of various secret techniques. Therefore, the Tao Pattern Technique and Tao Seal Technique, these 2 auxiliary secret techniques, had also been upgraded. The 4-pattern Tao pattern realm brought about changes to his body. Previously, his body was 10 times stronger than a supreme grade spirit artifact. Now, it was 100 times stronger. The 4th seal realm of the Tao Seal Technique brought about changes to his primordial spirit. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit, sitting on the lotus platform, changed from 3 petals to 4 petals. At the same time, the range of his spiritual awareness had increased to 300,000 kilometers. In comparison, the range of a normal peak Tao integration cultivator was only 100,000 kilometers. In addition to the Tao Pattern Technique and Tao Seal Technique, there was still the Tao Fusion Technique that had not changed. This was because this auxiliary secret technique was related to the number of Tao techniques cultivated. Only when he comprehended a new Tao technique and reached the Great Tao level would the Tao Fusion Technique be upgraded. In addition, it was worth mentioning that he had also successfully comprehended the Cloud Bookcase, 7 Swords, and completed the first stage of cultivation. His actual combat strength had increased significantly. All in all, Jiangxi's strength was like heaven and earth compared to 50 years ago. If he was invincible in the Tao integration stage in the past, he had definitely entered the Tribulation Transcendent realm now. How many Tribulation Transcenders were there? Jiangxi was not sure because he had not fought with others in all these years. Let's go and challenge the sky-piercing mount. Jiangxi's eyes were shining. That was a suitable place for him to test his combat strength. In the 50 years that he had been in the ancient Tao source world, he had not gone there. When he was cultivating in the 3rd heaven of the Purple Firmament sect, he had passed the 6th and 7th stages of the sky-piercing mountain and obtained 2 opportunities to comprehend the Green Lotus Altar. He had already used up these 2 opportunities 10 years ago. The Green Lotus Altar was the fastest place to comprehend the Sword Tao. The more opportunities there were, the better. After returning to the stone house, Jiangxi's spiritual sense entered the sky-piercing mountain river diagram and the sky-piercing mountain through his communication pearl. The 44 towering sky-piercing mountains corresponded to the 44 inheritance altars in the ancient Tao source world. The black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian sat motionlessly on a platform at the edge of the sky-piercing mountain. The stronger he was, the more he felt that the Lord Mountain Guardian's strength was unfathomable. This was the most intuitive feeling that Jiangxi had after seeing the Lord Mountain Guardian again after so many years. Greetings to the Lord Mountain Guardian. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Lord Shoshan opened his eyes. When he saw that it was River Word, a smile appeared on his dignified face. Jiang Xi, I haven't seen you for a long time since you passed the 7th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. The Lord Mountain Guardian smiled. It's been more than 200 years. Jiang Xi smiled. The flow of time in the sky-piercing mountain river diagram was the same as the original universe. 50 years in the ancient Tao source world was equivalent to 180 years in the original universe. In addition to the time before entering the ancient Tao source world, it had indeed been more than 200 years. Haha. I know you like to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. How many stages do you plan to pass in such a long time? Let me guess. Based on your style, you won't just pass the 8th stage, 9th stage, or maybe the 10th stage. The Lord Mountain Guardian said with interest. Nascent soul stage disciples at the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect were all at least at the 10th stage. Although there was a 10th stage, the Lord Mountain Guardian didn't really think that Jiang Xi could pass it. It had only been more than 200 years, and Jiang Xi's talent was already heaven-defying if he could pass the 9th stage. Watch and see. Jiang Xi understood the meaning behind the Lord Mountain Guardian's words. Oh, the Lord Mountain Guardian was surprised and smiled. You're very confident. Go ahead, the green lotus sky-piercing mountain just happens to be empty. Jiang Xi nodded and flew away. The Lord Mountain Guardian looked at Jiang Xi's back and suddenly smiled. Many of the sect's higher-ups have placed their bets on this kid and are very concerned about his progress. This time, after 200 years, I'm going to pass the sky-piercing mountain again. I have to inform them. He took out his communication pearl and sent out dozens of messages. Among the Purple Heaven sect's disciples, Jiang Xi was a dazzling new star. He was already known as a rare genius, second only to the epic geniuses. An epic was 36 million years. The so-called epic geniuses were hard to come by in an epic. Sometimes, only one would be seen in hundreds or thousands of epics. Epic geniuses were very rare, so Jiang Xi's attention became the highest among the young disciples. 9th Tribulation Transcendent Yi Liang received the message. After checking it with his spiritual sense, he smiled. Jiang Xi, that kid, is he going to cause trouble again? Liang's eyes lit up. The young geniuses of the same generation as him often went to the sky-piercing mountain in recent years. Only this Jiang Xi likes to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ji Wei, whose talent was ahead of his, has already passed the 8th level. Which level will he pass this time? The 8th or the 9th? Liang didn't think about the 10th level because he subconsciously believed that it was impossible. Immediately after, his spiritual sense entered the sky-piercing mountain and river painting and arrived at the starry sky continent where the sky-piercing mountain was located. He hid in the starry sky and overlooked the green lotus sky-piercing mountain. At the same time, Wine Sword Immortal Nangong, Misty Mountain Immortal, Thousand Flames Immortal, and other Tribulation Transcendent powerhouses also entered the sky-piercing mountain and river painting with their spiritual senses. Among this group of Tribulation Transcendent powerhouses, some were 9th Tribulation Transcendent, some were 8th Tribulation Transcendent, and only a few were 7th Tribulation Transcendent. Everyone is here? Wine Sword Immortal looked around. Sword Immortal Nangong grumpily said, "Humph, look at how proud you are." When Jiang Xi had become a disciple, Sword Immortal Nangong and Wine Sword Immortal had competed with each other. In the end, Wine Sword Immortal became Jiang Xi's disciple, and Sword Immortal Nangong lost. Wine Sword Immortal Nangong was still brooding over this matter. In particular, as Jiang Xi's talent became better and better, he felt that he had missed out on a good disciple. Zhongli, your luck is really good. You managed to take in a genius like Jiang Xi as your disciple, and many higher-ups of the sect think highly of him. Sir True Monarch directly under me ordered me to pay close attention to Jiang Xi's situation, so I immediately rushed over, another 9th Tribulation Transcender said. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. Wine Sword Immortal laughed. very carefree. Then he said to immortal Iliang, Iliang, I think you should quickly report this matter to true monarch Iron Mountain. Otherwise, my disciple will cause a big commotion in the future, and the other true monarchs of the sect will personally come and snatch him away. Snatch him away? Immortal Iliang looked around. Although his expression didn't change, he was somewhat worried in his heart. What Winesword Immortal said was the truth. Not to mention the future, if Jiang Ci made a big breakthrough this time, some of the true monarchs of the sect would surely make a move on him. When a fourth tribulation transcender disciple rushed to the Heavenspan Mountain, nearly 107 tribulation transcender powerhouses of the immortal path and above came. It was clear enough. First change, then spread. Chapter 515. The Purple Heaven sect was one of the 9 great immortal sects that stood at the peak of the human race. It was normal for the sects to have many factions and compete with each other. The true monarchs would try their best to rope in some tribulation transcender powerhouses in order to increase the strength of their sections. Because there were many things that the true monarchs could not do in person, they could only let their subordinates do it. Where did tribulation transcender powerhouses come from? Naturally, they were the top geniuses who had shown outstanding talent before becoming an immortal. Jiang Ci belonged to this category. However, he had only passed the 7th level of the sky-piercing mountain, so it was not worth it to pay a huge price to rope him in. If Jiang Ci had a big breakthrough this time and passed the 9th level, some true monarchs would definitely try to rope in Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci had entered the Purple Heaven sect for less than 1,000 years, and he already had such strength. When he transcended tribulation to become an immortal in the future, he would at least be able to transcend 6 tribulations, and he would have a great chance of becoming a 9th tribulation transcender. A 9th tribulation transcender was the right-hand man of the true monarchs. I have to remind the true monarchs when I go back. Iliang thought. At this time, the group of tribulation transcender powerhouses saw Jiang Ci climb the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. An 8th tribulation transcender smiled and said, "Which level do you think Jiang Ci will pass this time?" It's definitely not just the 8th level. That young genius from the same batch as him, Ji Wei, passed the 8th level a few years ago. I'm guessing the 9th level. He has cultivated in the ancient Tao source world for 50 years, and his speed of improvement is many times faster than in the original universe. At most, the 9th level. If he can pass it, it will be shocking enough. It's impossible for him to pass the 10th level. The difficulty of the sky-piercing mountain increases by a large step every 3 levels. Haha, don't be so sure. If he passes the 10th level, you will all be shocked. Zhongli, you are Jiang Ci's master, so you know him the best. Tell us. Finally, everyone's eyes gathered on the Winesword Immortal. Winesword Immortal pretended to be mysterious and lightly smiled. Just watch. In the past 50 years, Jiang Ci had often consulted him about the Sword Tao, so he knew his disciple's strength the best. The 9th level? He knew that the sect was probably going to be lively this time. A 9th tribulation transcender said, "The battle has begun." Everyone's gaze turned back to the Green Lotus heavenly mountain. They could see through the illusory space of each stage. In the illusory space of the 8th level, above the endless mountain range, Jiang Ci and the armored gatekeeper stood opposite each other. The battle began. Sword Qi filled the air. Jiang Ci fought with the gatekeeper for a while before killing him. Stage 8 passed. It's a bit strenuous. It seems that the difficulty of passing the 9th stage is not small. Not bad. The 9th stage is a little difficult. But soon, the tribulation transcender powerhouses that were still discussing this matter calmed down. Because in the illusory space of the 9th level, Jiang Ci once again fought with the gatekeeper and killed him. Stage 9 passed. Next was the 10th level. The guardian of this level had a spiritual energy amplitude of 10,000 times. Of course, Jiang Ci was able to pass through easily. However, he still had to exchange several blows with his opponent before killing him. He was here to test his battle prowess, so naturally, he had to do a good test in every round. And so, stage 10 passed. Then, the same thing happened in the 11th level. Jiang Xiai did not easily kill his opponent, but he did not encounter any difficulties either. Stage 11 passed. Above the starry sky continent where the 44 sky-piercing mountains were located, the group of immortal Dao experts were all dumbfounded, shocked, and horrified. How is this possible? Even if the cultivation speed in the ancient Dao origin world is 10 times faster than in the original universe, cultivating for 50 years is only equivalent to cultivating for 500 years in the original universe. In just 500 years, his strength has risen from the 7th level to the 11th level. You should have noticed that the sword Dao he displayed in the 11th level is already at the perfected sword intent realm. This is at least a 6 Tribulation Sword Immortals Dao technique realm. What terrifying talent! And it's obvious that he hasn't displayed his full strength yet. This means that there's a possibility that he can reach even higher levels. These immortal Dao powerhouses that were at least 7 Tribulation Transcender were really frightened. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In their view, Jiangxi's cultivation speed was completely illogical. The improvement of one's strength should have been slower and slower. Why was Jiangxi improving faster and faster? One had to know that he was only at the nascent soul stage. If he reached the Dao integration stage, where one's cultivation speed was even faster, how fast would Jiangxi improve? What monster? Everyone sighed. This made them think of the more talented geniuses of the previous epoch. For example, a recent genius from the Dao sect, True Lord Baoyan, had the strength of a 7 Tribulation Transcender when he was at the Dao integration stage. With Jiangxi's current cultivation speed, there is a certain chance that he could reach this step when he reached the Dao integration stage. Although the probability was very small, it was not impossible. Most importantly, Jiangxi had only cultivated for a short period of time. Many of those geniuses had cultivated for thousands of years. How long had Jiangxi cultivated? It was probably less than 1,000 years. What they did not know was that Jiangxi's actual cultivation time was actually less than 300 years. If they knew, they would definitely increase this probability by a level. Speaking of which, the Cloud Summit competition for the nascent soul stage is coming soon. I remember that among the 10 nascent soul stage old disciples of the 4th firmament, the strongest one only passed the 11th level of the sky connecting mountain. Moreover, they have cultivated for thousands of years. This Jiangxi has only cultivated for a few hundred years, and he's already as strong as those 4th firmament geniuses. From the looks of it, he's going to continue. Is he going to pass the 12th level? The 12th level is very difficult. I'm not sure. Everyone fell into a short silence again. They did not know what to say about this terrifying talent. Sky connecting mountain, 12th level, illusory space. It was still an endless mountain range, and Jiangxi's figure appeared in the sky above the mountain range. 1,000 miles away, there was a guard wearing armor and carrying a long sword on his back. He was not angry that Jiangxi had passed 4 levels in a row. Instead, he laughed. I haven't seen a little guy like you for many years. However, among the nascent soul stage geniuses of the 3 sects and 6 sects, no one has been able to pass the 12th level. Now I'm here. Jiangxi laughed. Haha, very confident. However, compared to the previous level, my ability is much stronger. If you want to pass, show me your true ability. The guard laughed. Zong. The long sword on his back was unsheathed. A powerful Taoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword will instantly spread throughout the entire illusory space. Jiangxi did not underestimate his opponent. Soaring sword will accompany the appearance of the red cloud sword. In terms of spiritual energy amplitude, the previous guard of the 11th level had a spiritual energy amplitude of 19,000 times. It was very close to his sword will amplitude of 20,000 times. However, in a battle between the strong, the slightest difference could determine the outcome. The difference of 100 times allowed Jiang Xi to pass the 11th level. At the 12th level, the guard's spiritual energy amplitude had increased to 28,000 times. It had increased by 9,000 times. This was a huge increase. It will be difficult to defeat him with just sword will, unless I use the cloud bookcase, 7 swords, or something else. In the previous levels, he had only displayed his sword will. He did not use the other 3 Taoist techniques or secret techniques. I'll use the cloud bookcase, 7 swords then. Jiang Xi instantly made a decision. If he wanted to save some trump cards, just sword will and the cloud bookcase, 7 swords were enough. It was a good opportunity to test the power of the cloud bookcase, 7 swords. With that thought, the battle began. Boom! The guard sword carried a Taoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword will. The blade pierced through the air. Cracks appeared in the space, and it was about to shatter. The unstoppable aura had completely locked onto Jiang Xi. If Jiang Xi could not block it, he would be killed by this sword. Faced with this situation, Jiang Xi changed his previous fighting style. 105 huge sword will green lotuses suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, these green lotuses spiraled and instantly merged into the red cloud sword in a mysterious way. Boom! Heaven and earth changed color. The aura rising from the red cloud sword was like a crimson dragon that stirred heaven and earth. One sword, Jiang Xi shouted. Whoosh! He held his sword, and his figure streaked across the sky. He took the initiative to meet the attack. The speed of the two was extremely fast. They left behind afterimages in the illusory space. It was as if they were frozen in the air. Space was still. In the next moment, the tips of the 2 swords collided. Buzz! A burst of immortal Tao power was produced in the collision. A powerful immortal Tao power erupted. Boom! Boom! A huge energy storm swept through the air and shattered the space. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible mountain range below as well. However, after Jiang Xi's sword blocked the guard sword, its aura did not change. The mysterious aura on the sword did not weaken at all. Scarlet Heaven's sword slashed through the surging energy storm. Meanwhile, the guard had to divert his attention to resist the energy storm. Jiang Xi's sword was so fast that the guard could not block it. Chi! In the energy storm, it pierced through the guard's head and destroyed his primordial spirit. The 12th stage passed. Jiang Xi did not observe the subsequent changes in the illusory space. He left the illusory space and continued to fly toward the next stage. The 13th stage. Jiang Xi was excited. If he did not reveal more trump cards, it would be quite difficult for him to pass this stage. However, wasn't this a challenge? At this moment, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses watching Jiang Xi pass through the stages were completely shocked. The 12th stage, only 1 sword. That should be a pinnacle sword Tao mystic technique. The cloud bookish 7 swords. Sword Immortal Nangong said in disbelief. He suddenly looked toward Wine, Sword Immortal. You bought it for him? That's right, it's the cloud bookish 7 swords. Wine Sword Immortal chuckled. Of course, it's only the first 3 swords. I can't afford any more. Gasp! The first 3 swords cost 10 billion points. How generous! Another 7 Tribulation Sword Immortal gasped. His eyes were filled with envy. He could not afford it. Sword Immortal Nangong shook his head with a bitter smile and did not say anything. He admired Wine Sword Immortal's boldness. If it were him, he probably would not have bought such an expensive mystic technique for his disciple. No, not probably. He definitely would not have done so. Therefore, he admired Wine Sword Immortal. Start first, then change later. Chapter 516. The fact that Jiang Xi had passed the 12th level shocked all the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses present. Even Wine Sword Immortal, who believed that he understood Jiang Xi's strength the best, was shocked. This kid, I knew that he had comprehended the first sword of the cloud bookish 7 swords 10 years ago. I didn't expect that he would reach the master level in just 10 years. According to Wine Sword Immortal's guess, Jiang Xi would be able to pass the 11th level. From the looks of it, Jiang Xi might have a chance to pass the 13th level. He's really a pleasant surprise. Wine Sword Immortal liked this kind of shock, and it didn't matter if there were more. Different from everyone else's shock, 9 Tribulation Transcendary Liang was also shocked, but he was more worried. Passing the 12th level at the Primordial Soul stage. Such a terrifying talent. He was certain that once word of Riverward's results got out, True Monarch Iron Mountain's wall would probably be dug up. The difficulty of the sky-piercing mountain rises by a large step every 3 levels. Can he pass the 13th level? Ilyang's mood was very complicated. On one hand, he was looking forward to Jiang Xi's results increasing, but on the other hand, he hoped that Jiang Xi would stop here. Can he pass the 13th level? Many people asked in their hearts. But this time, no one dared to jump to a conclusion. On the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain, Jiang Xi appeared in the illusory space of the 13th level. In this level, the strength of the Guardian will increase substantially. Just the spiritual energy amplitude alone will reach 37,000 times. My basic spiritual energy amplitude is 20,000 times. With just my sword path and the cloud bookish 7 swords, it should be very difficult for me to pass this level. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. However, it was precisely because of this that his real strength could be tested. At this time, the Guardian said with a smile, "It's been a long time since a primordial soul stage brat came to pass the 13th level. I hope you can pass it today. Please," Jiang Xi said with a serious expression. The battle began. The Guardian instantly used the Green Lotus sword path, and thousands of green lotuses covered the entire space. Countless sword chi condensed, turning the space into a world of swords. Sword chi rampaged. All of a sudden, thousands of green lotuses, accompanied by sword chi, turned into a giant sword engraved with green lotus patterns that whistled towards Jiang Xi. Whoosh! Jiang Xi also made his move at the same time. 350 green lotuses of sword Dao appeared and merged into the red cloud sword in a mysterious way. Once again, he used the first sword of the cloud, manual 7 swords. However, its power was 3 times stronger than when it was at the 12th level. Wong, a mysterious aura rose up and also transformed into a huge sword. Although it was only 3,000 feet long, its aura was not inferior to the Guardian's 10,000 feet long sword. A sword strike. First, their auras collided. The Guardian's giant sword carried an ultimate Taoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword intent. Jiang Xi's giant sword was formed from the profound intent of the cloud bookcase 7 swords. Voila! The originally intact, illusory space began to shatter, turning into spatial turbulence. The 2 giant swords collided together. Phew! There was no sound between heaven and earth. Only strands of dazzling light could be seen. At the same time, there was a brief stagnation in the space turbulence. Boom! The next moment, there was a sound that resounded through heaven and earth. At the center of the collision, the dazzling light became incomparably dazzling. The stagnant space, turbulence roared and swept out again. The 3,000 feet long cloud bookcase sword only paused for a moment before it pierced through the air again. On the other hand, the 10,000 feet long Green Lotus giant sword was repelled by thousands of kilometers. My sword is stronger. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Although the Guardian's Green Lotus sword Dao was far superior to his, the actual power it could unleash was inferior to the first sword of the cloud bookcase 7 swords. This was because the Guardian did not use any secret combat techniques. It was purely the power of the sword Dao. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides clashed again. The 2 giant swords clashed in the space turbulence. Bursts of power comparable to that of an immortal Tao expert erupted. Of course, when they fought, it was not a simple collision. The cloud bookcase sword shuttled through space in a mysterious way, making it impossible to guard against. Once it found the right opportunity, it could end the Guardian's life. The green lotus giant sword was completely brute force. It rampaged as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, this kind of barbaric attack seemed tyrannical, but there were many loopholes. In addition, the cloud bookcase sword already had the upper hand. After several collisions, it finally bypassed the green lotus giant sword and pierced through space, arriving at the Guardian's side. Not good. The Guardian's expression changed greatly. He had to maintain the same cultivation level as Jiang Ci, which was the late-stage essence soul stage. In such an urgent situation, he simply could not react in time. Whoosh! The cloud bookcase sword directly crushed the Guardian's body and annihilated his essence soul. The Guardian was dead. The 13th trial had been passed. In the sky above this starry sky continent, nearly 100 tribulation transcender powerhouses saw this scene. They were not just shocked, but also solemn. How many years had it been since someone at the essence soul stage passed the 13th trial of the sky-piercing mountain? Over the countless years, there had been countless geniuses from the 3 schools and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. Of course, there were also people at the essence soul stage who could reach this step. Most of those people later became true monarchs that could shake the myriad races in the universe. At the very least, they could become 9th tribulation transcenders. But the problem was that when those people reached this step, the time they took to cultivate was much longer than Riverward. He's only cultivated for a few hundred years. We've just witnessed the birth of a new era's genius. This time, it's really going to be lively. Look, he's going to continue. Jiang Ci walked along the stone steps toward the 14th trial of the Green Lotus Sky-Piercing Mountain. It was already very strenuous just now. It's unlikely that I can pass the 14th trial with just my sword path and the cloud bookcase 7 swords, unless I expose some more trump cards. He was weighing the pros and cons. Was it good or bad to expose too many trump cards? It's about time. I'm only here to test my strength. I'm not here to show off. Jiang Ci made a decision. He really was not here to show off. After continuously passing through the mountains, he had a clear understanding of his strength and roughly knew what level he was at. Generally speaking, if one could pass the 10th trial of the sky-piercing mountain, they would have the strength of a first tribulation transcender. After passing the 13th trial of the sky-piercing mountain, their strength would surpass that of a third tribulation transcender. In other words, his current combat strength in the sword path alone had reached the level of a third tribulation transcender. If he included his Tao fusion technique and Tao pattern technique, his combat strength would be even stronger. He arrived at the illusory space of the 14th trial. The Guardian solemnly said, "If you're not hiding your strength, you won't be able to pass this trial." Jiang Ci chuckled and said, "Let's give it a try." He was indeed here to give it a try. The battle began, and the two sides condensed 2 giant swords again. But this time, the momentum of the green lotus giant sword completely crushed the cloud bookcase sword. Boom! The green lotus giant sword instantly defeated the cloud bookcase sword, and then fell on Jiang Ci's body. Jiang Ci had no room to resist. He failed to pass the trial. The tribulation transcender powerhouses that were watching the battle heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He finally fell, but immediately afterward, they looked at each other and suddenly laughed at themselves. They were all tribulation transcender powerhouses, but this time they were shocked by a little guy at the primordial soul stage. However, everyone was clear. The main reason was that Jiang Ci's performance was too heaven-defying. He passed 6 trials in a row and directly passed the 13th trial. If he was a Tao integration stage cultivator that had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years, it would be normal. But Jiang Ci was just a primordial soul stage cultivator that had cultivated for only a few hundred years. This was abnormal. Zhongli, congratulations. Zhongli, this time, not only is Nangong jealous of you, even I am jealous. Yes, Such a genius disciple can't be seen in an era. His luck is too good. These tribulation transcender powerhouses looked at the wine-sword immortal. Some congratulated him, some ridiculed him, and some envied him. The lifespan of a ninth tribulation transcender was only 100,000 years. It was completely dependent on luck to accept a heaven-defying disciple. Ha! The wine-sword immortal laughed heartily. In fact, he was also shocked. Jiangxi's performance was far beyond his expectations. He knew that Jiangxi was hiding a lot of secrets. However, he didn't intend to pry. As his master, he naturally hoped that Jiangxi would have more opportunities. The wine-sword immortal looked at the nearby immortal Liang and joked, "Liang, I just reminded you that this disciple of mine is going to become a hot commodity." Liang smiled helplessly and left the heaven-connecting mountain and river diagram with his spiritual sense. He had to quickly inform true monarch Iron Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. The nearly 100 tribulation transcender powerhouses present also disappeared one after another, returning to report this matter to their respective true monarchs. A genius monster had appeared in the sect. This time was going to be lively. No matter how big the universe was, it couldn't stop the transmission of messages through the communication pearl. With the help of the communication pearl, the speed at which information was transmitted was simply too fast. In just 10 minutes, the true monarchs of the various factions of the Purple Heaven sect were informed of the situation. Then, in another 10 minutes, the higher-ups of the Tao Alliance were informed. In the sixth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, in the palace of true monarch Iron Mountain on the black starry sky, Liang reported on Jiangxi's situation in the heaven-connecting mountain. When he mentioned that Jiangxi had passed 6 trials in a row and passed the 13th trial, true monarch Iron Mountain couldn't help but tremble. True Lord Iron Mountain, who was sitting on the throne, could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. "You said he passed the 13th trial?" "Yes, and he only used the Sword Dao and the peak combat mystic technique, the Cloud Book 7 Swords. He didn't use any other techniques," Liang said respectfully. "Just the Sword Dao alone is already terrifying, and he only cultivated for a few hundred years. Such talent is comparable to that of the Sword Gate's Liu Yin from 8 million years ago. A peerless genius." True monarch Iron Mountain sat down again and regained his composure. The Sword Gate's Liu Yin was also a prodigy of the New Age. He had passed 4 trials in his first attempt at the heaven-connecting mountain. Then he cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years and finally passed the 10th trial. Hence, Jiangxi's current performance was even worse than Liu Yan's. In fact, even if Jiangxi used all his trump cards, he might not be able to compare to Liu Yan. This was because Liu Yan had cultivated for even less time than Jiangxi, less than 100 years. He was a walking cheat. Cultivating was as easy as drinking water for him. He had once been favored by many of the higher-ups of the human race, and they believed that he had a chance of becoming the next Tao Lord. It was a pity that before this peerless genius could grow up, he had fallen in an adventure. Chapter 517. My lord, a genius like Jiangxi is the type that will only get stronger and stronger. As the time he spends cultivating increases, his cultivation speed will probably increase even faster in the future. The other true monarchs of the sect will definitely try their best to rope in Jiangxi. If a sword true monarch is willing to accept Jiangxi as a disciple, Jiangxi probably won't refuse. At that time, with the master-disciple relationship, Jiangxi will become a member of another sect, Liang said. True monarch Iron Mountain didn't cultivate the Sword Dao. He only became Jiangxi's direct true monarch because he presided over Jiangxi's 9 regions genius competition. Seeing that true monarch Iron Mountain was silent, Liang said, "My lord, I suggest that you immediately summon Jiangxi." "Of course I understand what you're saying." True monarch Iron Mountain nodded slightly and said, Jiang Xi's talent at the beginning wasn't the best, not even comparable to Ji Wei. But now, in less than 300 years, he has left Ji Wei far behind. This is a true epic genius that might not appear even once in 1,000 epics. It's normal for people to try to poach him. Then shouldn't you summon him immediately? Liang was puzzled. As true monarch Iron Mountain's right-hand man, he was very concerned about the overall strength of this sect. He could foresee that as long as Jiang Xi continued to develop normally, he would definitely become a ninth tribulation transcender. At that time, their sect's strength in the sect would greatly increase. True monarch Iron Mountain shook his head and said, I also want to summon him immediately, but this little guy blocked all transmissions, so I can't contact him. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Blocked? Liang was stunned. Then, he immediately reacted. Jiang Xi probably already knew that many true monarchs would try to rope him in or take him as a disciple. However, he was just a nascent soul cultivator, and he didn't dare to directly reject the true monarchs. If he blocked all transmissions, no one would be able to contact him. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about offending those big shots. After some time, when the storm calmed down, he would be able to choose the best one among the many invitations. A smart move. Liang sighed. Not only was he talented, but he was also very experienced in dealing with matters. Let's leave it at that for now. We can't interfere with his final decision. True monarch Iron Mountain smiled. He knew very well that in terms of competitiveness, he was no match for some of the ancient true monarchs of the sect who had lived for countless years. Now, it was up to Jiang Xi to make his own choice. At the same time, the matter of Jiang Xi clearing the Heavenspan Mountain's 13th hurdle also spread among the foreign races. At the border of the Tao Alliance's true mystic region, in a distant, desolate galaxy, within a rarely known estate world, dark clouds covered the sky, and wisps of dark blue flames danced on the ground. The entire world was filled with a gloomy aura. At the center of the world, the blue flames converged into Luhaiyang. A black mountain over 1,000,000 kilometers tall stood in the middle of the dark blue ocean. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge palace made of bones. The master of the palace was called Third Ghost King Bai. He was the strongest ghost clan cultivator hiding in the human territory. A white-eyed woman flew into the Palace of Bones at an extremely fast speed. Although she was a ninth tribulation ghost immortal, she didn't dare to recklessly enter this terrifying palace. The white-eyed woman respectfully said outside the palace, I would like to see the Ghost King. Only true monarchs of the Ghost Clan had the right to add the words Ghost King to their names. Come in. A voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens. The white-eyed woman hurriedly entered the Palace of Bones on the first floor. In the main hall, a figure that looked like an evil spirit was surrounded by balls of dark blue flames. What's the matter? Third Ghost King Bai asked. Your Majesty, this is information regarding the human genius Jiang Xi, the white-eyed woman said respectfully. Oh, the one who failed the assassination last time? What about him? Third Ghost King Bai was interested. This was because he had personally ordered the assassination last time. Being able to escape the assassination of a third tribulation ghost immortal from the Silver Yiksha clan had already proved the threat Jiang Xi posed. According to the information from our scouts, Jiang Xi has just cleared the 13th hurdle of the Heavenspan Mountain, the white-eyed woman hurriedly said. The 13th hurdle? I remember that he has cultivated for less than 1,000 years. Third Ghost King Bai was a little surprised. Yes, such talent is already at the level of an epic genius. Even compared to the previous epic geniuses Lu Yin and Bao Yin perfected Lord, there is not much difference. If he is allowed to grow, he will definitely be a great threat to us. The white-eyed woman said solemnly. A genius at the level of Lu Yin and Bao Yin perfected Lord. Third Ghost King Bai's finger lightly tapped on the throne. After a moment of silence, he said, 8 million years ago, in order to assassinate Lu Yin, I lost a large number of experts. Now that we have to assassinate Jiang Xi, I no longer have any suitable spies to carry out the assassination mission. The higher the cultivation of a spy, the more difficult it would be to hide. If they wanted to assassinate Jiang Ziyi now, they would need to be at least at the sixth tribulation stage to have a certain degree of confidence. Pass down the order, put Jiang Ziyi as the number 1 target on the assassination list. Third Ghost King, Bai said with a smile. Yes, the white-eyed woman also smiled. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe, and their enemies were not only the ghost race, but also the demon race and many other races. Putting Jiang Ziyi as the number 1 target on the assassination list would bring more attention to Jiang Ziyi. At that time, even if the ghost race did not make a move, the other races would. This was a starry sky continent in the middle of the universe, where a top race that depended on the human race lived. The demon race had opened up a grotto heaven world here as their hidden headquarters in the human race's territory. In the grotto heaven world, there were thousands of mountains. A huge palace floated above the thousands of mountains. At this moment, a figure covered in scales knelt in the main hall. Above the main hall, on a huge throne, sat a demon king that was thousands of feet tall. His long tail was tens of thousands of feet long, and it swayed gently. My king, our spy in the Purple Firmament sect, has sent back news. The human race genius Jiang Ziyi has only cultivated for a few hundred years, and he has passed the 13th stage of the Skyspan Mountain. He is already at the level of an epic genius. However, he is now in the human race's holy land, the ancient Tao origin world, and we can't find a chance to assassinate him. The scaled figure said respectfully, the ancient Tao origin world is guarded by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. You still want to assassinate him there? The long-tailed demon king laughed. Don't think about assassinating Jiang Ziyi for now. When he reaches the Tao integration stage, he will definitely go to the extraterritorial battlefield. At that time, there will be a lot of opportunities. Jiang Ziyi, who was being watched by all parties, was not aware of the situation outside. He only knew that there would definitely be many powerful existences contacting and recruiting him this time. Therefore, after he passed the Skyspan Mountain, he used his spiritual sense to block his communication pearl. He could not receive any messages or messages. He cultivated in the stone house and did not go anywhere. 3 days later, Jiang Ziyi removed the block on his communication pearl. Instantly, hundreds of accumulated messages came to him. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there were a total of 514 messages. To be honest, Jiang Ziyi was very surprised. He did not expect that so many perfected lords would send him messages. Among them, 428 were from perfected lords. There were perfected lords from various sects, and some perfected lords guarding the Zhixiao region's 400-star zone. In addition to these perfected lords, there were also some tribulation transcender experts. In addition, his good friend from the 9 regions genius tournament, such as Mu Ning, Yin Jiufeng, Ji Wei, and others, also knew about this matter. With his powerful spiritual sense, Jiang Ziyi quickly browsed through these messages. Those geniuses that are said to only appear once in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years are not worth the perfected lord's attention. It's different for the epic geniuses. Not many of these perfected lords can sit still. Jiang Ziyi chuckled. From the content of these messages, he could feel the friendly attitude of the perfected lords. There was nothing domineering or coercive. Most of them encouraged him in the messages and then revealed their intention to take him in as a disciple. After that, he only replied to Mu Ning and other good friends because he did not know how to reply to the perfected lords. If he met a narrow-minded person, he would have provoked a big-shot enemy for no reason. Jiang Ziyi thought for a while, got up, left the stone house, and went to the palace of his master. The wine sword immortal, he easily went to the pavilion behind the main hall. Sure enough, his master was waiting there. "Greetings, master." Jiang Ziyi respectfully bowed. "I thought you would wait for half a month before coming out." The wine sword immortal smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. After causing such a big commotion, it's not a good idea to keep dragging it out. Jiang Ziyi smiled. It seems that many perfected lords have sent you messages this time, the wine sword immortal said. Yes, more than 400 perfected lords. Almost all of them want to take me in as a disciple. Jiang Ci nodded. Haha, that's a bit too many. The wine sword immortal laughed, and then said, However, it's normal. After all, you are an epic genius and have only cultivated for a short time. According to past experience, as long as an epic genius doesn't die, even the weakest one can become a seventh tribulation transcender after becoming an immortal. Almost half of them can become a ninth tribulation transcender, and a few can become a perfected lord. That's why they are fighting to take you in as a disciple. It's because the master-disciple relationship is the closest. Jiang Ci slightly nodded. This was the truth. The stronger one was, the longer their lifespan. After becoming a ninth tribulation transcender, their lifespan would be 100,000 years. As for those perfected lords, they had endless lifespan. In a long life, those who were related to them by blood might gradually pass away. In the end, the closest person to them would be their master. This was the most reliable relationship. The perfected lords were fighting to take him in as a disciple because they valued this point. When Jiang Ci truly grew up, he could become their right-hand man. If he was lucky enough to reverse life and death and become a Tao immortal or perfected lord, both master and disciple would be perfected lords. In the future, when fighting between factions and exploring the universe together, their chances of success would be greater. They wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks or plots. In novels, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was actually very rare. The human race respected their masters. This was a tradition that hadn't died out even after countless years. Just like many vicious people, no matter how bad their actions were, they would rarely lay their hands on their masters. The wine sword immortal smiled and asked, Have you thought about who you want to take as your master? Master? Jiang Ci frowned. In fact, he didn't plan to take anyone else as his master. The wine sword immortal taught him so wholeheartedly. There was no reason for him to change his master. Start first, then change later. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.